Chapter 1 Fighting Power 100 to the 5th Power AIG 737 Planet Vegeta. As the morning sun rises, the earth is full of vitality. Qi Tian looked up at the red sky. There was no sadness or joy on his face, and his expression was calm. However, as a traverser, Qi Tian knows clearly that in a short time, this planet will turn into the dust of the universe. Snapped. Suddenly, a group of light blue energy flames condensed in Qi Tian's hands. The light blue energy flame looks about 30 centimeters in diameter. Immediately afterwards, these light blue energy flames are being squeezed and deformed, shrinking inward continuously. In the blink of an eye, the light blue energy flame was crushed to a diameter of only about 10 centimeters. However, Qi Tian didn't mean to let go. He was still controlling these energies, constantly ravaging them, compressing them, and deforming them. It didn't take long for this light blue energy to become less than 1 centimeter in diameter. It was originally an energy flame, but now, there is only one azure point of light left. Qi Tian gently waved to the light spot. This azure blue spot of light directly submerged into his body and was absorbed by him. Qi Tian took a deep breath and was in a good mood. Yes, Qi Tian has passed through, and he has not become an angel, gods of destruction, or supreme Kai. Qi Tian became a very ordinary scion. No, saying that it is an ordinary scion is not very accurate. It should be said that he is a genius soldier of scion. When Qi Tian was born, his combat effectiveness reached a height of 2000. Now, Qi Tian is 16 years old. However, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has always been a mystery to many scions. Because Qi Tian's combat effectiveness is too weird. Qi Tian had 2000 combat power at birth. At the age of 3, his combat power was 8000. He started practicing at the age of 5, and his combat power reached 15,000, which made King Vegeta tremble a bit. When he was 7 years old, his fighting power began to exist in a mysterious way. I don't know why, but it dropped to 10,000. At the age of 10, his combat power dropped to 5,000. At the age of 13 years, the combat power became 2,000. Today, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has become 500 again. This makes many scion feel, this kid is considered useless. Originally a genius soldier. As a result, the more you practice, the more wasteful you are. You might as well not practice. The reason for all this is because Qi Tian discovered a very strange phenomenon in the Dragon Ball world. The combat effectiveness can be compressed. Since Qi Tian discovered this secret when he was 7 years old, he began his journey of compressing combat power. Qi Tian continued to practice, constantly compressing combat effectiveness. Just today, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has become 500. It's just that Qi Tian still doesn't mean to be satisfied. After instilling intently and taking a deep breath, he again begins to crazily compress his own combat power. About an hour or so passed. Qi Tian found through the detector that his combat power finally dropped from 500 to 100. That's it. The combat effectiveness is getting lower and lower? That doesn't exist. Qi Tian found that the more the combat power is compressed, the more refined the combat power, and the faster it improves. Although Qi Tian's combat effectiveness seems to be only 100. However, if you look closely at Qi Tian's combat effectiveness, on some specific detectors, there will be a very small number 5 in the upper right corner. This number is very unobtrusive, and it will not be easy to find unless you look closely. In other words, Qi Tian's real combat power now is 100 to the 5th power. The combat power is 10 billion. Of course, this is far from enough for Qi Tian. Not to mention those gods of destruction and angel, even the later Son Goku and Vegeta, their 10 billion combat power is useless. I want to continue to compress combat power. One day, I will compress my combat power to 100 to the 100th power. How much is this? Ahem, this number is too big. I still don't waste these brain cells. Hey, Qi Tian, early in the morning, are you practicing so hard? At this time, a child with pointed hair appeared behind Qi Tian and looked towards Qi Tian with a smile. Oh? His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Qi Tian turned his head and smiled slightly. Hey, it's said that your combat power at birth has reached a height of 2000, far surpassing my prince. Vegeta, like a little adult, shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the more you practice, the lower the combat effectiveness. I originally wanted to find a suitable opponent. Qi Tian felt a little bit about Vegeta's combat power. The little guy is not bad. Although he is only 5 years old, his combat effectiveness has reached 15,000. But Qi Tian knows very well that this is the pinnacle of Vegeta. In the next 20 years, Vegeta's combat effectiveness reached 18,000. Since Qi Tian can control and compress his own combat power, he can naturally also sense the strength of the opponent's breath. Let me take a look. Once a genius soldier. Qi Tian, what is your combat power now? Vegeta said, pressing the button on the detector. When Vegeta looked at it, he was stunned. What? 100 combat power. Vegeta wiped his sweat. Do not make jokes. Is your combat power only 100? You are already the inferior warrior among the inferior warriors. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore, and turned away. Me and an inferior soldier talk nonsense about wool? Vegeta. Qi Tian smiled slightly, looking at Vegeta. Humph, I don't bother talking to the inferior soldiers. You really shame us, Scion. Vegeta said angrily. Vegeta, you have to remember that combat effectiveness is only appearance. You should look at the essence through the phenomenon to have a higher improvement. Qi Tian smiled. I don't understand what you are talking about. Vegeta snorted. You are still young, and it is normal if you don't understand. Qi Tian said, walking step by step in the direction of Vegeta, and put his big hand on his shoulder. Remove your hand to me. You are rude to this prince. Be careful that this prince kills you in a rage. Vegeta hummed. If I say I can slap you and stun you, do you believe it? Qi Tian said with a smile. Cut, I'm standing here for you to fight, you can't break the defense. Vegeta pointed to his nose confidently. Boom. Qi Tian was not polite, and slapped Vegeta's back with a slap. Puff. Vegeta's smile gradually solidified. At that time, his pupils shrank sharply, feeling that the whole person was not good, and his brain was completely blank. FK. Vegeta lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Scion the Most Talented. Qi Tian glanced at Vegeta, who had fainted to the ground, and ignored it. It's time to leave this planet. What? Kill Frieza? There is no need for that. At least Frieza hasn't bothered me yet. The main reason is that Qi Tian's work is relatively low-key. Who makes Qi Tian's combat effectiveness continue to decrease. As a result, the title of Qi Tian, a genius warrior, has not yet been completely disseminated on planet Vegeta. Because of the abolition of his practice, the title of genius warrior disappeared. Of course, history is not deceiving. There are still a few people who know Qi Tian, the former genius. Nowadays, more and more Scion have been called back to planet Vegeta. Qi Tian counted the time, and it seemed that after Goku's father Bardock came back, Frieza would come to destroy planet Vegeta in a month or so. As Scion, Qi Tian's combat power is as high as 10 billion, but there is no way to survive in the universe. This is Scion's shortcoming. Qi Tian decided to find a way to overcome this shortcoming. Too sad. If they can't beat you and destroy the planet directly, you will have to follow suit. What a shameless style of play. No matter what, Qi Tian must have a special ability that can survive in the universe. Otherwise, don't want to hang on in this Dragon Ball world. Qi Tian decided to go to Cyril Star. There is a Namek named Monet, and his Dragon Ball is definitely not simple. Moreover, it is very easy to collect Monet's Dragon Ball, and it only takes 2 to summon Shenron. Chi Tian, who has read the Dragon Ball Super comic, feels that this Monet must be extraordinary. The Dragon Ball made by this product can actually make people become the best in the universe. Of course, it is the #1 powerhouse in the universe limited to humans. This is also very impressive. Although he achieved his own super strength by compressing his life. But Chi Tian feels, Shenron of Earth and Namek may not be able to do this. Let this Shenron give me a wish to survive in the universe, isn't it too much? As for what universe is the first? No need. I have a more sense of accomplishment through training and reducing my combat effectiveness. Chi Tian quickly appeared in the Universe Spacecraft Launch Center and found a small Universe spacecraft. Hey, Chi Tian, Frisia told us not to leave planet Vegeta in a short time. Sion stepped forward and said to Chi Tian. Yeah, I'll go to the toilet. Chi Tian smiled slightly, did not say much to the other party, and entered the Universe spacecraft at that time. Call out. Chi Tian pressed the start button. The Universe spacecraft quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. This Sion was messy in the wind. You need to go to the toilet, why are you still driving the Universe spacecraft? Can't you find a better reason? The vast starry sky. Frisia's Universe spacecraft. Your Excellency Frisia, more and more Sion has returned to planet Vegeta. Bailey Blue said respectfully. Bailey Blue is a female alien with blue skin and pink hair. She is short in stature. She can be regarded as Frisia's personal nanny. Frisia nodded slightly, walked to the window, and looked at the distant planet Vegeta. This is a good opportunity to kill Sion all at once. Bailey Blue smiled. Oh ha ha ha. Frisia let out a weird laugh. It is estimated that in about 4 months, almost all Sions will return to planet Vegeta. Bailey Bulow continued, however, Lord Frisia, Sion is a fighting nation. If they are eliminated, our army will be more effective. Decline, right. It's true that Sion is a fighting nation, but these wild monkeys are never reconciled to doing things under my hands. One day they will resist me for this. Frisia snorted, moreover, about Super Sion and Super regarding Sion God, I still have to guard against it. It is more appropriate to plan early. Your Excellency Frisia, I think that Super Sion and Super Sion God are just a cliché hero legend. Bailey Blue smiled. Of course I know this, but I feel a little uneasy. Frisia sat on the aircraft and said with a smile, anyway, the Sions are a group of extremely proud guys, and they will not completely become me. Faithful servant. Bailey Brooke nodded slightly. Besides, it is also the meaning of Lord Beerus to destroy planet Vegeta. Frisia smiled, in short, it will be Sion's end in 4 months. This planet will also turn into universe dust, ha 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 ha. Your Excellency Frisia, found a small universe spacecraft that just left planet Vegeta. At this time, some subordinates came to report. Oh? Who is it? Frisia smiled slightly, didn't I keep all Sion from leaving their planet? Pattern. After a skillful operation by the Kikaner scientist, Chi Tian's figure was also displayed on the screen. It's just a super inferior fighter with a combat power of only 100. Kikano smiled contemptuously. He seems to be called Chi Tian. Bailey Blue pondered, he was born with a combat power of 2000. He was once known as a genius of Sion, and he is most likely to become a Super Sion. Oh? Really? Frisia rubbed his nose and teased, Belly Buru, don't you make me laugh, do you want to be Super Sion when you have only 100 combat power? This. Bailey Bru also couldn't help laughing. No, why did this guy's combat power drop from 2000 to 100? Frisia curiously gossiped, is there something wrong with the practice? Perhaps. Bailey Bru replied, according to the survey, his combat effectiveness reached a peak of 15,000 when he was 5 years old, and then it will be lower year after year. The 5-year-old's combat power has reached 15,000, which is very similar to the little Prince Vegeta. Frisia groaned, "It's a pity, now there is only 100 combat power left." "Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to beat him down?" someone asked. "Ignore my orders and leave planet Vegeta without authorization. Even if the combat power is only 100, I will not let him go." Frisia snorted, "But don't have to eliminate him too obviously, so as not to make Scion who has not returned yet suspicious. Then find 2 people to follow him, find one far away from the planet Vegeta star domain and destroy him." Bailey Blue suggested, "The combat power is only 100, and anyone can kill him. Just do it." Frisia nodded. "Yes." The subordinate immediately arranged. "It's just a Scion with 100 combat power. It's too easy to kill this guy. Call out." A small spacecraft flew out of Frisia's universe spacecraft, and quickly chased it in the direction of Chi Tien. Chapter 3 Earth? Cyrillic Star? Just not long after Chi Tien left planet Vegeta, Vegeta also woke up leisurely. "What? I was actually knocked out by a guy with only 100 combat power." Vegeta was shocked and angry, showing a face of disbelief. Vegeta immediately went to find Chi Tien's whereabouts. When it was learned that Chi Tien had left planet Vegeta, Vegeta also immediately set foot on the universe spacecraft, intending to track Chi Tien. At this time, several teenagers such as Raditz and Nappa just passed by here. "His Royal Highness, we have just discovered a planet with fairly good resources. We are about to team up to fight monsters. Do we want to be together?" Raditz asked quickly. "Hey, I'm not interested." Vegeta snorted. "Go by yourself, don't come and disturb me." "But, that guy Frisia doesn't allow us to leave planet Vegeta. Now planet Vegeta is so boring, we want to fight," Nappa said. "A whole Frisia, did you reach out to our planet Vegeta?" Vegeta clenched his fists and greeted, "In that case, you will take my universe spaceship and leave with me. I want to see, it's me. Does this prince speak or does Frisia speak?" "Very good." Raditz, Nappa, and others were excited. "Call out." The universe spacecraft soared into the sky and left planet Vegeta. "Your Excellency Frisia, just now, Vegeta and a few Scion's children also left planet Vegeta." Some of his staff immediately reported the matter to Frisia. "Oh? Really?" Frisia smiled softly, dragging her chin in silent contemplation. "Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to kill Vegeta and the others?" the subordinate asked. "Vegeta 4, known as Scion's most talented warrior, right?" Frisia said with a smile, "So, he is the most likely guy to become Super Scion." "Your Excellency Frisia, in fact, you can arrange Vegeta in a more special environment." Bela Blue smiled mysteriously. "How do you say?" Frisia looked at Bailey Brew. "Your Excellency Frisia, we have played an online game before. If a high-level big player keeps hacking mobs in Novice Village, then the experience points he gains are very small, and it is very difficult for him to upgrade." Belly Brew said with a smile. "I understand what you mean, I have a lot of ideas, just do what you say." Frisia nodded, without objection. "So, what about the other Scion's cubs?" someone asked again. "If Vegeta's combat effectiveness has been stagnant, and some of them dare to exceed Vegeta's combat effectiveness, then kill them." Frisia smiled and ordered. Chi Tien quickly sensed the enemy appearing behind him. These are 2 guys with a combat power of around 600. Chi Tien landed temporarily on a certain planet, looking at the universe spaceship that was chasing quickly. An evil arc was evoked at the corner of his mouth. Snapped. A blue light spot appeared in Chi Tien's fingers. There are only light spots the size of sesame seeds. Call out. The spot of light swiftly flew towards the direction of the opponent's universe spacecraft, leaving a light blue light in the air. The light spot hit the opponent's universe spaceship on the spot. Boom! Only heard a loud noise, the universe spacecraft had a big explosion. The two Frisia brothers who came after them didn't even know how they died. Qi Tian shook his head, stepped on the universe spaceship again, and left. Qi Tian decided to go to the Earth first. Although there are only 2 Dragon Balls on Cyril Star, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack to find 2 Dragon Balls on a huge planet. Qi Tian's purpose in going to the Earth is to let Bulma or her father help him build Dragon Ball radar. With Dragon Ball radar, it is much easier to find Dragon Ball. Call out! Qi Tian's universe spacecraft swept across the sky, leaving a long trace in the starry sky. 10 days later, Qi Tian's universe spacecraft landed steadily on the Earth. Qi Tian flew up into the sky and flew towards the direction of Zidu. It didn't take long before Qi Tian saw the remarkable building of the Wanange capsule group. Snapped! Qi Tian descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Soon, Qi Tian discovered Dr. Bruf and his daughter Bulma. Today, Bulma is only 6 years old, with lavender hair fluttering in the wind, bright eyes and big eyes, and he looks more kawaii. Are you Dr. Bruf? Qi Tian walked forward directly and asked politely. You, flew. Bruf helped his glasses and asked in surprise. Bulma's eyes widened too. My name is Qi Tian, where is your warehouse? Qi Tian didn't mean anything. The warehouse? Over there. Bruf was stunned, and pointed mechanically at the warehouse not far away. Qi Tian stepped forward and entered the warehouse. Bulma once said that the first Dragon Ball she found was in their warehouse. After Qi Tian entered the warehouse, the energy on his body was slightly released. Suddenly, everything in the warehouse was suspended in the air out of thin air. It was easy, Qi Tian found the Dragon Ball he needed from among many objects. Dr. Bruf, can you make a radar to detect this kind of thing? Qi Tian took the Dragon Ball and came outside. This is, what? Dr. Bruf helped his glasses again. Keek, this is my house, right? You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. This is called Dragon Ball. According to ancient documents, there are a total of 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls and say come out Shenron, Shenron will appear, and you can realize any wish, Qi Tian explained briefly. Are you looking for Dragon Ball? Bruf understood. Qi Tian nodded. Can I see it? Bruf asked. Qi Tian handed the Dragon Ball to Bruf. Bruf looked at it carefully, nodded gently, and said, well, this little thing can emit light and has its own light waves. It shouldn't be difficult to make a similar radar, but I have to study it in detail. I'll be able to do it in 1 week. Dr. Lau. Qi Tian saluted. But I would like to ask, what is your wish? For someone who has a bad heart, I will not help him. Dr. Bruf looked at Qi Tian's eyes with a serious expression. Don't worry, I just want the ability to survive in the universe. Qi Tian smiled and said, moreover, I don't need the Earth's Dragon Ball. The level of the Earth's Shenron is too poor. I'm afraid I can't realize my wish. Bruf. Bulma. How do you hear what you mean? You seem to be an alien. Is Big Brother an alien? Bulma looked up and asked Qi Tian. The answer is correct. Qi Tian smiled and nodded, squeezing Bulma's face. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Bulma, so enjoyable. Don't pinch my face. People like melon seeds. Bulma exclaimed angrily. The fat ones are more lovely. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Bulma. Brother, you are too much. Doctor, did you see my innocent smile just now? Qi Tian said to Dr. Bruf. Bruf. You squeezed my daughter's face, and you still said that you have an innocent smile? Shame on you. But Bruf can be sure that this kid doesn't seem to have much malice in his heart. His smile is still innocent. It also looks kind in his eyes. Is Big Brother really an alien? Bulma asked. Yes, do you want me to summon the universe spacecraft to show you? Chi Tian smiled. Universe spaceship? Really? Bulma's eyes lit up. Big Brother is really an alien. Chi Tian took out the remote control and pressed several buttons on it. Call out. In the blink of an eye, a small universe spaceship appeared in the sky. The universe spacecraft descended from the sky and slowly landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Is this the universe spaceship? It has a sense of technology. Bulma clapped his hands excitedly. As a reward for the Dragon Ball radar, I can lend you the universe spaceship for research, but don't dismantle my universe spaceship. I have to use the spaceship to go to other planets. Chi Tian smiled, said to Dr. Bruv. Okay, deal. Bruv readily agreed. Big Brother, you are an alien, but you don't look much different from our people on Earth. Bulma looked up and down Chi Tian and asked curiously, by the way, I seem to see you it's flying. There is a difference, I have a tail. Chi Tian smiled slightly, and the tail wrapped around his waist was also slightly swaying. Tail. Bulma was stunned. Briv's eyes widened too. Hurry up and do business. Chi Tian greeted with a smile. Okay. Briv nodded and took the Dragon Ball to the laboratory for research. Big Brother Chi Tian, what is your name? Bulma asked excitedly. Finally saw a living alien. Chi Tian. Bulma also reacted suddenly. I seem to know his name. Bulma. Your name is Bulma? Do you want to fly into the sky? Big Brother takes you to fly. Chi Tian said with a smile. Can aliens fly? Bulma's big eyes were filled with endless curiosity. Not all aliens can fly. Chi Tian smiled and said, come on my back. Okay. Bulma did not object, and lay on the back of Chi Tian. I'm going to take off. Chi Tian said, slowly ascending to the sky. Wow, it really flew. Great. Great. Bulma was surprised and happy, cheering. Chi Tian also gradually increased the speed of flight. Bulma was dancing with joy. 1 hour later. Chi Tian circled the earth and returned. It's not that Chi Tian flies slowly, but is worried that Bulma can't stand it flying too fast. After all, Bulma is just a charming little girl. It's so enjoyable. Bulma got down from Chi Tian's back, feeling unfinished. Are you from an alien planet, Chi Tian? At this time, Bulma's mother, Bridget, came forward with the fruit plate. Obviously, Bridget had already learned about Chi Tian from Dr. Bruv. Hello. Chi Tian nodded. Aliens are so handsome. Bridget showed an idiotic expression on her face. Chi Tian. I finally know who is with Bulma. Bulma has such a mother. Can you eat some fruit? Bridget handed over the fruit. You can eat these fruits, right? Yes, my eating habits are similar to those on Earth. Chi Tian nodded politely. In this way, Chi Tian temporarily stayed at Bulma's house. 1 week later. Briv's Dragon Ball radar is finally ready. Chi Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar and was speechless for a moment. So big. Chi Tian wipes sweat. Hey? Is it bigger? Briv was stunned. The screen is bigger for easy viewing. Should it be smaller? Forget it, let me take a look first. Chi Tian shook his head. Briv's Dragon Ball radar is a bit the size of a pad. It is completely different from the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma afterwards. Mistakes. You should first draw the look of the Dragon Ball radar to Briv. But it doesn't matter. Chi Tian didn't intend to spend his whole life in searching for Dragon Ball. Chi Tian just wants to simply have the ability to survive in the universe. Chi Tian pressed a button on the Dragon Ball radar similar to the size of a pad. Similar to the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma, after the button is pressed, 7 sparkling golden light spots are displayed on the screen. The map can be zoomed in and out, is it convenient? Brive used 2 fingers to enlarge the map. Qi Tian. This is Apple. Are you the reincarnation of old Joe? Can this radar be used on an alien planet? Qi Tian asked. As long as there is a ball of the same nature as this kind of Dragon Ball on that planet, the Dragon Ball radar will definitely be able to detect its specific location. Brive replied. Okay. Qi Tian nodded. So, can I study your universe spacecraft? Brive asked expectantly. Of course there is no problem. Qi Tian did not object. Great, so that the technology on the Earth will be 10 or even 100 years ahead of schedule. Brive said with a look of excitement. Sometimes the improvement of technology may not be a good thing, but will only bring disasters to the Earth. Qi Tian said. I understand the truth, but I am a scientist, and it is my duty to improve the scientific level of the entire planet. With the advancement of technology, perhaps it will be better to defend the planet. Brive said seriously. Qi Tian didn't say anything more. No matter how high technology you have, it can't be worth a finger of gods of destruction. Well, that's the fate of the Earth anyway. In short, there are no dangers. Ordinarily, at this time Son Goku should also descend on this planet, right? Qi Tian raised his head and looked at the sky, silently let go of the induction. Forget it, don't look for it. This is so special. Kakarot's combat power is only 2, and it is difficult to sense his breath. Another week passed. Brive also researched Qi Tian's universe spacecraft. In this week's time, Qi Tian was also free when he was free, and simply went to look for Dragon Ball in his free time. P.S. The update of this book will be fierce, please ask for flowers and evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Bulma, I want to marry you. With Qi Tian's current speed, finding Dragon Ball is simply too easy. In only 3 days, Qi Tian collected all 7 Dragon Balls. If it weren't for one of the Dragon Balls hidden in the deep sea, it would not be easy to find, otherwise it would not take Qi Tian so long to find the Dragon Ball. The reason for looking for Dragon Ball on the Earth. Perhaps the Dragon Ball of the Earth can fulfill my wish. If I can, why should I go to Cyril? In the process of searching for the Dragon Ball, Qi Tian stopped by the Galan Pagoda again, and walked along with a lot of fairy beans from the immortal Galan. Fairy beans are good things. Since I came to the Earth and left without some local specialties, how sorry I am. What? I'll go along? Qi Tian also thought about it, it's useless to have so many fairy beans. Really encounter an opponent who can kill me in seconds, it is too late to eat fairy beans. And to meet opponents who are inferior to me, fairy beans are not needed. In addition, in this period, my 10 billion combat power, it seems that there is really no suitable opponent. Too many fairy beans is a burden. In the courtyard of Bulma's house, Qi Tian placed 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Brive, Bridget, and Bulma are all nearby, looking forward to see if Shenron appears. Come out, Shenron, fulfill my wish. Qi Tian said to the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the golden glow on the 7 Dragon Balls shone and bloomed. The sky was suddenly dark. In a moment, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. The next moment, the golden beam of light turned into a blue dragon, winding in the night sky, gleaming. There really is Shenron! Bulma exclaimed. Is this Shenron who can fulfill any wish? Brive looked up at Shenron in the sky in surprise. It's big. Bridget was also stunned. Those who have collected 7 Dragon Balls, speak out your wish. I will do my best to realize one for you. Shenron's voice rang. Can I live forever? Qi Tian asked. Shenron. It won't work in principle, I can only increase your lifespan by a few years. Shenron replied. How many years can you increase my lifespan? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Are you Scion? Shenren quickly saw the identity of Qi Tian, was taken aback, and immediately replied, Sion's lifespan is not much different from that of a human being on Earth, it's about 100 years. I can do my best to increase your lifespan by about 300 years. It's only 300 years. I thought you could add 1,000 or even 10,000 years. It disappointed me too much. Qi Tian shook his head. Shenren. I was actually despised. Because Sion is relatively special, the 300-year life expectancy is already the limit. If I change to a human being on Earth, I can increase my lifespan by nearly 2,000 years. Shenren explained. It's not that I'm not good at it, but that Sion has a special body. This is your problem. I can increase my lifespan by 300 years, which is already very remarkable. So, can you give me the ability to survive in the universe? Qi Tian ignored Shenren's explanation and asked again. This need to change your physical physique is a very complicated process. I'm sorry, your strength has far surpassed me, and I can't change your body. Shenren wiped his sweat. Well, let the world be peaceful. Qi Tian said, this wish can always be realized, right? Shenren. Ahem. The so-called world peace means that there are no large-scale military wars in the world. Today there is only one country in this world. War naturally does not exist. Shenren replied, as for the advent of dark forces and evil forces, etc., is not within the scope of world peace. Speaking of people. Qi Tian said. Sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Shenren sweated on his face. Big brother Qi Tian, didn't you say that Shenren can achieve any wish? How do I feel that he can't achieve anything? Bulma was speechless. Shenren. I was actually despised by a little girl. Otherwise, you give me 300 years of lifespan first. Qi Tian sighed. Shenren showed a look of helplessness. How do I feel that your wish is reluctant? Shenren just planned to give Qi Tian a lifespan of 300 years, and Qi Tian spoke again. Wait a minute, I call you out next time, can you still give me another 300 years of lifespan? Qi Tian asked. No, these 300 years are already my limit. Shenren sweated on his face. Neither does this, nor does that. 300-year lifespan does not make much sense. You should transfer me and the universe spacecraft to Cyril Star, right? This wish can always be realized. Qi Tian Blackface asked. What a useless Shenren. Only 300 years of lifespan has been increased. For Qi Tian, it is not enough. In this Dragon Ball world, the Angel clan is the real immortality, who have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Not to mention Angel, even Luo has lived for 10 million years. There is also Supreme Kai, which can live at least tens of millions of years. 300 years? It's too short. This wish is meaningless. What's the point of adding 1,000 years? When the time comes, you can't beat others, and if you are given a second by others, it is even more meaningless. This is no problem. Shenren responded quickly. Finally the boy's wish can be realized. Wait a minute, I will tell each individual first. Qi Tian said. Shenren. Then, I should also say goodbye. Qi Tian said to the Bulma family, I have troubled you all this time. Come back to play when you have time, Bruf said. You can use this as your home. Big brother, I want to marry you. I don't want to go to school. Bulma pouted, and said to Qi Tian. Bulma, even if you marry Qi Tian today, you have to go to school. Bridget whispered. Don't, I want to follow Qi Tian big brother to the Cyril Star tour. Bulma stepped forward and hugged Qi Tian's thigh. Qi Tian. Bulma, when I come back next time, I will bring you good things. Qi Tian smiled and stroked Bulma's purple hair, and said softly, even if Bulma wants to marry me, he has to grow up quickly, right? I am already an adult. Bulma said. If you want to bulge forward and backward like your mother, she is a real good-looking woman. Chi Tian said with a smile. Bridget. Bridget's face flushed. Are you complimenting me? Brive. Bulma looked confused. Is it a good-looking woman? Chi Tian waved to the Bulma family. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Cyrillic Star. Well, now I can realize my wish. Chi Tian greeted Shenron. No problem. Shenron's eyes flashed red. Hey! Just in the blink of an eye, Chi Tian disappeared with the universe spacecraft. Temple. The god of the earth frowned. Shenron was called out, and as a god, he was naturally aware. Who is this person who summoned Shenron? Fairy Gallon, can you also sense the existence of this person? The god asked the immortal Gallon in the Gallon tab below. Induced, my fairy beans are missing. I'm afraid he took it away. Immortal Jialan said. What? Does he even know about Xiandu? The god was surprised. God, it seems that this person does not do much harm to the earth at the moment. Immortal Gallon said in deep thought, although he is an alien from heaven, but at least from the moment he arrived on the earth, he has not hurt an innocent person. Humans, and he and the Brives get along very well. So I'm relieved. The god nodded slightly and replied, it's just that what makes me a little uneasy is that Shenron said that this person's strength is far beyond him. What? That means he has surpassed your strength. Immortal Gallon was surprised, and then relieved, that's right, he can take away my fairy beans without knowing it, showing his strength. It's really extraordinary. Recently, there are so many alien visitors. The god sighed, first it was him, and then 2 more universe spacecraft descended on the Earth one after another. One of them was a child about 3 years old with clothes on him. The person named Chi Tian is almost the same, probably from the same planet, currently located near Baizai Mountain. Another universe spacecraft broke down on the small island to the east. This person is a whole body of justice. Bayazishan? Isn't one of Master Roshi's apprentices living in Bayazishan? Immortal Jialan was taken aback. The person you are talking about is called Sun Gohan? It's a more just person who can arrange for him to meet that child. Maybe it will be helpful to that child, or it may provide a good environment for that child's future development. The god sighed. Cyrillic Star. Hey! Chi Tian and the universe flying ship appeared on this planet in an instant. The area of this planet is about the same as the Earth. Currently, Chi Tian is located on a barren prairie. There is no one nearby. Let alone people, even monsters rarely appear. Chi Tian had nothing to say, and immediately took out the pad and pressed the upper button. Suddenly, 2 golden light spots appeared on the pad. Around the light spot, a map was automatically gathered. This thing is really advanced. As expected of Dr. Bruv. The 2 Dragon Balls are not too far apart. One of the Dragon Balls, Chi Tian knew it was in Monet's house. Call out. Chi Tian flew quickly in the direction where one of the Dragon Balls was. 10 minutes later, Chi Tian came to an endless mountain range and successfully found the first Dragon Ball in the crevices of the rocks. Chi Tian took the Dragon Ball and flew quickly in the direction of the second Dragon Ball. Call out. Chi Tian drew a light and shadow on the sky, raising the speed to the extreme. The distance of close to 10,000 kilometers is only a blink of an eye for the current Chi Tian. A certain mountainous area. This is Monet's home. Monet's home is away from town. In this home, only Monet and Granola live. Granola's age is not much different from Vegeta's, and she is about 5 or 6 years old. Just the year before last, Granola, who was only 4 years old, saw with her own eyes how her planet was destroyed by Scion. That scene so far has shocked Granola, often having nightmares at night. Especially seeing those black gorillas, Granola was even more scared to wet the bed. At this time, Granola is practicing seriously. Monette was sitting at the door of his house, silently watching Granola practice. "Grandpa, Frisia and Sion's account, I will pay them double one day." Granola gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and said bitterly. "Child, hatred will only make you lose your way." Monette sighed. "No, without hatred, I would not have the motivation to practice. I will surpass Sion, I will surpass Frisia. I want them to pay the price of blood." Granola smashed a piece of the doorway with a punch when she said this. Big stone. Above the sky. Chi Tian just suspended in the air, silently looking at Monette and Granola below. The hatred in this little guy's heart is not small. But think about it, after all, this little guy's clansmen have been wiped out. He was the only Cyrillic left. It is unrealistic to say that there is no hatred while watching the destruction of his own people. Down with Sion, down with Frisia. Granola continued to wave her small fist. Monette shook his head and sighed. There is such a big hatred at a young age. Monet felt that it was not fair to Granola. But, how fair is this vast universe? At this moment, Monette seemed to sense something suddenly and looked up to the sky. Snapped. Chi Tian descended from the sky and landed near two people. What? Sion. Granola's eyes widened, and she recognized Chi Tian's identity at a glance. After all, Chi Tian is wearing Sion's clothes, with the tail wrapped around his waist that is easy to identify. Sion. Monette also showed a nervous expression, hurriedly hugged Granola behind him, and blocked him with his body. Granola was also immediately stunned. Although Granola yelled for revenge and to eliminate Sion and Frisia, he was a kid after all, and it was normal to be afraid. Moreover, the Cyrillic people are not a fighting nation, and they are not militant. Sion, what are you doing here? Monette asked vigilantly. Snapped. At the tip of Chi Tian's index finger, a light blue spot suddenly appeared. You, what do you want to do? Monette's face changed slightly. As a Namek person, Monette can clearly sense the terrible destructive power of this light spot. How could there be such a powerful Sion? He is much stronger than those Sion who came to occupy this planet. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Summon 2 Stars Shenron. Call out. Chi Tian pointed the light blue light on the tip of his finger at a nearby huge rock. The light spot quickly sank into the boulder. Snapped. Suddenly, the boulder shattered on the spot, turned into rubble, and scattered all over the ground. Granola was scared to pee. Too frightening. If this hits me, I am afraid I will suffer the same as those stones. Granola's legs kept trembling, and her face was frightened like a blank sheet of paper. Little guy, I heard just now that you seemed to seek revenge from Sion. Chi Tian looked at Granola with a smile. Granola was about to cry. Very scary. Hey, he is still a child. Monette said quickly. Child? Do I want to keep this child to raise a tiger? Chi Tian smiled lightly. Why don't you cut the grass and root? When one day, he will come to me for revenge. Granola's body was shaking more violently. However, after the extreme fear, Granola is more of endless anger. Granola thought of her family and people. They died miserably. Wow, I'll fight with you. Granola gritted her teeth, waved her fist, and rushed towards Chi Tian. Chi Tian grabbed Granola's head. Granola waved her small fist, but because her arms and legs were too short, she couldn't hit Chi Tian at all. Boy, even with your current strength, you also want to seek revenge from Sion? I think you are wishful thinking. Chi Tian shook his head. Don't say it's now. If you cultivate for another 100 years, you won't be able to become a climate. What are you talking about? As long as you give me enough time, I will definitely defeat you. Granola shouted angrily. Do you think I will give you time? Chi Tian smiled softly. This friend, if you have something to say, as long as you can let this child go, no matter what you ask for, I will promise you. Monet hurriedly said. Boom. Qi Tian slapped Granola with a slap. Monet was taken aback, but he was relieved after seeing Granola's life unhindered. Hand over the Dragon Ball, this is my only condition. Qi Tian said to Monet. What? You actually know the existence of Dragon Ball? Even Frisia doesn't know Dragon Ball. Monet's face changed color. What? Do you refuse to hand over the Dragon Ball? Then, I have to kill the remnants of this Cyril star. Qi Tian pointed his hand at Granola's body. Okay, I can give you a Dragon Ball. Monet responded immediately. Anyway, I gave you the Dragon Ball, and you don't know how to make a wish. You don't even know the spell that summons Shenron, do you? No, after giving the Dragon Ball to him, I have to take the Granola to transfer the place immediately. Lest he use Granola to threaten me again and let me speak the spell that summons Shenron. Also, he doesn't know where the other Dragon Ball is, right? After so many years, I don't even know where the second Dragon Ball went. The planet is so big and the Dragon Ball is so small, it may be difficult to find it. Give it to you. Please wait a moment. Monet said, turning around and entering the room. He quickly took out the Dragon Ball in his room and handed it to Qi Tian, saying, now you can leave here. Right. Qi Tian took the Dragon Ball and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian looked at Monet with a smile. Monet's face changed slightly. What's your face? Hat, I didn't want to kill him, thank you for your Dragon Ball, goodbye. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he left in a flash. Monet silently looked at the direction in which Qi Tian disappeared, his expression also became complicated. Monet could vaguely sense that Sion is not easy. With Granola's talent and aptitude, I am afraid that he may not be his opponent even after 100 years of cultivation. Monet let out a helpless sigh. Qi Tian took 2 Dragon Balls and appeared in a deserted area. Qi Tian put the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and took out a small notebook from his pocket. Open the small book and record a sentence in it. This sentence is written like this: Takarapat, Tronpo. Pupilite Paro. Fortunately Qi Tian's memory is better. When watching the Dragon Ball Super, he remembered Granola's spell to summon Shenron. After Qi Tian passed through, he quickly found a small notebook to write down this spell. This spell is so complicated, Qi Tian worried that he would forget it for too long. Takarapat, Tetronpo. Pupilite Burrow. Qi Tian said loudly to the 2 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, golden light blooms on the 2 Dragon Balls. The next moment, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. Just in the blink of an eye, the golden beam of light turned into a dragon like a long snake. Person who has collected 2 Dragon Balls, please state your wishes. I can fulfill any of your wishes as much as possible. Shenron's voice rang. My wish is very simple. Let me have the ability to survive in the universe. Qi Tian made a wish to Shenron. This wish is indeed very simple. Shenron said, 2 red lights flashing in his eyes. The flame quickly covered Qi Tian's body. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenron finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. Qi Tian felt his body silently. There seems to be no special change. But I did feel that I seemed to have a special ability. I'll try it in the universe space. Call out. Qi Tian flew into the sky, passed through the atmosphere and the troposphere, and continued to travel to the upper air all the way. Soon, Qi Tian slowly appeared outside the Cyril star. This is the universe space. Terrible universe space. In this area, after Sion came here, he would die immediately. However, Qi Tian is safe and sound. Qi Tian could clearly feel that after he came to this universe space, his skin seemed to have the ability to breathe. Instead of exchanging air through your own lungs. It feels very subtle. Call. Qi Tian took a deep breath. It's totally normal. Although there is no air in the universe, it is equivalent to a vacuum environment. But Qi Tian can still inhale and exhale. This world is so wonderful. Newton's coming to be flattened, right? Cyrillic star. Monet's eyes widened. What? This scion actually summoned Shenron? How did he find that Dragon Ball? How did he know the spell? The spell to summon Shenron, I didn't even tell Granola. I plan to wait for Granola to tell him the spell to summon Shenron when he gets older. In other words, no one but me knows how to summon Shenron. By the way, the compatriots who came to the Cyril Star with me for refuge know this spell. The problem is that all of my compatriots have passed away one after another over the years. Besides, even if my countrymen were still alive, they couldn't tell this guy the spell to summon Shenron. Monet's face changed again and again. Scion is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Granola, I want to surpass him. Granola woke up leisurely, his pants were soaked. Grandpa. Am I still alive? Granola stood up shivering. Granola, you are still alive, you are not in a big trouble. Monet said. Where's that scion? Granola looked pale, looking around, looking for the figure of Qi Tian. He has left. Monet sighed. Leave? What is he doing? Granola was a little confused. Maybe it's here to travel. Monet pondered. Granola. Grandpa, do you really treat me as a 3-year-old child? Granola, you can only make higher progress if you let go of the hatred in your heart. Monet persuaded. But Grandpa, if I let go of the hatred in my heart, I will lose the motivation to practice. Granola shook her head. I still said that, hatred will only deceive your mind. You are a kind, good boy. Monet said. Be kind, you will be bullied by the wicked. Granola gritted her teeth and said, I know the gap with that scion, I will practice hard, and one day I will surpass him. Monet said nothing more. What kind of wish did Scion make? Universe space. Qi Tian soared in this universe space for a while. Well, it feels so good. It's great to be able to survive in the universe. At least I feel that there is no shortcoming for the time being. Next, where should I go? To get a higher level of promotion, Qi Tian knows that only following WIS to practice is the best choice at the moment. By the way, I followed WIS and learned about freedom. Fortunately, Qi Tian was good at cooking in his previous life. When Qi Tian was okay in the previous life, he cooked by himself, and his level was fair enough to reach the level of a chef. But, how do you get to the planet of Beerus? Beerus in this period should be sleeping, right? But before going to the planet Beerus, shouldn't you find a planet to improve your cooking skills? At least let the whole planet feel that what I make is the most delicious on this planet. Only in this way can we meet Wis's standard of eating food. Maybe, instead of me looking for Wis, he will come here by himself. Snapped. Qi Tian took out the remote control of the Universe spacecraft and pressed the button on it. Hey! Suddenly, Qi Tian's Universe spacecraft appeared quickly beside him. Qi Tian stepped on the Universe spacecraft, looking for a suitable planet. After exploring the universe for a period of time, Qi Tian really found a planet suitable for him. This planet is called the Vanford planet. The humans on the planet Vanford are a hodgepodge, with all kinds of species on it. In addition, this planet is also famous for its food. It is said that the chocolate and other delicacies eaten by Frisia and others were all transported from this planet. However, the Frisia Legion did not take this planet as its own. Frisia said, let this planet develop on its own, not to interfere too much. Because Frisia knows very well that Beerus likes good food. If too much interference with the development of this planet makes the food inside become worse, it will still be very painful for Beerus to come to the door. After Qi Tian landed on this planet, he opened a milk tea shop on the planet. Only sell milk tea. Because Qi Tian found through investigation that although this planet is famous for its gourmet food, it does not have a milk tea shop. It would be a waste not to open a milk tea shop. Not to mention, milk tea, a new type of beverage, quickly became popular all over the world. More and more aliens come here to drink milk tea not far away, thousands of light years or even tens of thousands of light years. Several months passed like this. The vast starry sky, Frisia's universe spacecraft. Ahahaha. The planet destroyer in Frisia's hand bloomed, waved his hand and slammed it on the distant planet Vegeta. Boom. Planet Vegeta bloomed with brilliant colors in the starry sky, and it turned into the dust of the universe. Wahahaha. Frisia laughed. Humph, almost all Scion has been wiped out. Super Scion is just a joke. Frisia returned to the universe spacecraft. Your Excellency Frisia, you have worked hard. This is the latest drink developed on the planet Vanfoot. Please taste it. Bailey Brew offered the milk tea with both hands. Oh? What drink? Frisia was taken aback, completely ignorant of this drink. This kind of drink is called milk tea. It is said to be made from a mixture of milk and tea, which has been specially processed. Bailey Brew smiled and said, "You can taste it. How does it taste?" Frisia took a sip. "It feels delicious." Well, Bailey Brew, Planet Vanford can actually research this excellent drink. I don't know who researched it. Frisia asked curiously. It's ridiculous. It is said that the person who developed this drink is Scion. Bailey Brew glanced at planet Vegeta, which had disappeared. Oh? So there is Scion who survived, hiding in the planet of Van Food. Frisia's triangular eyes narrowed slightly. However, according to our people's investigation, this Scion's combat power is only 100, which is not to be feared. Bailey Brew replied. The combat power is only 100? Among Scion, is it a super inferior fighter? Frisia smiled slightly. No, he is not a fighter to be precise. Yes. Bailey Brew nodded. Forget it, don't worry about him. Frisia smiled. Besides, I still want to drink the milk tea he made. It seems a pity to kill him. Yes. Bailey Brew responded. That's it again. A few months ago we sent to track down the Scion with 100 combat power. Is there no news later? Frisia took another sip of milk tea and asked casually. It is said that the universe spacecraft under those two men had a malfunction and unfortunately died in the universe space. Bailey Brew said with a wry smile. Forget it, I believe that guy can't make any waves. Frisia thought for a while, and thought it was fine. If you count this way, there are quite a few Scions who survived, Bailey Brew replied. There are 2 Scions with a combat power of around 100, and there are 3 little guys Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz. By the way, is the Vegeta leveling plan ready? Frisia asked with a smile. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Vados, found a milk tea shop. It's already being arranged. At present, there are almost no powerful opponents in the star domain where Vegeta is located, and they can be killed by Vegeta. Bailey Brew replied. Ha ha ha, Bailey Brew, you are so talented. Frisia laughed, took another sip of milk tea, and took a look at planet Vegeta, which was still dissipating. Frisia was in a good mood. Drinking milk tea, watching planet Vegeta disappear. What a pleasant thing this is. 6th Universe. Compa Planet. Hey, Vados, have you discovered any new delicacies recently? Compa clicked his lips, looking at Vados and asked. Master Compa has tasted all the food in our 6th universe. There is really no new food. Vados took the angel scepter in his hand and carefully investigated every food store in the 6th universe. Subsequently, Vados also shook his head in disappointment. I also want to enjoy new food. Unfortunately, this is the case for the 6th universe. I have eaten everything that I should eat, and there is really no freshness. Vados, do you think there will be any new delicacies in the 7th universe? Kompa rolled his eyes and lowered his voice and asked. I haven't investigated, I don't know. Vados shook his head. While the guy Beerus is sleeping, you can quickly investigate, maybe there will be new discoveries. Kompa grinned, I heard that there is a planet called Vanfud on the 7th universe. I've eaten some of the delicacies. Although it's incomparable with the delicacies of our 6th universe, maybe they will have new delicacies born there. Okay, Master Kompa, let me take a look. Vados' eyes lit up a little, and under the slight movement of his eyes, the angel scepter in his hand also flashed several pictures. At the next moment, the Vanfud planet of the 7th universe appeared under the supervision of Vados. Oh! Master Kompa, a new drink seems to have been born on the planet Vanfud, but it's very popular. Vados groaned. New drink? Is it good? Kompa was stunned. I like food better than drinks. This kind of drink is called milk tea. It is made from milk and tea through special processing. Vados said, I have never drank this kind of drink. Can it be delicious? Kompa is not very optimistic about the milk tea. I don't know. Vados shook his head. But it is said that milk tea is a drink that has taken the world by storm, and even many aliens have tasted it all the way in the past. Oh? So it should be delicious, right? Kompa moved a little. Master Kompa, shall we taste it? Vados asked with a smile. I'm going, of course I'm going. Kompa nodded, it's just that the journey is a bit far away, so I have to fly for more than an hour. Sometimes the process of enjoying food is also a journey full of expectations. Vados smiled slightly. Let's go. Kompa stopped hesitating. Call out. The two turned into two bright flames, quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. 7th universe. Vanford planet. The old Key Milk Tea shop. There was a long line at the entrance of the store, and there were at least thousands of people visually. Dear friends, do you understand the rules? Our milk tea only sells 1,000 copies a day, while stocks last. Chi Tian said loudly, 730 copies have been sold today. The number of people in this team is at least 2/people from 3 can't drink milk tea. The friends behind are all gone, let's go. As soon as the words came out, the customers at the back shook their heads with disappointment and left the line. However, there are still people who have the mentality to try and stay in the team. Hey, Chi Tian, do you know the Kurdish king? At this moment, there was an alien with purple skin and dark spots all over his body, jumping forward and looking at Chi Tian with a smile. I don't know. Chi Tian looked up at the other party, shook his head, don't hinder me from making milk tea, if you want milk tea, go in line behind, don't jump in the line. Chi Tian knew this guy. Isn't this Frisia's subordinate Chu Yi? Did he ask for milk tea for Frisia's father? I didn't make milk tea to catch Frisia and his father. I was fishing for Whis. Frisia is a wool. I can kill him with one finger. You lied. Do you think I don't know who you are? You are Sion. Does Sion know the Kurdish king and the Frisia army? Chu Yi was furious at the time, pointing at Chi Tian loudly, Humph, you don't deceive yourself. After hearing Chu Yi's words, many customers were so frightened that they hurriedly gave him a seat. Don't throw in your own life just for the sake of drinking milk tea, it's not worth the gain. I gave my position to this adult. The customer who was at the top was counseled and gave up his seat. Chi Tian, if I want to get milk tea, do I still have to line up? Chu Yi smiled contemptuously and walked to the front, you'd better make milk tea for me, if the Kurdish king doesn't drink it. If you are satisfied, I will demolish your milk tea shop. Also, I am afraid you don't know, your Sion planet has been destroyed, and there are only a few people left in your tribe. Cut, your combat power is only 100 idiot. Boom. Qi Tian didn't bother to listen to Chu Yi talking endlessly next to him, and then gently waved his hand. A powerful energy covered Chu Yi's body. Hearing a muffled noise, Chu Yi almost didn't react before he flew out quickly. Boom! Chu Yi's body quickly penetrated the mountain behind him and flew thousands of meters away. Chu Yi, die! Everyone was stunned. Let me go, is the owner of this milk tea shop so powerful? Many people know Chu Yi. It is said that this can be regarded as Lord Frisia's capable man. As a result, was just slapped flying by the owner of the milk tea shop? You, go back and tell Kurdish and Frisia, if you want to drink milk tea, just line up, otherwise you don't have to talk. Qi Tian pointed at the younger brother of another Frisia legion with a cold face. You, are. The little brother was frightened, a little incoherent, and wanted to pretend, but was afraid of being beaten to death. The younger brother also saw that just now, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness is only 100. The question is, how could Master Chu Yi be beaten to death with a combat power of 100? Don't you get out of here? Is it an eyesore in front of me? Qi Tian said coldly. P.S. There is still a chapter in the evening, please give me a reward, asterisk. Chapter 10. My first love was a girl with a ponytail. The little brother stumbled and ran away. Soon, the little brother went to a place where there was no one, opened the communicator, and got in touch with his boss Dodoria. What? The guy Chu Yi was beaten to death by the owner of the milk tea shop when he was buying milk tea. Dodoria did not react. You are too random. Why was he beaten to death by the owner of the milk tea shop? Master Dodoria, the owner of this milk tea shop is Sion. It's really weird, his combat power is only 100. The little brother was a little confused. 100 combat power? The detector must be malfunctioning. Dodoria replied. Yes, it should be a malfunction of the detector, but Chu Yi's detector also shows that his combat power is 100. The little brother wiped his sweat and said a little confused. The detector is malfunctioning? Did the two detectors fail together? Humph, Sion is almost all annihilated, is he still so arrogant? Dodoria smiled lightly, you wait, I will meet him in the past, and I want him to know how to provoke us. If Master Dodoria takes the shot, he will definitely be miserable. The younger brother breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Dodoria is an elite fighter of Lord Frisia. The old key milk tea shop. I saw Qi Tian stretched his arms, and the energy on his body emerged, quickly acting on more than 260 cups. Suddenly, these 260 cups were suspended. Shoo! A large bucket of milk slowly agglomerated and formed, gathered above the sky, dispersed into 260 portions, and sprinkled into these cups. The tea made in advance also fell into the cup in the same way. Qi Tian controlled the white sugar, and when the void was sprinkled like this, the white sugar also immediately entered the cup. Finally, add some seasonings. Seasoning is used to increase the taste of milk tea. This is Qi Tian's unique formula. Some people have thought of making milk tea made by Qi Tian, but they always feel that they lack a little taste. The missing flavor is the seasoning. In less than a minute, more than 260 cups of milk tea were completely prepared by Qi Tian. Swish! More than 260 cups of milk tea were suspended next to more than 260 people in front of the scene. 1 cup per person. In addition to the more than 700 cups made before, today's 1000 cups of milk tea has been made. It's not that Qi Tian has no materials to continue making milk tea. But Qi Tian is deliberately engaging in hunger marketing. If you don't engage in hunger marketing, when can you attract WIS? And this hunger marketing method is also very good, at least it makes more people want to drink the milk tea I made. The only milk tea in the whole universe. That's it. After these 260 people got the milk tea, they all left happily. Over the milk tea shop. Kampa and Vados silently looked down at the milk tea shop below and Chi Tian in the milk tea shop. This kid's method of making drinks is quite unique. It seems that he has certain strength. Kampa smiled. It's a pity that they are all sold out today. It's really unfortunate to come. Vados looked disappointed. Humph, I am gods of destruction, I want to drink milk tea, I still don't believe he will refuse me. Kampa snorted. Kampa-sama should behave first and then fight. Vados suggested, this is not our sixth universe after all. If you destroy this planet, Lord Beerus will wake up and fight with you desperately. Am I afraid of that guy Beerus? Kampa said stiffly, well, let's go down and take a look, and ask politely. Let's go. Vados nodded. Hey! Hey! Kampa and Vados fell from the sky and landed at the door of Chi Tian's milk tea shop. Chi Tian! I rub. Why are these two goods here? The Whis guy did not come, but attracted angel and gods of destruction from the sixth universe. Boy, are you still selling milk tea? Kampa asked directly. Gods of destruction is such a temper. Kampa felt that he was very kind already. Sorry, only 1,000 copies are sold every day. Until the sale runs out, today's share is gone. Chi Tian shook his head, this friend will come again tomorrow. You obviously still have the ingredients, how about making 2 more copies? Kampa said with a black face. Sure enough, this kid didn't get in oil and salt. Should I destroy him? Little friend Chi Tian, the two of us come from a very far away place, can we take special care of them? Vados smiled softly and said softly. Since this beautiful woman said so, then I will prepare 2 more copies. Chi Tian nodded gently, my first love is a girl with a ponytail, she looks very similar to you. Kampa. Vados. Oh, yes. Vados smiled again on his face. Not to mention, Chi Tian saw Vados in manga or anime before, and felt that Vados looked just like that. Although it looks good, but the skin color is really unbearable to look directly at it. But when I saw it today, Chi Tian was shocked. Worthy of being a true god. Vados has its own fairy spirit, which is by no means comparable to ordinary girls. Even if it is a beautiful girl like her, but perhaps because of the lack of Xian Qi, compared with Vados, there is a big gap. Seeing today, Chi Tian knew what a perfect woman is. Vados' looks and figure are perfect. If the skin color can be changed to the same skin tone as mine, then universe will definitely not be able to pick a second such beauty. I seem to be able to pick it out. There is also Angel, the beauty of Macarita. I don't know who is better looking at Macarita or Vados. This kind of thing is actually not a good comparison. It's like dropping a wad of banknotes and a piece of gold on the ground. What to choose? Pick a wool. All I want. Chi Tian thinks a lot at a time. Please wait a moment. After Chi Tian finished speaking, he began to make milk tea again. After hearing what Chi Tian said, many female aliens began to try to ponytail. Unexpectedly, the owner of the tea shop would like girls with ponytails. Hey, Matra, I don't have hair, so why do I get a ponytail? An alien pointed to his bald green head, and smiled bitterly at his companion. You are hermaphrodite. The milk tea shop owner may not like you, so forget it. Matra exclaimed. Perhaps the boss likes an androgynous alien like me. The alien patted his chest. Chi Tian's ears are very sensitive, and after hearing this guy's words, his face turns black. Chi Tian really wanted to slap this stuff to death. Who would like someone like you so much? Roll me as far away as possible. Even if there are pretty girls with ponytails coming over today, they won't sell them anymore. They're all gone. Chi Tian waved to the customers who were still gathering around. Asterisk. Chapter 11 The sixth greatest god in the universe. It's all gone. Kampa also felt that the people nearby were getting in the way, and waved at them. Suddenly, a powerful invisible energy was released from Kampa's hands. A gust of wind blew up at the scene. The crowd gathered around immediately dispersed. It didn't make sense to stay, and the milk tea was no longer for sale. It's much quieter now. Kampa smiled triumphantly. 2 cups of milk tea were quickly made by Chi Tian. Chi Tian handed the milk tea to Vados. Thank you. Vados thanked politely and asked, how much? It's free for you. Chi Tian smiled and handed another cup of milk tea to Kampa. You have to add extra money, because there are only 1,000 shares a day, and today they are extra, so you need to pay the usual 10 double the price. Isn't this too much? Kampa's face turned black for an instant, and he almost squeezed the milk tea he took. What are you talking about? You asked me to pay 10 times the usual price? Do you know who I am? Kampa angered. Master Kampa, stay calm, and we don't need money. Vados persuaded quickly, for fear that Kampa would really destroy Chi Tian in a rage. Let's taste the taste of milk tea first. Kampa sounds right. Try this first if it tastes good or not, and then find this kid to settle the account. Kampa took a sip. After drinking this sip, Kampa's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with endless excitement and excitement. Vados also took a small sip in silence. Suddenly, Vados' eyebrows began to dance. At the same time, the face of Vados was flushed. It's so delicious. This is the first time I have had such a good drink. Vados rattled his mouth, sipping it down, and felt unsatisfied. The entrance is dense and smooth, sweet and warm, fragrant and moist, giving people a feeling of reliance. Without the nobility and elegance of red wine, or the exquisite modernity of coffee, it has a warm and fragrant fragrance. Vados murmured, saying, it's not an exaggeration to be called the best in the world. I didn't expect such a delicious drink in this world. Extraordinary. I feel like I have lived in vain all these years. Kampa exploded, tears almost falling. How could there be such a good drink in this world? The drinks I used to drink were urine. Immediately afterwards, Kampa looked at Chi Tian's eyes again, and there was no bit of hostility. This is so special. Don't say this cup of milk tea is 10 times the price. I just give you a galaxy. I don't think it is a loss. Is the taste okay? Chi Tian asked with a smile. Oh, it's delicious. Vados exclaimed. How did your kid come up with this peculiar drink? Kampa also asked excitedly with his eyes glowing. Research and research casually, just like that. Chi Tian smiled. Can any research and research produce such an amazing drink? Kampa really felt that this kid was awesome. Can you make anything other than milk tea? Vados couldn't help but asked. Somehow, but I only want to make milk tea now. I want to sell my milk tea to the entire universe. Chi Tian said with a smile. But your milk tea is already very popular throughout the universe. Vados smiled. I want to make my milk tea a household name. I believe there are many people who don't know the existence of milk tea. Chi Tian groaned with his chin. My biggest wish is to let everyone drink the milk tea I made. Vados. Kampa. Your kid only sells 1,000 copies a day. Do you know how big your universe is? How many people are there in your universe? Kampa asked grimly. Our universe? How do you listen to your tone? You don't seem to be from our universe. Are there other universes besides our universe? Chi Tian looked at Kampa thoughtfully. Boy, you are very smart. Kampa smiled. Your universe is called the 7th universe, and the 2 of us came from the 6th universe. You just limit your milk tea to your universe. His vision is a bit short-sighted. You should sell your milk tea to the whole universe, but you have 1,000 servings a day, let alone the whole universe, and even people on one planet are not enough to drink it. If it doesn't work in the future, open a chain store and sell milk tea in the whole universe. Chi Tian nodded slightly. I'll just say that your boy has short-sightedness. Kampa shook his head and said to Chi Tian. How do you say? I plan to sell the milk tea to the whole universe, do you still say that I am short-sighted? Chi Tian asked back. Do you know who we are? Kampa grinned. Chi Tian shook his head. Vados just took care of tasting the milk tea, and didn't have the meaning of reading Chi Tian's inner world at all. Boy, your luck is here, we are the greatest god of the sixth universe. Kampa lowered his voice and whispered to Chi Tian. You are gods. Chi Tian showed a surprised expression. Humph, can't you think of it? Kampa was very satisfied with Chi Tian's expression. How is it? Are you interested in coming to our sixth universe to develop? Not interested. Chi Tian directly refused. Kampa. Boy, if it wasn't for your milk tea to make it delicious, your rejection of my attitude would be enough for me to ruin you. I am developing well on this planet. I am worried that I may not be able to adapt to a new environment. Chi Tian gave Kampa a step by the way. Don't really mess with this stuff. With my current strength, even if I become Super Saiyan, I am not an opponent of this guy. Well, just accept it when you see it. Sure enough, after hearing Chi Tian's words, Kampa's attitude also became more relaxed. I didn't expect that even the gods would come to taste my milk tea. Chi Tian smiled slightly, and then asked, by the way, what god are you? Tell you, I'm gods of destruction, Kampa of the sixth universe, this is Vados' angel. Kampa proudly gave an introduction. Sorry, please forgive me for my ignorance. I have never heard of the existence of two great gods. Chi Tian scratched his head. We also have gods of destruction and angel in the seventh universe, right? Of course, every universe has its own gods of destruction and angel. Kampa nodded. I don't know if the angel of our universe is also a pretty girl with a ponytail. Chi Tian muttered. Kampa. Dare to love your kid for the pretty girl. Don't think about it, your universe angel is a man. Kampa replied. What? Are they male? I thought angel was all female. Chi Tian lost his voice. Asterisk. Chapter 12 I want to be an intern angel. Boy, if it's because. Kampa continued. Ahem, this Lord Gods of Destruction, you still call me Chi Tian, I am not a kid. Chi Tian interrupted. Kampa stared. This Lord Gods of Destruction, you continue to say. Chi Tian said, I am listening. Chi Tian is a typical slap to give a sweet jujube. Or in other words, walking cautiously on Kampa's inverted scales. Chi Tian is sure that in this seventh universe, Kampa may not dare to destroy me easily. Besides, if it destroys me, who will make milk tea for him? Unless one day, this guy drank enough milk tea. Enough milk tea, there are new products. Boy, well, I call you Chi Tian. Kampa continued, if it is because of environmental problems, I don't think these are a big deal. The sixth and seventh universes belong to the companion universe, you guys. There are ordinary planets here, as well as our sixth universe. With my ability, I can create the same environment for you. Actually, my greatest ideal is not to make milk tea. Chi Tian shook his head and sighed. Oh? Do you have any other ideals? Say it, I might be able to help you realize it. Kampa said, your blessing is not small, as the supreme god of the sixth universe, let you realize a small the wish is still easy to do. I want to be the best in the universe, can this Lord Gods of Destruction help me do it? Chi Tian asked. Kampa. Ha ha ha, you finally found the right person. Kampa laughed after a brief silence. How do you say? Chi Tian asked, scratching his head. Gods of Destruction is the most powerful god in this universe. I can accept you as an apprentice. Kampa said to Chi Tian, of course, the premise is that you can make milk tea for me every day. Well, let me consider it. Chi Tian hesitated with his chin. Kampa got a toothache with anger. I want to accept an apprentice from Gods of Destruction, but this kid is still hesitating. That, I definitely don't mean to dislike you. In fact, I prefer to find a beautiful woman to be a teacher. Chi Tian said, silently looking at Vados, who was drinking milk tea. Vados was also slightly taken aback. Is Angel strong or Gods of Destruction strong? Chi Tian asked. Hey, of course Gods of Destruction is stronger. Kampa pointed his thumb to his nose. Vados didn't speak, and just looked at Kampa with a smile. Kampa looked a little hairy, and his face changed again and again. Vados, don't look at me like that, okay? It's weird. Master Kampa is what you say. Vados chuckled. On this human planet, Vados is not easy to move. If I beat Master Kampa here, Master Kampa would seem to be very embarrassed. Forget it, go back and settle accounts with him. You can also let Vados teach you. I just don't have any interest in leading apprentices. Kampa waited carefully, but there was no objection. As long as you can follow me to my planet, I can let you make milk tea for me. Who taught you to be different? I can teach you Kung Fu, but I never accept apprentices. Vados looked at Chi Tian and said, you have a good foundation and excellent talent. If you practice well, it is not a big problem to reach the first level in the universe. I said the first in the universe refers to the first in the universe of human beings. If you want to surpass this Lord Gods of Destruction, I am afraid there is still a lot of difficulty. I am a member of the 7th universe after all. In case I perform too well, one day you suddenly want me to be your intern Gods of Destruction. Will Gods of Destruction on the 7th universe let me go? Chi Tian showed a worried expression on his face. Kampa and Vados looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Kampa burst into laughter. Boy, you are so talented. I never thought about looking for an internship in Gods of Destruction. I have not yet become Gods of Destruction. Only when there is enough Gods of Destruction will you find a new Gods of Destruction. You can rest assured that this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Kampa smiled, don't worry about it, kid, even if you perform very well, the guy Beerus may not be able to see you. Beerus? Is it the Gods of Destruction of our universe? Chi Tian thoughtfully. Not bad. Kampa nodded. I mean if I really become the intern of the 6th universe Gods of Destruction, Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus won't bother me. Chi Tian asked again. Do you think it is the household registration system of some humans? As long as you live in the 6th universe for more than a year, you will become a human of the 6th universe. It has nothing to do with which universe you were born in. Kampa said, even if you become the intern Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe one day, Beerus won't do anything to you. That's good, so I can rest assured. Chi Tian nodded. So, can you go back with us? Kampa smiled. No problem. Chi Tian readily agreed. Oh, so there is fresh milk tea to drink every day. Vados clicked his lips, grinning. Who says it's not? This trip didn't come in vain. Kampa also felt that the harvest was quite rich. Then, let's go back. Vados greeted. Boy, Chi Tian, come over and hold me, this Gods of Destruction will take you to fly. Kampa beckoned to Chi Tian. I want to hold Sister Vados. Chi Tian said, stepping forward and hugging Vados from behind very unceremoniously. Vados. It's up to you. Kampa rolled his eyes. It just so happens that I don't want you to hold it either. You are a man holding me, it's so responsive. It's good if you hold Vados. Just when Vados and Kampa were about to take off. Hey, are you the Scion Chi Tian? A voice rang from not far away. Chi Tian fixed his eyes and found that it was Dodoria who was talking. Let's go. The scepter in Vados's hand knocked on the ground. Call out. Vados turned into a bright flame like a diamond, and rushed to the sky with Qi Tian, and disappeared in a flash. Kampa also turned into a bright flame, sank into the void, and soon disappeared. Dodoria froze. Who are they? This speed. There is almost no one. Where did Chuyi die? Dodoria suddenly had a bad feeling, and asked his subordinates around him. Master Dodoria, Master Chuyi seemed to be hit by that scion all at once. That trace is. The little brother pointed to a trace in the distance. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Frisia, they seem to be gods. Dodoria flew quickly in the direction of the trace. Soon, Dodoria found Chuyi's body a few kilometers away. Chuyi died in a miserable old age. Dodoria could see that this product was shot in seconds. Seeing Chuyi's death, Dodoria couldn't help shivering. Very scary. There must be weird. No, I have to report this to Your Excellency Frisia immediately. Also, that fat cat looks familiar. I always feel as if I have seen it somewhere. And the woman with blue skin and white hair. I also feel as if I have seen it somewhere. Dodoria immediately got in touch with Frisia. Frisia planet number 83. At this time Frisia has already returned to this planet. Your Excellency Frisia, Dodoria just called and said that there is an important report. Readaloud said respectfully. Oh? What's the matter? Get the phone in. Frisia greeted. Your Excellency Frisia, Chuyi is dead. Dodoria said immediately. Dodoria, is this the important thing you are talking about? It's nothing more than dying Chuyi, although his combat effectiveness has exceeded 10,000. Frisia smiled slightly, feeling Dodoria a little fussed, and asked casually. By the way, how did he die? Was he beaten to death? Yes, according to reports from his staff, he was killed by the scion of the Vanf planet for a second. Dodoria responded immediately. Oh? Scion of Vanf planet. Frisia was a little surprised. You said Scion is not the one who made milk tea, right? The milk tea he made has a unique flavor. Dodoria wanted to cry. Does milk tea make sense now? You mean, Chuyi was killed by that guy? Frisia snorted. As far as I know, that guy's combat power is only 100. How did he do it? The subordinates just came to this planet and planned to settle accounts with him. Dodoria responded quickly. Oh? Then? Frisia asked with a smile. Then, the subordinate saw two familiar and unfamiliar faces and took him away. Dodoria replied immediately. What is a familiar and unfamiliar face? Talk to me. Frisia said sternly. The subordinate saw a fat cat and a woman with a scepter in her hand. The woman has a blue complexion and white hair. The fat cat is the image of a purple upright cat. It is obese, with a short tail and a neck. With a black background and white border cloth, he flies so fast, I can only see so much. Dodoria replied. What? Lord Beerus. Frisia was frightened. Beerus. Dodoria was also taken aback. Okay, I see, you don't need to worry about this. Frisia knew that he was gaff, and gave Dodoria an order, which was the interruption of the call. Dodoria looked dazed. I just saw Lord Frisia seem very scared through the video. Who is Beerus? How familiar does this name sound? How do I vaguely remember that such a cat appeared next to Lord Frisia? In addition to the cat, there is also a man with blue skin and white hair. At that time, I was far away and did not notice His Excellency Frisia's expression. That said, the guy named Beerus should be terrible. Even Lord Frisia was scared like that? And Lord Frisia just heard his name. Frisia planet number 83. Your Excellency Frisia. Is it Mr. Beerus that Dodoria saw? Readaloud was also shocked, cold sweat slipped on his face. As Frisia's personal nanny, Readaloud has naturally seen Beerus and Whis. Isn't Mr. Beerus saying that he is going to take a nap? He said that I was responsible for destroying the planet, so I woke up so soon. Frisia was also slightly taken aback, feeling a little puzzled. Your Excellency Frisia, I feel that the situation is a bit wrong at the bottom. Bailey Bro said in deep thought. How do you say? Frisia asked. According to Dodoria's description, the Beerus Sama he saw was fatter, calling him a fat cat. But according to our understanding, if we see Beerus the first time we see him, it is impossible to call him a fat cat. Ah! Bailey Brew replied, moreover, the person next to Master Beerus, although he looks a little bit like a woman, is a man after all, so he is easily recognizable. No matter how stupid Dodoria is, it's impossible. You have such a big problem with your eyes. You mean yes, are people pretending to be Lord Beerus? Frisia understood. It's not impossible. Bailey Blue nodded. So, where did this guy posing as Lord Beerus go? Frisia asked rhetorically. This. I'm suggesting, do you want to get in touch with Lord Beerus? Report this to Lord Beerus. Bailey Brew suggested. Bailey Brew, you are wrong. At this time, it is better to do more than less. You are by my side all day, don't you know the truth that a companion is like a tiger? Frisia snorted and looked at Bailey Brew. Said, those who dare to pretend to be Lord Beerus, no, the other party may not be a human, I am afraid it is also a god. Why should we go to trouble with God? Bailey Brew hurriedly bowed and saluted, feeling that what Frisia had said was too right. It's just Chuyi who died, let him go. Frisia smiled lightly, another scion was taken away, so what? Planet Beerus. Whis was holding the scepter in his hand, and was silently watching the crystal ball on the scepter and what happened on the planet Vanfoot in the crystal ball. Milk tea? Never drank this kind of drink. My sister is so cunning. You come to our universe to drink milk tea. You even brought the milk tea with the pot. Sister, you are too much. You somehow let me taste the milk tea first before talking about it. Master Beerus, wake up soon. Whis greeted Beerus who was sleeping. Beerus didn't seem to hear it, and the snore became louder. Boom! Whis knocked a scepter on Beerus' head. Suddenly, a big bag swelled on Beerus' head. Beerus still didn't mean to wake up. Whis simply grabbed Beerus by the tail and threw him into the distant lake. It took about 20 minutes before Beerus soared into the sky from the lake. The prophetic fish was taken aback and hurriedly hid behind Whis. Beerus, you guy wants to scare me to death. Who threw me into the lake? Beerus looked at Whis with a black face. No one else can do this kind of thing except Whis. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Whis, milk tea is delicious. Hey, Lord Beerus fell into it while he was sleepwalking. Whis didn't admit it. Beerus. Who are you lying to? You continue to edit. Yeah, prophetic fish. Whis smiled and said to prophetic fish. The prediction fish nodded vigorously. Whis, you and I belong together. Okay, I know you did it, don't deny it. Beerus asked angrily, didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me taking a nap. Master Beerus, I didn't want to disturb your sleep. But there is one important thing that I have to say. Whis sighed. What's the matter? Beerus rubbed his eyes and yawned again. Quickly say, I'm very sleepy. I was awakened by you as soon as I entered deep sleep. During your sleep, Lord Kampa and sister came to our universe. Whis said. Why did that guy Kampa come to our universe? Beerus frowned. It must feel okay. This matter, I have to start with the ordinary planet. Whis said. Ordinary planet, isn't that our cafeteria? What happened to that planet? Beerus asked, you mean that Kampa went to ordinary planet? Ha ha ha, he must think that our food is better than their sixth universe. Isn't it delicious? Just recently, a new type of drink called milk tea was born on the planet Vanfoot, and it quickly sold all over the world, and even the entire northern universe. Whis smiled. What milk tea? Never heard of it. Beerus shook his head. In short, it's a drink made by mixing milk and tea, and adding sugar. Whis explained. Can it be delicious? Beerus yawned. How can it sell well in the northern universe if it's not good? Whis smiled. Whis, what do you want to say? What about the milk tea? Did you bring it back? Whether it tastes good, we will know if we taste it. Beerus said angrily. Woke me up just because of a new drink? Whis, you are so shameless. I thought it was some kind of delicacy. It turned out to be just a drink. I don't want to drink it now, because Master Kompa and my sister have brought back the milk tea maker to the 6th universe. Whis sighed. What did you say? Beerus finally understood this time. Kompa, UBD. You are too much. Yes, Lord Beerus, you heard it right. Whis nodded. Let's go to the 6th universe right away. I'm going to find the guy Kompa to settle the account myself. Beerus exclaimed angrily. Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. Whis thought for a while, then searched with the crystal ball on the scepter. What are you doing? Beerus asked, puzzled, and couldn't help yawning again. This is so special. Was awakened before being fully awake. I'm so sleepy. Before we go to find them, let's taste the milk tea if it tastes good or not. Whis suggested, if it doesn't taste good, you don't have to go that far. That said, I haven't woken up yet. Beerus stretched. Found it. Whis' eyes lit up and smiled. Here is a cup of fresh milk tea. I just made it today. This person didn't want to drink it after buying it. I put it in the refrigerator. I guess I plan to enjoy it at night. Get here now. Beerus suggested. Oh, I'm afraid this person won't be blessed to enjoy it. Whis grinned. Snapped. Above the scepter in Whis's hand, Angel's power emerged. In the blink of an eye, the milk tea in the refrigerator disappeared. Hey! In the blink of an eye, such a cup of milk tea was transferred to the planet Beerus by Whis. Whis opened the lid and turned into 3 cups. And poured the milk tea evenly into the 3 cups. Whis, Beerus, and Prophecy Fish have 1 drink per person. The 3 of them looked curiously at the milk tea inside the transparent quilt. Does this thing taste good? Beerus shook his head. It smells okay. Whis picked up the water glass and took a sip. Suddenly, Whis felt an inexplicable excitement. This silky feeling. Whis' lips started to dance. It's so delicious. The scent of milk and tea are mixed together. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is the best drink I have ever drunk. Whis blinked his eyes, still thinking. Beerus also took a sip. Immediately afterwards, Beerus' eyes released light. Is this milk tea? Beerus's tears were almost falling, and he was completely drowsy. This is the first time I had such a delicious drink. It's delicious, it's delicious. The prediction fish was also amazed. Snapped. Beerus directly snatched the milk tea from Prophecy Fish's hands. Hey, Beerus, what are you doing? The prophet fish exclaimed. You are a fish. Drinking milk tea is wasted. These are all mine. Beerus was not polite, and drank the milk tea that predicted the fish directly. No drop is left. Excessive. The prediction fish wanted to cry. Snapped. After Beerus drank the 2 cups of milk tea in his hand, the destructive energy bloomed slightly. Suddenly, these 2 empty cups directly turned into slag, and they were completely destroyed. Damn Kompa! I stole my home. Not only that, but also took our pot away. Beerus gritted his teeth and said, I want to drink milk tea, and I want to keep the guy who makes milk tea. To our universe. Then, let's go, Master Beerus. Whis agreed deeply. Call out. Whis and Beerus turned into a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and whizzed in the direction of the sixth universe. On the road. No, didn't I tell Frisia that guy before I went to bed and asked him to help me look at the planet of the Van Fons? Beerus suddenly thought of something, resting his chin in thought. By the way, did Frisia have milk tea with that guy? Oh? Let me see. Whis took out the scepter and checked Frisia's movements through the crystal ball on the scepter. Soon, Whis saw Frisia admiring the destruction of planet Vegeta while holding milk tea. Master Beerus, look. Whis projected this image through the scepter. Is this planet Vegeta? Scion's planet. Beerus nodded. I wanted to destroy this planet before I went to bed. Well, this is what Frisia did quite well. P.S. Ask for rewards and monthly tickets, asterisk. Chapter 15 The Awakened Beerus. By the way, the owner of this milk tea shop seems to be Scion. Whis added by the way. What are you talking about? Is the guy who invented the milk tea a Scion? Beerus' eyes widened. Yes. Whis nodded. This is a bit troublesome. Don't tell me. I want to destroy planet Vegeta. Beerus urged. Okay. Whis agreed. That said, this guy Frisia has already drunk milk tea, but he didn't tell me that there is such a delicious thing. Beerus snorted. Even if Frisia wants to tell Master Beerus about the milk tea, Master Beerus may not be able to wake up. Whis smiled. Tell me, it's my business that I didn't wake up, but he didn't tell me, that's his business. Beerus said coldly. Master Beerus, are we going to find Frisia? Or go directly to the sixth universe to track Master Compa? Whis asked. Don't worry about Compa. You must get inside before you get rid of the outside world. I still understand the truth. Beerus snorted. Let's go to the guy Frisia first and let him work hard. He seems to have just ruined planet Vegeta. That's it. Yes. Whis nodded. Actually destroying the planet, isn't it easy for Master Beerus? Whis, do you know how boring it is to repeat the same work every day? Beerus glared. Now even if I move my fingers, I don't bother to move. Whis. No one encountered such a lazy gods of destruction. You can destroy the planet with your fingers. You have to let the guy Frisia do it for you. Call out. The next moment, Whis and Beerus changed directions in the starry sky and flew quickly towards Frisia 83rd planet. 10 minutes later. Frisia planet number 83. Inside Frisia's palace. Frisia drove everyone out, then knelt in front of Beerus honestly. Master Beerus, you are awake. Frisia shivered. Frisia, I heard that the owner of the milk tea shop was taken away. Beerus asked with a dark face. Frisia. This. Lord Beerus, I also just received news that a fat cat was taken away. Frisia responded quickly and hurriedly responded. This is so special. I didn't want to be troubled, but Master Beerus actually came to the door. You call him Fat Cat? Beerus said with a cold face, do you know who he is? Frisia shook her head vigorously. He is my brother. Beerus said coldly. Frisia's smile gradually solidified, almost urinating in shock, and kowtow begging for mercy. I don't know he is your brother either. Forget it, this name is actually more suitable for him. Beerus snorted. Frisia breathed a sigh of relief. Your brothers are not in harmony. But you didn't tell me after drinking such a delicious milk tea. What is your intention? Beerus asked angrily. I want to tell Master Beerus, but before going to bed, Master Beerus said that if there is nothing particularly important, don't disturb your nap. Frisia was taken aback, and quickly explained. Whis, did I say anything like this? Beerus turned to ask Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus did say that. Whis nodded, telling the truth. In that case, I will spare you this time. Next time I will find any novel food or drink, you must tell me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Beerus said, pointing his finger at Frisia's castle. "Be lighter!" snapped. Suddenly, this magnificent castle of Frisia shattered like soap bubbles. Frisia was trembling with fright, and a cold sweat broke out on her body. "Let's go, Whis." Beerus greeted Whis. "Okay." Whis nodded. "Call out." The two quickly left Frisia 83rd planet. Seeing Beerus's departure, Frisia was also relieved. The little brothers on the planet Frisia were all stunned. What a powerful destructive power! Did Lord Frisia destroy the castle? 6th Universe. Compa planet. How is it? The environment of my planet is not bad, right? Compa smiled and said to Chi Tian. Well, the environment is beautiful. Chi Tian nodded, then pondered, the question is, are there only 3 of us on such a big planet? Kid, you know, this is the God realm, how can ordinary humans be qualified to come here? Compa snorted. Well, then I would like to thank Master Compa. Chi Tian smiled slightly. It's fine if you know it. Compa smiled triumphantly, and then said to Chi Tian, now you can make milk tea? Vados, you get all the basic materials for making milk tea. Wait a minute, Master Compa. Vados took out the scepter, and carefully looked at the crystal ball on the scepter. What's the matter? Compa asked. Master Beerus seems to have woken up and is coming fast toward us. Vados sighed, I expect to arrive on our planet in about 20 minutes. So you still haven't concealed it from him? Compa was a big head. Yes, things seem a bit troublesome. Vados groaned. Hurry up and think of a way, can't hide Chi Tian this kid. Compa proposed. It's useless, Whis can definitely find him. Vados shook his head. What to do? Compa was guilty of conscience and didn't know what to do for a while. There is no way. If Lord Beerus comes to ask for someone, we can't help but give it. Vados shook his head slightly, after all, Chi Tian will have to live in our universe for a year before he can become our 6th universe. Damn it! If you want to drink milk tea in the future, you will have to fly for several hours to drink it. Compa gritted his teeth, unwilling to drink. I have a way, but the premise is that Chi Tian needs to agree. Vados turned to look at Chi Tian. Sister Vados, please say it, as long as I can do it, it is absolutely incumbent. Chi Tian patted his chest. The only way is to make Chi Tian the internship gods of destruction in our 6th universe, so that it can barely make sense. Vados groaned. Compa. The problem is, we ran to the 7th universe and brought a human back to work as an intern in Gods of Destruction. I'm afraid we will be teased by the guy Beerus in the future. Compa was a big head. I just said that I am willing to be the internship of the 6th universe Gods of Destruction, I took the initiative to propose it. Chi Tian interjected. Compa immediately turned to look at Chi Tian, and gave him a thumbs up. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Beerus, you stole someone in our universe. Boy, you are interesting. Compa nodded happily. That's not a big problem. Vados smiled slightly. I always feel that it's still not proper. Compa scratched his head. The guy Beerus will definitely ask, Chi Tian, why did you come to the 6th universe to practice Gods of Destruction? You are the 7th universe as an intern Gods of Destruction. Okay? How do you answer this question? It's very simple, because Lord Beerus destroyed my homeland, why should I be an intern in the 7th universe Gods of Destruction? Chi Tian smiled. What do you mean? Compa was stunned. In our universe, Frisia destroyed my homeland, planet Vegeta. According to the gossip, I heard that Frisia did this because he was ordered by Gods of Destruction. Chi Tian said, I didn't knowing who Gods of Destruction is can actually make the universe emperor follow his plan. Since I have known you, I have only known that such a god exists. Oh? There is such a thing. Compa was overjoyed. Wow, that's all right. Vados nodded. Ha ha ha, great, I can finally see Beerus eating turtles. Kampa clapped his hands excitedly. Chi Tian smiled slightly. But boy, let me talk about it first. Unless your talent is good, the internship of Gods of Destruction can't just agree to you. Kampa exhorted again. That. Sister Vados, can I be an intern angel? Chi Tian asked. I think it's angel more interesting. Kampa. This kid is so hateful. You can't even look down on Gods of Destruction. Hey, if you want to become an intern angel, you must first master the perfect self-consciousness. It is very difficult for someone to do this simply. Vados smiled and said to Chi Tian. You teach me, I like to practice with my first love. Chi Tian said. Okay. Vados did not object. If you can stay, I can teach you how to be free, but I can say it first. Freedom is very difficult to understand. I will work hard. Chi Tian was overjoyed in his heart. After 20 minutes, Whis and Beerus landed on the planet Kampa. Beerus glared at Kampa with a dark face. Hey? Beerus? Aren't you taking a nap? Why did you wake up so quickly? Kampa fainted. Hey, stop talking about useless nonsense. You know what I am here for. Beerus snorted, and turned his head and glanced at Chi Tian nearby. Is the milk tea made by this kid so delicious? I don't understand what you are talking about. Kampa shook his head, pretending to be dumb. You guy. Our universe finally gave birth to a new drink, but you guys gave it to you. Beerus shouted angrily, do you know how excessive you are doing this? You want to drink milk tea, you drink whatever you want to our universe. But what do you mean by bringing our people back? Hehe, I thought it was something, it turned out to be for Chi Tian. Kampa smiled. Humph, you know it. Beerus snorted. Chi Tian is now the internship of our 6th universe, Gods of Destruction. Kampa smiled slightly, so I'm sorry, Beerus, you are really not at the right time. The intern Gods of Destruction you are looking for has nothing to do with me, but you brought us from the 7th universe to be your intern Gods of Destruction, do you think it is appropriate? Beerus was so angry that his nostrils were full of white smoke. Chi Tian told me that his homeland, planet Vegeta, suffered devastating damage. It is said that this matter was authorized by you. Do you think he is still suitable to stay in the 7th universe? Kampa smiled and said, I think the talent is not bad, so I brought him back as an internship Gods of Destruction. Beerus's face changed slightly. How did this kid know that I authorized Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta? No, how could he as a human know this kind of thing? It must have been detected by Vados. Shameless. And the BD Frisia, can't you do things more secretly? Frisia, you wait for me, and I will teach you a good lesson later. Whis, you said something. Beerus said to Whis. Oh, what Chi Tian doesn't know is that planet Vegeta is already on the list of being destroyed. The planet of this universe will be destroyed when it is born. The universe needs to be balanced. Once it loses its balance, the entire universe will be destroyed. Whis said to Chi Tian, so, Lord Beerus destroys the planet without any emotion, and he will not destroy the planet because of someone. So, it seems that I have saved the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Chi Tian held his chin in thought. Kampa. What do you mean, kid? How do I feel that you are a little shaken? Boy, you are very witty. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. The owner of this milk tea shop can still teach a child. I thought he was stubborn. That's good, this is good. I'm so embarrassed. Chi Tian held his head, showing a look of helplessness, but I have promised to be an intern in the 6th universe Gods of Destruction, does it seem appropriate to return to the 7th universe? Beerus's face went dark. After all, you still don't want to come back, do you? What if you don't come back with my milk tea? But after all, I am a member of the 7th universe. It's a bit unreasonable if I don't go back. Qi Tian scratched his head. However, being an internship gods of destruction is also one of my wishes. Hey, back to the 7th universe, I will let you be my intern gods of destruction. Beerus agreed. But... Qi Tian was embarrassed for a while, but I have promised Master Kampa. It's useless if you promise, you are the 7th universe after all. Beerus shouted. Beerus, you are enough. Kampa shouted, Qi Tian has promised me to be my intern gods of destruction, are you unkind? Which one of us is not kind? You steal people from my universe, you are kind. Beerus angered. I met Qi Tian first. Kampa explained. Whether you know you first or I know you first, he is the person in my 7th universe after all. Beerus angered. The more they quarreled, the more fierce they were, and they both started rolling up their sleeves and preparing to fight. Bang! Bang! Whis and Vados shot in time, each of them smashed their heads one by one. Suddenly, 2 big bags swelled up on the heads of Kampa and Beerus. You two are not allowed to fight. If you really fight, the entire universe may be harmed by you. Vados exclaimed. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Vados, there is nothing wrong with my practice, right? Yes, the last time you two had a fight almost destroyed the universe. Whis also persuaded. Then what do you say? Beerus said angrily. If it doesn't work, I will make a cup of milk tea for Master Beerus every day, and then send it over. Qi Tian asked cautiously. Humph, things have progressed to this level, do you think it can be solved with a cup of milk tea? Beerus said with a black face, moreover, even if I make milk tea, I have to drink fresh. Then I will go to the scene to produce, is this always okay? Qi Tian proposed. I said, this matter is beyond the scope of the milk tea itself. Beerus snorted. But after hearing Qi Tian say this, the little bit of hatred towards Qi Tian also disappeared all at once. Beerus, we can't compete. Kampa suggested. Compared to what? What are you comparing to me, do you think you can beat me? Beerus hummed. The two of us don't fight. If the two of us really fight, this universe might be unbearable. Kampa smiled. We might as well pick 3 humans from our respective universes and let them fight. What do you think? Sample. Oh. Beerus turned to look at Whis. Whis nodded slightly. Okay, then it is set in 3 days. The 3 humans in our respective universes will fight each other. The universe that wins in the end will determine whose internship this kid is gods of destruction. Beerus hummed. A word is a deal. Kampa nodded. It's up to us to arrange the venue. Vados proposed. Good sister. Whis didn't object. Let's go. Beerus greeted. So, Master Kampa, sister, Qi Tian, goodbye. Whis waved. Call out. Immediately, Whis and Beerus turned into a bright flame, rushed to the sky quickly, and disappeared in a flash. After the two left, Kampa was happy to laugh. Master Kampa, what are you laughing at? Vados asked. Ha ha ha, the 7th universe doesn't have any powerful human players at all. Our universe can definitely beat them. Kampa said with a smile. That's also. At present, in the human beings in the 7th universe, there really doesn't seem to be any powerful people. Vados nodded slightly. So we will win this game. Kampa laughed. Master Kampa, who is going to let him participate in the competition? Vados asked. Hit, that is indispensable. Kampa murmured, as the number 1 killer of our universe, I think I can directly beat the 3 people in their 7th universe. Master Kampa, don't be too happy. There may be hidden masters in the 7th universe. Vados sighed slightly, after all, it is not our own universe, so I don't want to explore too deeply. Don't worry. Kampa smiled. In addition to Hit, let Podimo and Frost play. They have no big problems. In fact, there is no need for Hit to play. It is just Frost. Frost can overturn the 7th universe. Vados didn't say a word. Qi Tian did not speak either. Just say it, I just listen. As far as the strength of that guy Frost is, I am afraid it is not Frisia's opponent. It's really incredible, you actually held a contest for milk tea in advance? Well, my milk tea is indeed delicious. It seems that the 7th universe of this game might be cold. As Kampa said, one hit is enough to flip the 7th universe. Today's 7th universe, there is really no one who can beat it. Except me. Low profile. I will continue to compress my combat effectiveness. During this period of time, Qi Tian was not idle either. In the spare time of making milk tea, he was still constantly compressing his own combat power. I believe that soon, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness will reach the 6th power of 100. What is the 6th power of 100? 1 trillion? This number is getting bigger and bigger. I don't even know how to forget it. Compared with Hit's combat power of 1 trillion, there is still a big gap. Hit's level is estimated to be not much different from the Gold Frisia. What is the fighting power of Golden Frisia? Anyway, it is much larger than 1 trillion. I'm afraid it takes 100 to the 8th power to reach the fighting power of the Golden Frisia. In other words, as long as I practice to the 10th power of 100, I can sling Kaelin and Hit. Of course, these are just Qi Tian's speculations. Whether this is the case is still unknown. Besides, Qi Tian compressed things like combat power. Compressed combat power can also refer to energy, which is more refined and more powerful. Should I find a chance to learn from Hit? Well, wait until I raise the combat power to the 6th power of 100. It's not impossible to learn from each other. Then, I will bring Hit in them now. Kampa said. Okay. Vados nodded slightly. I'm not going. I also stay. Qi Tian said. Boy, I don't object to you making milk tea for Vados, but you remember to save me a cup. Kampa said. Don't worry, I can do it after Master Kampa comes back. Don't you want to drink fresh? Qi Tian smiled slightly. That's what I said. Kampa nodded in satisfaction, and there was no unnecessary nonsense immediately, soaring into the sky and leaving his planet. Suddenly, on the huge planet Kampa, only Qi Tian and Vados were left. Vados, can you help me point out my deficiencies in cultivation? Qi Tian asked. Okay, no problem. Vados readily agreed. In the process of my cultivation, I found a problem. Qi Tian said, there was an extra mass of energy in his hand, and explained to Vados, it's like this mass of energy, I pinch it hard. Vados, what do you think will change? Vados. How do I feel that your squeeze energy technique? It means something. Hey? The energy is compressed. Vados deserves to be angel, and soon discovered the changes, and it has become more refined and more powerful. I am constantly practicing through this method, constantly compressing combat effectiveness, and improving my own strength. Do you think it is feasible? Qi Tian asked humbly. Just ask if you don't understand, there is nothing to be ashamed of. This Vados is a true god. Ahem. I'm not telling you, I've seen this kind of cultivation method for the first time. I don't know the specifics. Vados pondered, but one thing is certain. If you keep compressing it, maybe one day your body will not be able to withstand such a large amount of compression energy, and it will cause a serious load on your body. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Vados, I am about to start. I have thought about the problem you mentioned, but for now, my body can still bear it. Qi Tian nodded lightly, and then guessed, if you said that if I continue to compress my combat power, will it be these combat powers are compressed into supernatural powers? Vados. You really dare to think about it? Is divine power born like this? No. Vedos directly replied, divine power is divine power. It is a special energy born through the cultivation of God's skills. It is like the divine power of Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, which is completely different from that of me and Whis. Even the supernatural power of Supreme Kai you will see in the future is different from ours. Understood. Qi Tian nodded. Vedos was stunned. What do you understand? Since even you can't see the problems in my cultivation, then I will continue to practice in my own way, maybe really compress the energy into divine power. Qi Tian said. Vedos didn't want to talk anymore. Do you get it? I dare to say it for a long time and it's all for nothing. You still have to practice in your own way. When the time comes, your body cannot bear it, but you can bear it. But it doesn't matter. After you die, I will resurrect you, and everything will start again. I just want to drink milk tea. Your strength has nothing to do with me. Sister Vedos, can you teach me how to feel free now? Qi Tian asked. Oh, you are really impatient. Vedos sighed, okay, then I'll just tell you a little bit about freedom, you first have a general understanding. Qi Tian nodded vigorously. His AI is different from your current way of fighting by perceiving qi. It relies on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, without brain thinking, and maximizes the speed of movement and the ability to react. Vedos simply explained, in other words, the body and consciousness are separated, allowing each part of oneself to transcend instinct to perceive the dangers around them, and it is no longer necessary for the brain to think first and then act. Can you understand what I said? Understand. Qi Tian nodded. With that, Qi Tian drew a circle near him and Vedos. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian took out a black cloth strip and tied it to his eyes. Vedos. Ahem, what are you doing? Vedos asked curiously. Since you said that Zizi does not need to think through the brain, then I blindfolded my eyes so that my eyes cannot see, so the brain will not think or judge your actions. Qi Tian muttered. Yes, it makes sense for you to say that. Vedos nodded and looked at the circles on the ground. Next, I will try to catch Sister Vedos, without using my brain, I will use my own body to catch. Qi Tian said. Vedos. Vedos clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say for a while. You are so talented. But let alone using it, this method of cultivation can be regarded as a free and extreme entry. Of course, whether or not you can truly cultivate to become the ultimate self-consciousness depends mainly on whether you are suitable for this skill. I'm about to start, Sister Vedos. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Vedos. How do I feel like you are catching your wife? You have no posture for cultivation at all. Cultivate with me for an hour, and I will make my sister a drink that is better than milk tea. Qi Tian said with a smile. Oh? Really? Would you make any other drinks? Vedos was taken aback. What kind of drink does my elder sister usually like to drink? Qi Tian asked. I only drink water. Vedos said, or not. Is my sister ever drinking coffee? Qi Tian asked. It's not good, it's too bitter. Vedos shook his head. Did you not add sugar? Qi Tian asked. Do you want to add sugar to coffee? Vedos was stunned. Qi Tian. Have you added milk? Qi Tian asked again. What milk? Vedos was taken aback again. Qi Tian didn't want to talk anymore. Sixth, the level of civilization of universe, is it really that bad? Not right, the technology level of the sixth universe definitely surpasses the Earth where one's previous life was located. Okay, maybe it's just that the diet level of the sixth universe is not good, right? Accompany me to practice for an hour, I will make a cup of coffee for my sister, let my sister taste what is real coffee. Qi Tian said. Vados looked thoughtfully at Chi Tian. Do I really need to add milk and sugar to drink coffee? Haven't tried it. We sounded like it tasted good. Elder sister Vados, it's about to start, let me catch it. Chi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth again. You are wrong, you should say never to be caught by me. Vados said. No, there is no sense of accomplishment if you don't catch my sister. Chi Tian said, rushing towards Vados quickly. How could Vados let Chi Tian catch it? Vados flashed slightly and avoided Chi Tian's arms. Chi Tian raised the speed to the extreme. Don't go out of the circle. Chi Tian said. No, don't worry. Vados nodded slightly. The two chased in a circle that was only 5 or 6 meters in diameter. 7th Universe. The vast starry sky. Whis and Beerus are moving fast. Hey, Whis, is there a suitable candidate for our universe besides Frisia? Beerus asked. Fortunately, Frisia was not destroyed in a rage before. Frisia and his father Kurd, and his brother Cooler, the three of them are pretty good. Whis replied. Let these 3 members of Frisia's family play. Beerus murmured, I remember that there is a guy named Hit in the 6th universe, who is known as the number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Can Frisia and the others be his opponents? It's difficult. Whis shook his head. We must find someone with a level similar to Hit, otherwise we will definitely lose. Beerus gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll look for it again. Whis nodded, flying while holding the scepter, looking for the right player through the crystal ball on the scepter. 10 minutes passed. Whis, how did you find it? Beerus asked. Find one, Vegeta has a brother named Reg, but he is a good player, and his current strength is far surpassed Frisia. Whis said, however, Reg is still in the growing period, I think it may not be Hittite opponent. Keep looking, you must find a player who can surpass Hit. Beerus barked his teeth. Another 10 minutes passed. Master Beerus, this person may be able to try it. Whis said, a projection appeared on the scepter. The picture in the projection is a mountainous area, and there is an egg on the mountain ridge. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Beerus, this Supreme Kai is so stupid. What is this? Is it sealed? Beerus asked. Yes, this is the seal of Majin Buu. It has now been sealed in this egg, and the seal is currently on a planet called Earth. Whis explained. Earth? I remember that the dinosaurs on that planet were very unfriendly. I even wiped out the dinosaurs there. Beerus nodded. Many years have passed since the dinosaurs went extinct, and now humans have been born on Earth. Whis replied. You can talk briefly about this Majin Buu, how is his level? Can he beat Hit? Beerus is not interested in the birth of human beings on Earth. Majin Buu's strength is not low. At that time, 5 Supreme Kai challenged him. As a result, 4 Supreme Kai were absorbed by him, even the big Supreme Kai. Whis replied. I was right to seal the old Supreme Kai guy. Beerus grinned, otherwise, these Supreme Kais are all dead, and I will disappear. Master Beerus is really planning ahead. Whis smiled. So the strength of this Majin Buu shouldn't be a big problem, right? Beerus asked. There is no comparison, there should be a chance of winning. I really can't beat Hit. It's okay to absorb Hittite. Whis smiled. Are there other suitable candidates? Beerus asked again. There is still a suitable candidate, but this person is in the galactic prison. Whis muttered, unfortunately, this person has lived for 10 million years, and his vitality is almost reaching the end. If it is at its peak, deal with it. Hit absolutely has no problems. Galactic prison, is the galactic patrol over there? Beerus asked, I remember that you had a younger brother who experienced it on the galactic patrol. Let your brother play the game. You can definitely hang everyone in the 6th universe easily. Whis. You let Myers participate in the game? Does Myers still have to hang all of them? The problem is, it doesn't matter if Myers is on the court without Vados. With a little disguise, Kompa may not be able to recognize him. However, with my sister, Myers' identity will still be recognized at a glance. Just kidding, kidding. Beerus smiled. Don't make any meaningless jokes. Whis said with a black face. Who do you think is the man who has lived for 10 million years? Beerus asked. His name is Emo Luo. Before 10 million years ago, Supreme Kai Master had consumed 70% of his divine power in order to seal him up. Later, he met Majin Buu. Because his divine power was not restored to his peak state, he was defeated by Majin Buu. Whis explained. There is such a thing. Beerus nodded slightly. You mean that this person's life is about to end, right? You can live up to 100 years. Whis nodded slightly. I'm afraid that with his strength, dealing with it is still very troublesome. Beerus shook his head. Forget it, I really can't let that Majin Buu go. Okay. Whis didn't object. Master Beerus, shall we go directly to Earth now? Go. Beerus replied. But again, Lord Beerus, is it appropriate for us to do this for a cup of milk tea? Whis sighed. Hey, Whis, this is not a problem with a cup of milk tea. Beerus hummed, when things have progressed to this point, the kid named Chi Tian doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my face. I don't care about this game. I can't lose to that BD Kompa. This is related to the reputation of our universe. If Beerus-sama is as diligent about his usual work as he treats this game, maybe the development of our universe will be better. Whis sighed. Don't mention work to me. I get a headache when it comes to work. I'm a good person. I don't like to do sabotage. Beerus hummed. Whis. You can blow, I can't keep up with your rhythm. Call out. The two of them moved fast in the direction of the Earth. The seventh universe, the Supreme Kai world. Jebet, the happiest thing I do every day is to look up at the starry sky and overlook the entire universe. Supreme Kai Shin smiled and said to Jebet. Ha ha ha, Master Supreme Kai is so comfortable. Jebite smiled. As the greatest god in this universe, sometimes it feels boring. Supreme Kai sighed. God standing on the peak of the universe, loneliness and loneliness are inevitable things. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebai nodded his head. Let's not talk about it yet. Supreme Kai waved his hand. How is Majin Buu seal now? No problem, right? Don't worry, Lord Supreme Kai, there will never be a problem. Jibit smiled. We have been investigating the situation of the Earth in the past 2 years. From that location, it is difficult to pass the level of the Earth's people. It will not cause any irritation to Majin Buu seal. Well, as the greatest god in this universe, the only thing I worry about right now is Majin Buu. Supreme Kai put his hands on his back and nodded gently, as long as Majin Buu doesn't have any problems. Since Supreme Kai is more worried, let's take a look. Jebite smiled. Well, just take a look. Supreme Kai nodded. The two looked at the direction of the Earth together. Then, the two of them saw Whis and Beerus appearing near the Majin Buu seal in the next moment. The faces of Supreme Kai and Jobit changed color. Who are these two guys? Why did they find Majin Buu seal? What are they two doing? Are they going to release Majin Buu? Supreme Kai and Jebite looked at each other. Quick! Jebet, we will stop them immediately. Supreme Kai was anxious. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite nodded vigorously. Supreme Kai pulls Jebit to display instant transmission. The two of them only appeared in the vicinity of Whis and Beerus in a flash, and immediately stepped forward to block the seal. Who are you? What are you doing here? Supreme Kai snapped. Oh, isn't this Lord Supreme Kai? Whis greeted with a smile. Supreme Kai and Jebit were both taken aback. This blue-skinned guy actually knew me. Whis, how do you see this guy's expression? It seems that he doesn't recognize us. Beerus silently looked at Supreme Kai, then turned to Whis. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai really doesn't seem to know us. Whis nodded slightly. It should be that Lord Supreme Kai died earlier. The inheritance in the middle is broken. Lord Supreme Kai doesn't know our existence. Beerus. Is there such a silly Supreme Kai? Beerus sighed. Whis clutched his forehead and smirked. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Beerus, come out. Majin Bu, thanks to Zhongxian for the reward. Is this the Majin Bu seal you mentioned? As long as the seal is stimulated by the situation, this guy will run out, right? Beerus groaned. As for Supreme Kai, Beerus didn't bother to talk to him. As long as you don't commit suicide, do whatever else you want. But don't hinder me from doing things. Yes. Whis nodded. Good. Beerus stepped forward. Stop. Who are you? Supreme Kai stretched out his arms to block Beerus's path, and shouted sharply. Supreme Kai, do your own business, don't be nosy. Beerus said lightly. I'll just ask you, who are you? Answer my question. Supreme Kai shouted again. Jebet is also gearing up, ready to fight. Beerus grabbed Supreme Kai's arm and threw it away. Call out. Supreme Kai draws an arc in the air like a sandbag. Boom. Supreme Kai slammed heavily on the distant mountain, raising a large cloud of dust. Jebet was shocked. Who is this guy? Is Supreme Kai vulnerable in front of him? Jebet gritted his teeth, he couldn't take care of that much anymore, and he raised his divine power to the extreme. Jebet swiftly attacked, hitting Beerus with a punch. Snapped. Beerus stretched out a finger and easily blocked Jebet's attack. What? Just blocked my full blow with a finger. Jebet was dumbfounded. Get out of me. Beerus slapped Jebet to the ground with a slap. Far away. Supreme Kai came quickly. Immediately afterwards, Supreme Kai stared at Beerus, and a powerful divine power quickly attached to Beerus. Supreme Kai, are you an idiot? Beerus snorted, you really don't know who I am. No matter who you are, I won't allow you to release Majin Bu. Supreme Kai shouted angrily, do you know how terrifying this guy is? Even if you are powerful, you are vulnerable to this guy. He will immediately destroy the planet and do evil in the entire universe. I tell you, no one is his opponent. Isolate guy. Beerus shook his head. As far as fighting is concerned, no one is my opponent. Supreme Kai. Who is this cat? What a big talk. No one is your opponent yet? You really put Majin Bu out to try. Beware that you die miserably. Okay, this guy is useful to me. After I use it up, I'll seal him up again. Beerus groaned, for the sake of your persistence, it feels a bit unreasonable if you don't seal it. You stupid wild cat. Supreme Kai said angrily. Snapped. Beerus slapped Majin Bu's seal lightly. UBD. Supreme Kai appeared angry, gritted his teeth at Beerus, wishing to go up and go desperately. Your slap is very hard. I saw Majin Bu's seal trembling violently. It's over, it's over. It was really hopeless this time. Majin Bu will definitely come out of the seal. Shoo. Sure enough, the next moment Supreme Kai saw pink smoke rising from the seal. The pink smoke quickly gathered together and was condensing and deforming. You will regret it. Supreme Kai said angrily. Whis looked calmly at the pink clouds gathered in the sky. Beerus also raised his head silently, looking at Majin Bu gradually taking shape. Quickly let me see how your strength is. If you can't beat Hittite, should I destroy you? Beerus is thinking about this issue now. Snapped. Soon, Majin Bu gathered and formed and became a pink fat man. Supreme Kai is like a bereaved concubine, his face is like a piece of white paper. That's it. This universe is going to be over. Clatter. Majin Buu descended from the sky and landed on the ground, looking left and right. Hey, Whis, this guy. Beerus was speechless after seeing Majin Buu's image. You said he can beat Hit? Why don't I believe it? The problem is, your image looks too comedy. Yes, that's right. Whis nodded slightly, and an image was immediately projected from the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand. Buu in the image is a short man with a thin body, completely different from his current appearance. Master Beerus, this is the original image of Buu. After he absorbed the Southern Supreme Kai, he became taller, and it didn't take long for him to absorb the Supreme Kai again, so he became what he is now. With a brief explanation was made. So it's like that. Beerus understood. You, who are you? Supreme Kai is still struggling with the identities of the two. Especially after seeing the image projected by Whis, Supreme Kai was even more shocked. How did this guy get the image of that year? I feel like he is at the scene. Are you doing a live broadcast? Hey, Majin Buu, go to a game with me. If you perform well, I will release you completely. Beerus directly ordered to Buu, if you lose to the opponent, then I will continue to play you, seal it up. Can you understand what I'm saying? Buu immediately looked at Beerus. Immediately afterwards, Buu laughed. No, it should be a smirk to be precise. Whis, isn't this guy a fool? Beerus wiped his sweat. Buu understood, and showed a fierce look at Beerus. It's not too stupid, it's just lack of training. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Buu waved his fist at Beerus, eager to try. Boom. Beerus slapped Buu again. Suddenly, Majin Buu became flat. The eyes of Supreme Kai on the side almost jumped out of their sockets. The paws of this cat are too scary. That's Majin Buu. Was he patted into meatloaf with just one paw? Snapped. In the next moment, Majin Buu was like a spring, immediately returning to its original shape. Oh! Although the strength is not very good, but the body structure is quite special, maybe it can beat the guy Hittite. Beerus was a little surprised. This guy can actually regenerate. It seems that our universe has hope. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Frisia, We Are Businessmen. Master Supreme Kai. Jobit came from not far away, and after seeing Majin Buu appear, his face became very ugly. Jobit, it's over, I'm afraid this universe is not saved. Supreme Kai's face was sweating coldly. He really released Majin Buu. Jobit gritted his teeth. Ho ho. Although Majin Buu has returned to his original shape, his injuries are serious. That was the slap of Beerus. This slap just used less than 10% of the power of Beerus. Otherwise, it would have been slapped to death. This is so, Buu was seriously injured as a result. Will you continue to fight? Or be honest and obedient? Beerus smiled. I want to turn you into chocolate. Buu was angry, and the tentacles on his head projected a pink flame. The pink flame was like lightning, whizzing towards Beerus. Seeing the flying pink flame, Beerus slapped it again, and directly slapped the pink flame into the air. Buu's eyes widened and his face was incredulous. As long as my magic touches someone, the other person will become the food I want. He touched it with his hand and it was all right. Is there anything else you can do? Let's do it quickly. Beerus smiled. Majin Buu was a bit hard to get off for a while. If you don't have one, just be obedient and get something done for me. Beerus snorted, otherwise, it's like this thing. Beerus said, pointing his finger at the mountain not far away. Snapped. The entire mountain was turned into dregs at that time, leaving nothing behind. Buu was dumbfounded. Supreme Kai was dumbfounded. Jobit rubbed his eyes vigorously. Now, are you obedient? My patience is limited. Beerus said with a cold face. Bu was terrified at the time and didn't dare to repeat it. Immediately afterwards, Bu nodded and bowed to Beerus, bowing his head to become a courtier. That's right. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. It seems that you are not stupid, although the image looks a little stupid. Bu lowered his head, his eyes were fierce, daring not to speak. Whis, let's go. Beerus greeted Whis. Next, go and meet Frisia. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. That's right. Beerus suddenly turned his head to look at Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is completely confused now. Who the hell is this cat? Why is it so strong? Even Majin Bu is willing to bow to his court. Supreme Kai, have you followed our universe these years? Beerus asked. Follow our universe? Supreme Kai was stunned. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you want to do? Who are you guys? What is your purpose for releasing Majin Bu? Do you want to rule the entire universe? Supreme Kai asked loudly. Beerus sighed. Whis also shook his head slightly. Whis, should I release the old Supreme Kai guy? Beerus really didn't bother to explain to Supreme Kai. This guy is a novice. I'm afraid it can't be explained in a few words. I'm not so busy explaining these things to him. Forget it, let's go. Beerus shook his head. I'm afraid he hasn't paid attention to our universe, so he should focus all his attention on Bu. It seems to be. Whis smiled slightly. The next two people will decide, Frisia and his brother. Beerus groaned. Okay. Whis nodded. Call out. Whis and Beerus immediately took Majin Bu into a shining flame, quickly left the earth, and disappeared in a flash. Supreme Kai and Jebite stared at each other. Who are these two guys? Can you make it clear before leaving? Master Supreme Kai, who are they? Jebite asked. I don't know. The first time I saw such a powerful guy. Supreme Kai shook his head blankly. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist in this universe. Jebite said solemnly, he is much stronger than the Demon King Dapla. I don't know how many times he is. What's the origin of that cat? Supreme Kai scratched his head vigorously. I feel so incomprehensible. Am I dreaming today? Frisia planet number 35. Frisia has moved the palace to this planet. The previous palace on planet 83 was destroyed by Beerus, and it was not shameful enough to stay. The palace on planet 35 is larger than that on planet 83, and looks more luxurious and majestic. Your Excellency Frisia, now Lord Beerus has awakened, shall we continue to lead this universe? Kakano asked cautiously. Kakano, did I ever say that I want to rule this universe? Frisia asked back with a black face. Kakano. Didn't you say it? You all call yourself the king of Frisia. Kakano, you have to figure out one thing, Lord Frisia never meant to rule the entire universe. Bailey Brew smiled. Kakano's face was dumbfounded. Dodoria and Sabo on the side are even more clueless as the monks of the second sun. Did we go to the wrong set? Does Lord Frisia mean to rule the entire universe? Who believes it? Why? Do you also think Lord Frisia wants to rule this universe? Bailey Brew asked when he looked at the Frisia's personal brothers who were present. The boys dare not say anything. Don't talk too much at this time, so as not to encounter unreasonable disasters. We are going to suppress the planet and kill the original inhabitants in order to sell them at high prices to those aliens who have lost their homes and are in trouble. We are doing business. Bailey Brew explained with a smile. Yes, Bailey Blow is right. Frisia nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being my personal nanny. I really love what you say. At the same time, we must destroy some obtrusive planets by the way, and let this universe grow in an orderly manner. Frisia smiled slightly. The little brothers were confused again. Destroying the obtrusive planet will allow the universe to grow in an orderly manner. Do you have any comments? Frisia turned to look at Kikano, Sabo, and others. The boys shook their heads vigorously one by one, cold sweat broke out on their faces. It turns out that we are only doing business. Hey! When Frisia's voice just fell, Whis and Beerus also descended from the sky with Majin Buu and appeared in Frisia's palace. Frisia, that's good. Beerus smiled. Yes. It's Lord Beerus. Frisia saluted immediately, and squinted at Beleblo. Chapter 22 Self-Consciousness. Beleblo understood what Frisia meant, and immediately greeted the boys present to leave the scene. Suddenly, only Frisia and Beerus were left in the palace. I don't know what the Lord Beerus is looking for. Frisia glanced secretly, and Beerus looked at the fat man standing beside him again. Who is this pink guy? I asked you to destroy planet Vegeta, who did you tell? Beerus asked with a dark face. I didn't say anyone. Frisia was taken aback and hurriedly responded. Really no one said it? Beerus asked, squinting. This. I only mentioned it to my personal babysitter, Bellbrow. The problem is that Bellbrow was on the scene when Mr. Beerus told me to do something. Frisia broke into a cold sweat. Where is your brother? Where is it? Beerus just asked casually. At least the scion named Chi Tian didn't catch this matter and let it go. Besides, as gods of destruction, I want to destroy planet Vegeta. Do I still care about the feelings of a scion? If it weren't for the delicious milk tea made by him, I wouldn't bother to ask Frisia. My brother. Frisia was a little dazed. Lord Beerus, why can't I keep up with your rhythm? What do you mean by my brother? I don't understand more and more. Yes, your brother Cooler, contact him immediately and ask him to leave for your planet right away. Beerus said, also, prepare some big meals for me by the way. I want to have a good meal. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frisia responded immediately, picked up the communicator, and got in touch with Cooler. Frisia? What is it for me? Cooler asked. Cooler, let me make a long story short, Master Beerus is in my palace. Master Beerus wants you to come right away. Frisia said to Cooler. What? Lord Beerus? Cooler's face changed again and again. By the way, how long will it take him to reach this planet? Beerus asked. Master Beerus, my place is a bit far from the planet where Frisia is located. It will take about 2 days to arrive. Cooler responded immediately. 2 days is 2 days. Let's leave now. Beerus ordered. Yes. Lord Beerus. Cooler didn't know what Beerus was looking for, but he didn't dare to ask. After hanging up, Cooler left immediately. In Frisia's palace, Whis and Beerus are letting go of eating and drinking. The cuisine of this planet is just like that. At present, there is really no suitable food to eat. Buu also sat at the table and started eating. After taking a bite, Buu's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the food here is quite delicious. It's much more delicious than human transformed things. Master Beerus. Frisia cautiously leaned over and asked, I don't know if you are looking for me and Cooler, do you have any instructions? Have an appointment with the 6th universe side, are you confident? Beerus took a bite of a chicken leg and asked while looking at Frisia. 6th universe? The game? What game? Frisia asked. It's fighting, and there are 3 people on one side. Beerus explained briefly, I hope you don't shame me. In other words, besides me and my brother Cooler, are the 3 people on our side any other people? Frisia looked at Majin Buu. Yes, he is Majin Buu, should your father have heard of him? Beerus smiled slightly. What? Majin Buu? Frisia lost her voice, her face slightly discolored. Dad once warned me, Lord Beerus and Majin Buu, don't provoke them. It turns out that this fat guy is Majin Buu. What a hell! Master Beerus, what is the sixth universe? Frisia couldn't help asking. Beerus glanced at Frisia. You really have enough questions. This, I don't want to know myself and the enemy, and win every battle. Frisia laughed. You can understand it as the mirror universe of our universe. Beerus replied. Mirror universe? In other words, besides our universe, is there another universe? Frisia had a long experience today. Not bad. Beerus nodded. Sixth universe. Kampa planet. Chi Tien used all the strength to eat milk, but he didn't even touch the corner of Vado's clothes. Chi Tien, it's been an hour. Vados smiled. Chi Tien nodded lightly, tore off the black cloth covering his eyes, and put it away casually. Not bad, I didn't expect that your talent is really amazing. In just 1 hour, Zige is about to get started. Vados smiled, if this goes on, maybe you are really qualified to become an intern angel. Woolen cloth. So I don't need to be an intern gods of destruction. Chi Tien grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. It depends on your state of mind. It's like Master Kampa or Master Beerus. With their state of mind, they can't comprehend the true self-consciousness anyway. Vados smiled. I don't think there is a big problem with my state of mind. My heart is as clear as this lake on the planet. Chi Tien pointed to the lake not far away. Vados. You can really brag. I can't keep up with your progress. Your state of mind doesn't seem to be a big problem at the moment, except for being a little bit ill-intentioned. Vados wiped his sweat. Well, you and my first love look almost exactly the same, and it's normal for me to be unkind to you. Chi Tien didn't deny it. Vados. You are pretty real. Can you brew me a cup of coffee now? Vados is not interested in Chi Tien's first love or anything. I just want to drink the milk tea you made for me. I want to taste it. What is the taste of the coffee with milk you mentioned? I always find coffee difficult to drink. Okay, help me prepare coffee beans and milk. Chi Tien said. No problem. The crystal ball on the scepter in Vados's hand flickered. Suddenly, coffee beans and milk appeared out of thin air. How do you usually drink coffee? Chi Tien asked. Of course the coffee beans are ground into powder and brewed with hot water. Vados replied. Your ancient brewing method, of course, will feel that coffee is not good. Chi Tien smiled and said, if this kind of thing is compressed with water vapor, the aroma of coffee can be better extracted. Really? I didn't expect there to be other brewing methods. Vados is quite knowledgeable. In terms of eating and drinking, Vados feels like a noob. Okay, today I will let you taste my craft. Chi Tien pointed at the coffee beans lightly, and an invisible energy acted on the coffee beans. In the blink of an eye, these coffee beans are rapidly spinning and pulverized. Chi Tien compresses coffee powder with energy. The coffee powder was squeezed and deformed by Chi Tien with both hands. Vados. Your technique of squeezing coffee powder, how does it look weird? Asterisk. Chapter 23 Combat Power, 100 to the 6th power. Hey! White gas emerged from Chi Tien's hands. These white gases are all emitted by Chi Tien's energy. After the white gas acts on the coffee powder also drips down slowly. Cup. Chi Tien instructed Vados. Okay. Vados conjured a cup and took the coffee off casually. Soon, such a cup of coffee was brewed by Chi Tien. To be precise, only half a cup. Afterwards, Chi Tien added milk and sugar, and shook it evenly. Immediately afterwards, Chi Tien took a sip in silence. Well, the taste is okay, you can taste it. Chi Tien handed the cup to Vados. Vados. Do you let me taste the coffee you have drunk? Vados hesitated for a while. But soon, Vados smelled the aroma of coffee. Especially with the smell of milk, it smells more refreshing. Vados couldn't take care of that much, so he took a bite. If it doesn't taste good, then take care of you. If it tastes good, I won't embarrass you. After this bite, Vados' eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, Vados' eyebrows danced. There is sweetness in the bitterness, and the taste of milk is fused again. It's absolutely amazing. Vados tugged. I have never had such a delicious coffee. It turns out that coffee is drunk like this. Dare to drank all the coffee I drank before. Today is the first time to make coffee, and the effect is not very good. Qi Tian smiled and said, when I have time, I will make it again for you to taste. It's more enjoyable than drinking milk tea. Vados clicked his mouth, unfinished. Sister Vados, what do you think is the difference between my current strength and that hit? Qi Tian asked. Vados was taken aback for a moment, and silently looked at Qi Tian. After a short silence. The gap with him is still quite big. Vados told the truth. About how many times? Qi Tian asked again. At least 1,000 times. Vados replied, but your potential is much greater than him. Hit has been alive for more than 1,000 years, and the potential in his body has almost been exhausted, and the future improvement will not be too high. Go on. In a few years, if you can master the true self-consciousness, no matter what kind of opponent you are, you will be able to deal with it easily. It's still 1,000 times worse, so to speak. If I continue to compress my combat effectiveness, I might be able to surpass Hittite. Qi Tian held his chin and said in deep thought. Vados. Is your kid listening to me? What I mean is that in a few years, you will be able to comprehend the true self-consciousness and defeat Hit easily. It's good for you, but don't forget to compress your combat effectiveness. I continue to compress the combat effectiveness. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he ran to the distance to continue to compress the combat effectiveness. Vados clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say. 1 hour later. Boom! Vados suddenly heard a loud noise in the distance. Vados looked in the direction of Qi Tian, and his pretty face was immediately filled with surprise. This kid, how did he do it? How do I feel that his strength has suddenly increased by 100 times? The speed of this kid's improvement is too fast. Hey, it succeeded! Qi Tian laughed loudly. Vados. Vados was really stunned. This is the first time I have seen this weird way of cultivation. At this time, Qi Tian can clearly feel his own strength greatly improved. Because just now, Qi Tian changed the radius of the detector from 5 to 6 by compressing the combat power. 100 to the 6th power. Converted into numbers. 1 trillion combat power. Sister Vados, with my current strength, how much is worse than Hit? Qi Tian smiled and walked forward and asked, is it only 10 times worse? So, you try to attack me with all your strength. Vados thought for a while, and greeted Qi Tian. Okay, then I'm not welcome. Qi Tian nodded, the energy on his body emerged madly. Swish! Just in the blink of an eye, Qi Tian left a phantom in the same place, whizzing away in the direction where Vados was. It's fast. Vados nodded slightly. Be careful, I'm going to attack. Qi Tian said, greeted Vados with a fierce punch. Snapped. Vados stretched out a finger and easily blocked Qi Tian's attack. Qi Tian was full of emotions. As expected of Angel. I was so strong, but she was still blocked by a finger. It seems that I still need to keep working hard. How do you feel? Qi Tian asked. Vados. I blocked your attack with a finger, and you actually asked me how I felt. Don't you think I am strong? What? Vados didn't react in a daze. How far is there from Hit? Qi Tian asked. Actually, I haven't fought Hit before, so let me talk about your gap. I'm not very good at saying it, but I can only approximate it. Vados said, I'm afraid it will be 100 times different. You just said it was 1000 times worse, and now I have improved by 100 times. It is supposed to be 10 times worse. You are good, how come it is 100 times worse? Is your mathematics not good enough? Qi Tian took it back fist. I was just comforting you. Who knew you were making progress so quickly? Vados rolled his eyes. Is it really only 100 times worse this time? Qi Tian asked. Qi Tian felt that according to the algorithm of combat effectiveness, it seemed that compared with hit, it was still a lot worse. If my current strength doubles 100 times, it will be 100 trillion. The fighting power of Golden Frisia has reached 1 gram. I remember that Jinglei was behind Zhao. In this way, according to the algorithm of combat effectiveness, I am about 10,000 times worse than hit. Vados, you scam. You said I am not far from him now? Are you comforting me again? How do you compare? Qi Tian couldn't help asking. I made a comparison between your punch and his usual fight. Vados said, drinking coffee again. Well, it's delicious. I know. Qi Tian nodded slightly. How old is Hit? How old are you? You are only 16 years old this year? You have been practicing since you were born, but you have only practiced for 16 years. Vados smiled and said, Hit has been practicing for nearly 1000 years. It's normal that you can't beat him. P.S. Ask for rewards and evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Hit, my brother. I am a fighting nation scion, I can only live for 100 years, and I have to practice for 1 year to achieve the same effect as his practice for 10 years. Qi Tian said seriously. You can live for 100 years. Vados sighed, 100 years, but it's fleeting. For me, 100 years is enough. Qi Tian smiled. If you can become a real trainee angel, your lifespan will be extended indefinitely. Vados said to Qi Tian. Well, in fact, I don't have much feeling about longevity. Qi Tian's expression is calm, but his heart is stealing joy. You must make yourself more exciting when you live, rather than being ineffective and immortal. Vados. I feel you are alluding to me. While chatting, a bright flame flashed across the sky. At the next moment, Kampa brought 3 contestants down from the sky and landed near Qi Tian. After Kampa came back, he sniffed his nose vigorously. Well, there is no taste of milk tea. But, it seems that there is more coffee smell. Vados likes to drink coffee. It's terrible to death. Vados does not believe in evil. Just say it's a drinking habit. The result is getting ugly. As long as you don't make milk tea, it's easy to say. Boy, you are quite interesting, you didn't make milk tea while I was away. Kampa happily patted on Qi Tian's shoulder. Qi Tian took advantage of the situation and avoided Kampa's big hand. Boy, I haven't seen you for more than 2 hours, so I'm good at it. Kampa said with a dark face. You actually avoided the person I wanted to shoot in Gods of Destruction. You are so outrageous. Never want to pat my shoulder, whoever pats my shoulder is anxious. Qi Tian said seriously. I really can't make a joke. Kampa does not dare to provoke Qi Tian excessively now. It really made this kid anxious, and following Beerus back to the 7th universe, it was not what I wanted to see. Qi Tian looked at the 3 people Kampa had brought back. These 3 people are Hit, Frost, and Berdamo. Why isn't that kid Gabe? Calculating according to the timeline, that kid Gabe might not have been born yet. The 3 of them also silently looked at Qi Tian. Master Kampa, this is... Frost asked respectfully. This is my special guest. The milk tea is very delicious. Kampa explained briefly. Milk tea? What do you mean? Frost had never heard of milk tea. You can understand it as a better drink. Kampa replied. It turns out to be a cook. Bodhimo understood. So. Frost nodded slightly. I have long heard that Lord Kompa likes to eat good food. It's no surprise that there is an extra cook by his side. Kompa didn't explain too much. It seems that Chi Tian was originally a cook. The cook who makes milk tea. Chi Tian, these three are the elite fighters of my 6th universe. How are they? How do they feel? Kompa said with a smug look at Chi Tian. Except for this purple brother with a more unique head, did the other two people come to make up the number? Chi Tian sighed. What are you talking about? Bodhimo was angry at the time. This cook friend, you will offend people if you speak this way. Frost replied politely. The head is unique. Kompa looked at Hit silently. Hit. Who has a unique head? Why is my head unique? Hit also took a look at Chi Tian. Hit, your head looks like my brother. Chi Tian sighed. In the past in manga or anime, Chi Tian just thought Hit's head was like his brother. But now in reality, it seems that this is simply impossible to describe in words. It's so alike. It can be seen that the universe is so big that there are no surprises. What do you mean? Hit did not react in a daze. What makes my head look like your brother? Is this a sick sentence? You should say that my brother and I look alike. Ahem, Chi Tian, you want to say that Hit is very similar to your brother, right? Vados couldn't help but say something. No, his head is very similar to my brother. Chi Tian corrected. Vados was speechless for a while. If you have time to take you to see my brother, you will understand why I said that. Chi Tian grinned. Okay. Vados didn't think much about it. Isn't it normal for Scion to have a brother? In fact, how could Vados think that the brother Chi Tian said is not a real brother? It is impossible for Angel to spy on other people's minds all the time. It's really impossible to communicate like that. I know what you think, what can I say to you? In that case, Angel will be very boring. Hit, my brother. Chi Tian patted Hit's shoulder. Hit was dark and didn't say a word. Who do you call a brother? How old are you? Hit couldn't help asking. Just 16 this year. Chi Tian replied. Hit really wanted to give this guy a flash. You are only 16 years old. Do you know how old I am? I have lived for more than 1,000 years. What about you? Chi Tian asked. I am over 1,000 years old this year. Hit replied with a dark face. Come on. Chi Tian nodded vigorously. Hit. What do you do? Come on, woolen yarn. Hit felt that the whole person was not good. Hey, chef, who did you just say will make up the count? Bodhimo looked at Chi Tian with a cold face, angrily. Bodhimo looks like a big yellow bear on the outside, with a relatively fat body and smooth and elastic skin. He is wearing a red vest, a pair of sports straps on his hands, a pair of red boots on his feet, a brown nose and a short tail. Master Kompa, can I teach him? Bodhimo immediately sought Kompa's opinion. This is a matter between you and it has nothing to do with me. Kompa smiled lightly, but I have something to say first. Chi Tian is the VIP I invited over. Bodhimo scratched his head. For a moment he didn't understand what Kompa meant. Master Kompa meant to say. Frost lowered his voice and whispered to Bodhimo, you can fight, but you can't kill this guy named Chi Tian. So that's what I meant. Bodhimo suddenly realized. Mr. Bodhimo, Chi Tian is indeed very arrogant. You should take the lead first and teach him a good lesson. Frost said with a smile, I will go up and teach him later, let him know that there is a sky outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Bodhimo nodded slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Sling the Elite of the 6th Universe. By the way, Chi Tian, don't you want to be the best in the universe? Kompa looked at Chi Tian again, they are all elite fighters in our 6th universe. Do you want to compete with them? You only have after defeating our elite fighters in the 6th universe, you can move towards the ranks of the strongest in the universe, am I right? The reason for saying that, Kampa doesn't really want to offend Qi Tian. Now that I have offended people, when the time comes, Qi Tian will choose not to make milk tea. Even if I destroy him, it will be me. I want to drink milk tea. Maybe I will drink enough milk tea someday, and then I will clean him up. Okay, who will come first? Qi Tian had no objection, and pointed at Bodhidharma with his hand. It's you, you are the happiest jumper. The boy who doesn't know how high the sky is. Bodhidharma smiled softly. Vedos, build a ring for them, so it can be regarded as a warm-up exercise before the 7th universe game. Kampa proposed. Okay. Vedos nodded slightly, and a light flashed from the angel's scepter in his hand. Suddenly, there was a square ring on the scene. Bodhidharma jumped onto the ring and beckoned to Qi Tian. With a smile on his face, Qi Tian stepped onto the ring. Boy, do you want to be the best in the universe? Bodhidharma laughed. You should make your milk tea well, at least there is no life-threatening milk tea, isn't it? Qi Tian smiled. The game begins. Kampa said. Hey! Just in the blink of an eye, Qi Tian disappeared in place. Bodhidharma was stunned. People? Why is it missing? Even Hit looked at the fast-moving Qi Tian with a look of surprise. What a fast speed! Frost's eyes widened even more. I go. This cook is not easy. It seems that my first form may not be able to deal with him. What about people? People. Bodhidharma is still looking for Qi Tian's figure. I'm behind. Qi Tian smiled and patted Bodhidharma on the back. What? Bodhidharma jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. This guy, when did he run behind me? Bodhidharma quickly distanced himself from Qi Tian, and stared at Qi Tian vigilantly. Why? Just move the real speed a little, can you not see it? Qi Tian sighed. How can you return the 6th universe's face like this? Bodhidharma clenched his fist tightly. Hateful. I was actually despised by a cook. Then, I will continue to attack, you have to be careful. Qi Tian smiled. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian's figure disappeared in the same place again. A cold sweat broke out on Bodhidharma's face. How did this guy move? Why is it so fast? Is it behind? Bodhidharma quickly looked behind him. Behind him, there is nothing. Idiot, on top. Qi Tian's voice rang above Bodhidharma. What? Bodhidharma raised his head mechanically. Boom. Qi Tian descended from the sky and directly landed on Bodhidharma's head. Suddenly, Bodhidharma's body was squeezed and deformed. Boom. Qi Tian fell gently, kicking on Bodhidharma's body. Boom. Bodhidharma shot out like a cannonball and fell into the lake in the distance. Oh, one accidentally used too much force, is he okay? Qi Tian grinned. Frost, go and save him. Kampa greeted Frost. Yes. Frost rushed forward and pulled Bodhidharma out of the water. Bodhidharma had passed out. The healing light on the scepter of Vedos flickered and healed Bodhidharma. Soon, Bodhidharma recovered. After Bodhidharma woke up, he looked at Qi Tian with a look of horror. This cook is not easy. Too frightening. I can't beat him. Bodhidharma, you really shame me. Kampa said angrily with a black face. In any case, Qi Tian is still regarded as a person in the 7th universe. We, the elite of the 6th universe, just let a cook from the 7th universe give a second. Can it not be ashamed? Frost, you go. Kampa shouted at Frost. Frost. What's the situation? How do I feel that Master Kampa wants me to win, but he doesn't want this cook to lose? What do you mean? Okay, Lord Kampa. Frost nodded politely. The next moment, Frost stepped onto the ring. Frost first bowed to Qi Tian and saluted. Qi Tian didn't mean to salute him. Qi Tian, Please take care of it. Frost said with a smile. Okay, the more polite fellow like you, the more he looks like a hypocrite. Chi Tian sighed. What are you talking about? Frost's face changed slightly. Will you really let me say it? Chi Tian looked at Frost thoughtfully. Ha ha ha, Chi Tian, this joke is not funny at all. Frost smiled awkwardly. I'm not joking. Chi Tian said lightly, I've heard that you are a righteous soldier in the 6th universe, but I feel that you don't seem to be doing anything less in ordinary times. Matter. You are talking nonsense. You are not allowed to blame me. Frost shouted angrily. You are not afraid of shadows. If you haven't done those things, no matter what I say, you won't be angry. Chi Tian said. I'm not angry. Frost suppressed the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. You cook. You wait for me. See how I will clean you up later. The game begins. Kampa ordered to the two. Boy, do you think it will be great if you defeat Bodhidharma? Frost snorted and was about to transform. Transform yourself, Frost. Chi Tian smiled at Frost. What are you talking about? Frost was dumbfounded. How do you know that I am going to transform? The thing that I will transform into, even Master Kampa doesn't know. You know a lot, it seems you have been investigating me secretly. Frost said with a dark face. Who is this person? I feel he knows me very well. Transform? Frost will transform. Kampa also muttered. Frost should belong to the same race as Frisia in the 7th universe. Vados analyzed, Chi Tian's planet was destroyed by Frisia. I believe I have a certain understanding of Frisia, and through my understanding of Frisia, it's normal to be able to tell some of Frost's secrets. So that's it. Kampa understood. Humph, kid, I will show you how terrible I am. Frost sneered. Asterisk. Chapter 26 What? Improved by 100 times? Snapped. In the next moment, Frost's body quickly took place, changing into the 3rd form. This guy will really transform. Kampa smiled lightly. But let alone, his strength after transforming seems to have improved a lot. Vados did not speak. Chi Tian, we can start. Frost looked at Chi Tian confidently. Are you sure you don't change it again? Chi Tian smiled. What did you say? Frost's eyes widened. I just talk about it casually, you don't need to be afraid. Chi Tian smiled slightly. Frost. Just talk about it and know that I can change it again? Frost felt his mentality collapsed. Before the war started, I felt as if the opponent had seen all his whole cards. Okay, then, I'm going to attack. Chi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Immediately afterwards, Chi Tian threw a punch at Frost Void. Boom! This punch compressed air and hit Frost's chest directly. With a muffled noise, Frost flew upside down and fell out of the ring. Shit! Frost's body glided hundreds of meters outside the field, leaving a long mark, and then stopped. Puff! After Frost stopped, a big mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. What? Isn't even Frost his opponent? Kampa was stunned. Fortunately, this kid is not a player in the 7th universe. If so, this kid easily defeated the 2 elites on my side. Kampa turned to look at Hit. Hit looked calmer, nodded slightly, and stepped onto the ring. Vados stepped forward to give Frost a simple treatment. Bodhidharma lost. Frost was also killed in a flash. Both of them dropped their heads with a dejected expression on their faces. Hit won't lose to this kid. Kampa muttered. It's hard to say now. Vados shook his head lightly. Hey, Vados, when I left, this kid was obviously not so strong. Kampa said hastily. Yes. Vados nodded. About an hour after Master Kampa left, Chi Tian's strength has indeed improved. What? Improved? How much did it improve? Kampa asked in surprise. About 100 times. Vados said. What are you talking about? 100 times. Kampa was stunned, his eyes widened. Don't be kidding, what did he do? Why did he improve so high? Compress combat power. Vados sighed. Compressed combat power? What the hell? Kampa couldn't understand. In the words of Qi Tian, the method of cultivation he used is to continuously compress the combat power. The combat power, he said, is energy. This energy can be used to compress, and through continuous compression to increase his own strength, it will double. Effect. Vados explained. What? There is this kind of cultivation method, why I have never heard of it. Kampa was surprised, and asked quickly, there will be no side effects in this method of cultivation, right? Yes, when the combat power is compressed to the extreme, I am afraid that his body will not be able to bear it, and he will explode after falling. Vados sighed. Kampa. There was a short silence. Have you told him about the consequences? Kampa asked. Say it. Vados nodded. What did he say? Kampa asked. He doesn't listen, he will continue to reduce his combat power and practice according to his own practice. Vados sighed softly. Kampa. You are so individual. Ahem. To be honest, I'm not interested in his strength. But if he blows himself up for cultivation, how can we drink our milk tea? Kampa is worried about the milk tea. Master Kampa can rest assured. If there is such a day, I will resurrect him. Vados smiled and said, I believe he won't be messed up again after he is resurrected. That's what I said. Kampa nodded, thinking Vados's approach was good. Now I advise you not to listen, and then you will practice bombing yourself, but you will suffer. Hey, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Kampa smiled. However, even if he is strong, there is still a big gap compared to Hit, even if his strength is increased by 100 times. On the ring, Qi Tian and Hit stand opposite each other. Qi Tian's expression also became serious. The strength of this Hit is comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. I don't even count Super Saiyan now, it's a bit difficult to deal with him. The game begins. Kampa said loudly. Hit, I am going to attack. Qi Tian said to Hit. Hit looked plain. Boom. Qi Tian didn't have much hesitation, and released a powerful punch to hit Hit. Seeing the fast approaching fists, Hit only slightly raised his left hand. Snapped. Hit's left hand blocked the fist that Qi Tian attacked so easily. Sure enough, Hitler. Qi Tian grinned, and quickly retreated, leaving Hitler at a distance. Hit did not step forward to track, but silently looked at Qi Tian, and quietly glanced at his palm. The punch of this guy just now was easily blocked by me, but it also shook me a little bit numb. This person named Qi Tian is not simple. No wonder Frost and Botamo would lose to him so easily. It deserves to be the #1 killer of the 6th universe, the strength is really amazing. Qi Tian nodded, and said to Hit, just now it was my full blow. Hit, how big a gap do you think I still have with you? It's 100 times less, right? Hit replied faintly. 100 times. Qi Tian scratched his head, is it really only 100 times worse? Hit. Frost. Botamo. Kampa. The few people present were speechless. Only 100 times worse? Do you know how big this gap is? That's 100 times. Kampa was even more speechless. By the way, Master Kampa, by the way. Vados smiled and said, the improvement of Qi Tian's strength seems to be improved by 100 times every time. What are you talking about? Kampa's ears stood up at the time. What are you kidding? Can this kid's strength increase 100 times every time? Your cultivation method has improved your strength too quickly. No wonder he told Hit that it was only 100 times worse. It's a difference of 100 times. With my current strength, no matter how hard I try, it's impossible to be your opponent. Qi Tian smiled. If it's only 50 times worse, maybe I can still fight it. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Transform. Super Scion. Thanks to Wang Ling for the reward. What? Hit was stunned. And you are not my enemy, I don't have to fight hard with you. Qi Tian said with a smile. Humph, your mouth is hard, you can fight it 50 times. Frost said angrily. Call out. Qi Tian pointed at Frost's body with his hand. A blue light directly penetrated Frost's chest. Puff. Frost spurted blood from his mouth and fell to the ground on the spot, pumping all over his body. I don't like someone chewing ear roots in front of me. Qi Tian said lightly. The kid is quite personal, but he is more suitable to be an excellent gods of destruction. Kampa nodded in satisfaction. Vados. Kampa, this kid doesn't mean to be gods of destruction at all. I feel that this kid is worried about the god position of angel. However, Qi Tian, you are so decisive, are you really suitable to be an angel? Hey, Vados, this guy is dying. Give him a treatment now. Kampa said to Vados. Vados had no choice but to treat Frost. Frost was cured soon. This time Frost dared not say anything. Bodhidharma did not dare to speak. This kid is too cruel. Frost just said a word and almost beat him to death. You just said that you can fight it with only 50 times difference? What do you mean? Hit Qi Tian asked while looking at it. Yes, if the gap between me and you is only 50 times, I may not lose to you. Qi Tian smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then, I will use half of my strength, how are we better? Hit suddenly became interested. Forget it, when you lose face, you can't justify it. Qi Tian sighed. You said I would lose. Hit smiled. If you only take out half of your strength, you might really lose. Qi Tian nodded. Of course, the premise is that the gap between me and you is really only 100 times. If I lose, I accept my fate. Hit said seriously. Then, I'm not welcome. Qi Tian said here, his expression also became solemn. Vados, what does this kid mean? Can he really increase his strength by 50 times? Kampa also couldn't understand. It should be. Vados groaned. It doesn't look like he is playing mystery. He should have some other special skills. I'm really curious, what method can he use to increase his strength by 50 times? Kampa smiled. Does he want to continue to compress his combat effectiveness? Vados didn't say anything, and silently looked at the handsome boy on the ring. In just 16 years, such a human being can actually challenge Hit, the number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Then, I'm going to start. Qi Tian said here, a golden flame suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, Qi Tian's hair stood tall. Qi Tian's body is full of golden light. Snapped. Even the tail of Qi Tian turned golden at this moment. Super Scion. Transform. After Qi Tian crossed over, in addition to the daily compressed combat power, the transformation of Super Scion was an indispensable road to cultivation. After all, a Super Scion transformation can increase its combat effectiveness by 50 times. And, how cool it is to become Super Scion. Qi Tian knows very well that in order to become Super Scion, he first needs to have a peaceful heart. Over the years, Qi Tian has been tempering his state of mind. When Qi Tian was 8 years old, he could successfully become Super Scion. It's just that Qi Tian has been compressing combat effectiveness over the years. But he hasn't taken a step further on Super Scion. Therefore, Qi Tian can only become the first stage of Super Scion. That kind of lightning Super Scion, that is, the second of Super Saiyan, Qi Tian will not change at present. For Qi Tian, the current Super Saiyan is enough. What? Transform. Kampa's eyes widened. This kid will actually transform. This kid is really hidden. Hey, I didn't even know that he would transform. Vados smiled. This transformation has increased his strength by at least 50 times. No wonder he said that just now. What? A transformation can increase your strength by 50 times. Kampa looked surprised. By the way, Vados, who is this kid? It seems to be Saiyan. Vados replied. Saiyan? Saiyan also exists in our 6th universe, right? Kampa thoughtfully. We do have Saiyan in the 6th universe, and they are currently living on the planet Shadala. Vados replied. I don't know if Saiyan of our 6th universe will become like him. Kampa groaned. Not sure. Vados shook his head. I didn't expect you to transform, no wonder you are so confident. Hit was also a little surprised, looking at Qi Tian and said, well, according to the agreement, I will use half of my strength. You can be careful. Qi Tian nodded. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian quickly attacked in the direction where Hit was. Boom! Hit easily blocked Qi Tian's attack, and greeted Qi Tian's body with a heavy punch. Looking at Hit's fist coming over, Qi Tian flicked and avoided. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian kicked out and hit Hit's chest on the spot. Hit slipped backwards, rubbing his feet against the ground of the ring, leaving a long mark on the ring. Hey? That trick just now looked a little strange. Kampa was startled slightly. Not bad. Hit also nodded slightly towards Qi Tian. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian's figure flickered and disappeared in the same place. In an instant, Qi Tian appeared behind Hit. Qi Tian bombarded Hit's back with a punch. Hey! It's just that after Qi Tian's fist attack passed, he realized that he had fallen through. Suddenly, Qi Tian suddenly felt that a dangerous signal came from behind him. It is Hit. This guy didn't know when he had already ran behind Qi Tian. Hit the location of Qi Tian's back and attacked with a violent punch. When I watched Hit about to hit Qi Tian's back seemed to have eyes, and his side avoided Hit's attack. Boom! Qi Tian flew up and kicked towards Hit's body. Only when Qi Tian is about to kick Hit. Qi Tian suddenly found that his feet had fallen through again. Flash time! Hit this guy, at this critical moment, is already showing the flash time. No wonder I can't hit him. P.S. Ask for a reward, whatever you want, asterisk. Chapter 28 Qi Tian, I have another kind of transformation. Hey! At this moment, Qi Tian felt once again, a slight movement behind him. Qi Tian squatted down quickly, an uppercut against Hit. Hey! Hit dodges again. Swish! The two played against each other in the arena for hundreds of rounds, and no one hit anyone. Vados, how do I feel that Qi Tian's tactics are a bit like being at ease? Kampa's eyes widened. Yes, it's not entirely due to self-consciousness, mostly he dodges the attack with his own speed. Vados nodded slightly, only a few times there are shadows of self-consciousness. How did he do it? Kampa couldn't help asking. Hey, after Master Kampa left, I simply taught him how to feel free. Vados replied. What are you talking about? It's only about an hour or two. Can he get started in the practice of freedom? Kampa was stunned. I can't talk about getting started, it's just a bit similar. Vados smiled and glanced at Kampa. Master Kampa, how do I feel that you have a sense of crisis? Sense of crisis? Are you kidding? How can my dignified gods of destruction have a sense of crisis? Kampa hummed. On the ring. The battle lasted for about a minute, and Qi Tian and Hit quickly moved apart and stared at each other. Qi Tian, what you said is right, it seems that I only use half of my strength. I am afraid it is still somewhat difficult to defeat you. Hitsuazan became more surprised. Although I only used half of my strength, I used flash time. He was able to dodge my slip attack. This person named Qi Tian is really amazing. Yes, it deserves to be the number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Qi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Through this contest between Qi Tian and Hit, he has been able to clearly feel his own strength, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary combat effectiveness. Calculated based on the battle power of the Dragon Ball world. My current combat power is about 1 trillion. Become Super Saiyan, nothing more than 50 trillion. And Hit's combat effectiveness, according to the Dragon Ball world's algorithm, is at least 1,000 times or even 10,000 times higher than mine. In other words, after my combat effectiveness has been compressed, the degree of energy refinement is by no means comparable to ordinary energy. Thanks to the award, it is also very remarkable that you can reach the present level. Hit nodded lightly at Qi Tian. In fact, I still have a layer of transformation that I have never used. Qi Tian sighed slightly. What did you say? Hit's face changed color. But it's a pity that my transformation has a shortcoming. If I can overcome this shortcoming, it would be much more convenient. Qi Tian smiled. What? Does this kid have another transformation? Kampa also pricked his ears, showing a look of disbelief. Frost was completely dumbfounded. Bodhimo even had a cold sweat on his face. It turns out that this guy is so powerful. I'm thankful that I didn't provoke him too much. Otherwise I will be beaten to death by him. Interesting. You said you still have another transformation that you haven't used. Hit smiled and looked at Qi Tian. Then I want to ask you, your unused transformation will give you strength. How many times does it increase? Only 10 times. Qi Tian sighed. Hit breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you said it would be improved by 100 times. If I want to beat you like that, I have to think a little bit. Frost wiped his sweat. Just 10 times? That's it? Do you know how difficult it is to increase your strength by 10 times? Can you let me see? Hit was curious, looked at Qi Tian and asked. Okay. Qi Tian said, a gleaming energy bomb suddenly condensed in his hand. A holy light bloomed on the energy bomb. Hit was stunned. What is this? This energy bomb seems to have no power. What does he want to do? Kampa was also a little confused. Call out. Qi Tian threw the energy bullet in his hand into the air, and clenched his fist. Snapped. Suddenly, the energy bomb in the sky burst out with golden light. Before long, there was already an artificial full moon above the sky. It's the moon. Frost said. That's right. Qi Tian nodded, this is the artificial full moon I made. Everyone present, including Vados, looked at each other. What are you doing to make an artificial full moon? Qi Tian looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky. The next moment, a scene that surprised everyone happened. I saw Qi Tian's body quickly grew bigger, and black hair grew on his body. Roar! Qi Tian transformed into a black gorilla, appearing on the opposite side of Hit like a big mountain. Vado's eyes widened. This kid can become like this. I really underestimate this kid, he can actually become a great ape. Kampa was also surprised. Monster! This guy is a monster. Boda rubbed sweat. Frost wanted to cry. I was provoking this monster just now. I was lucky that I was not beaten to death by him. Hey, Vados, can our universe's scion also be like this? Kampa asked quickly. It doesn't seem to work. This transformation of Qi Tian seems to change through the tail. Vados silently looked at Qi Tian and quickly gave the answer. Tail? I just found out that this kid has a tail. Kampa suddenly realized, this kid wrapped the tail around his waist before. I thought it was an ornament. Vados. Master Kampa, don't talk anymore. I feel ashamed of you to say that. Are you a word from gods of destruction? Hit also looked at this behemoth in surprise. But after sensing Chi Tian's energy intensity, Chi Ti's hanging heart was also let go. Anyway, this guy Chi Tian is pretty real. He said that this transformation can increase his strength by 10 times. Sure enough, it was 10 times. Chi Tian is sincere not to deceive me. The body has become so huge, and the strength has only increased by 10 times. It is indeed a pity. Hit said in thought. Snapped. Hit's voice just fell, but Chi Tian's body suddenly burst out with golden flames. When I looked again, I saw that the black hair on Chi Tian's body had all turned into golden color. After feeling the powerful energy of Chi Tian, Hit's face changed again and again. Hit felt 10,000 critical damage at that time. You are so special. Your transformation is still accumulating. You are more than 10 times over. You clearly have a 500-fold increase. How do you fight this special? Hit's face was sweating cold. Asterisk. Chapter 29. If I am angel, you are my gods of destruction. Thanks to the 3 mice for the reward. It's a pity that my transformation has a big shortcoming. You have also seen the artificial full moon in the sky. Chi Tian told the truth. If you can break the artificial full moon, my transformation it will fail. You actually told me the shortcomings of your transformation. Hit's eyes widened. It's nothing, I didn't want to fight with you either. Chi Tian smiled, grabbed the void with his big hand. Suddenly, the artificial full moon in the sky was caught by Chi Tian. Boom! The artificial full moon in Chi Tian's hands shattered on the spot. Hey! At the next moment, I saw Chi Tian's body quickly shrunk and returned to its original appearance. Ho ho! Chi Tian gasped heavily and seemed to be a little tired. The other thing is, the time that I can hold on to this transformation is relatively short, and I can hold on for about a minute at most. Chi Tian smiled. If the time is too long, it may be because my own energy is too strong, the body will be overwhelmed. Hit didn't say a word. Hit, I have learned your strength, thank you very much. Chi Tian said to Hit. Hit didn't know what to say for a while. After a brief silence, Hit also smiled friendly at Chi Tian. Before he knew it, Hit admired the opponent in front of him very much. It's simply amazing. You told me all the shortcomings of transformation. What a venerable opponent this is. Chi Tian is smiling and calm. What? Tell you the shortcomings of my transformation? For Chi Tian, this is nothing at all. Chi Tian did not intend to become a gorilla through the artificial full moon. This kind of transformation is obviously not desirable. I will definitely overcome this shortcoming in the future. I should learn from Broly and directly improve my strength to the strength of a gorilla. Therefore, even if you tell them your shortcomings, there is no big deal. So, if you really fight, Hit might lose to him. Kampa felt that a head was too big. This is the number 1 killer of our 6th universe. Not necessarily. Vados whispered, this is a game. Hit has a lot of tricks that he can't use. This is. Kampa breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too tragic if the kid who made milk tea really punched the 6th universe. However, Kampa felt a little uneasy in his heart. This kid seems to be only 16 years old, right? If you continue to let this kid practice, I feel that he can really become the best player in the universe. Sister Vados is right. If I really compete with Hit, it's not in this form of competition, maybe I will be killed by him. Chi Tian told the truth. Hit is a killer after all. The killer is best at killing people rather than playing games. If it really fights, I'm afraid Chi Tian will be killed by Hit before he can transform. Of course, Chi Tian will also work hard to cultivate and strive to realize the true self-consciousness as soon as possible. As long as Chi Tian understands the true self-consciousness, No matter how Hit was started, he was not afraid of his existence. After all, after comprehending the true self-intention, Qi Tian can dodge Hit's attack even if he closes his eyes. It's nice to meet you, Qi Tian. Hit extended his hand friendly to Qi Tian. Qi Tian stepped forward and held Hit's hand together. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian looked closely at Hit's head again. Hit. Why are you looking at my head again? My face really looks like your brother. Hit couldn't help asking. It's not your face, it's your head. Qi Tian corrected seriously. I still don't understand what you are saying. Hit was speechless. It is really rare to be able to appreciate the strength of the number one killer in the 6th universe. Qi Tian changed the subject. With each other, your strength gave me the motivation to cultivate. Hit smiled at Qi Tian. After this game with the 7th universe is over, I will also practice well when I go back. Let's work hard together. Qi Tian nodded. In the future, if I become an angel, you will be my gods of destruction. Hit's face was confused. What are you talking about? What is your gods of destruction? Kampa. Vados. This kid. I'm really speechless with you. Have you found gods of destruction for yourself? Kampa scratched his head. How do I feel that your kid is very ambitious? Do you seem to look down upon the internship gods of destruction? You are here to train and train. 3 days later, you will have a showdown with the 7th universe. I hope you don't shame me. Kampa commanded the 3 of Hit and the others. Especially you. Qi Tian pointed to Frost. Frost. How did I provoke you again? I just slapped you just now, don't keep holding on to me. You just beat me to death. Speaking of you, did you hear it? Qi Tian shouted to Frost. Qi Tian, I don't understand what you are talking about. Frost felt that he was always sad. Play well, don't engage in those conspiracies. Qi Tian scolded Frost. I didn't engage in conspiracy. Frost was about to cry. I hate hypocrites the most in my life. Look at Frisia in the 7th universe. He is of the same race as you, so he is a real villain. Qi Tian said to Frost, you said you are people who wear fashion clothes are like a gentleman, but actually only do some mischievous activities. How inappropriate is this? Frost lowered his head. Whatever you say, I will not say anything. You have the ability to hit me. Are you in the 7th universe? Frost also reacted immediately. Qi Tian laughed and said nothing. I finally understand why you are targeting me like this. Frost said, I'm different from Frisia in the 7th universe you said. I'm really a good person. Qi Tian didn't talk to Frost again. Whether it is a good person has nothing to do with Qi Tian. Forget Qi Tian, as long as he can win the game, I don't care what villain or gentleman he is. Kampa persuaded. That's right. Qi Tian nodded. Vados, is the venue ready? Kampa asked. Let's compete with us. Going to other planets is too much trouble. Vados proposed. Okay, you can figure it out. Kampa didn't object, patted his stomach, and looked at Qi Tian. Qi Tian pretended not to see it, and looked up at the sky. Kampa, **. Chapter 30 Players of the 7th Universe. Ahem, Qi Tian, can you make a cup of milk tea for me now? Kampa gritted his teeth and asked. Yes. Qi Tian didn't object, and used the energy-controlled material to levitate into the air, and quickly filled 3 cups of milk tea. A cup of Kampa. A cup of Vados. The last cup fell in Qi Tian's hands. Hit. Qi Tian threw the milk tea to Hit. Hit took the milk tea down and was taken aback. Thank you. Hit thanked. You're welcome. Qi Tian smiled, you will be my brother from now on. Hit. I'm obviously older than you, okay? I am more than 1,000 years older than you. Is it appropriate for you to call my brother like that? Hit, you are a good one. Kampa smiled. Do you know why I brought him from the 7th universe to our universe? Hit shook his head. Is it because he is strong? This is because the milk tea he made is the only one in the universe. Kampa laughed and quietly sipped the milk tea. Well, that's it. It's so delicious. Oh, it's so fragrant. Vados also clicked and said with a look of intoxication, it's different from coffee, and each has its own merits. Coffee. Kampa couldn't help it. Vados, the coffee you said is too ugly. How can coffee compare with milk tea? Master Kampa, you don't understand. Vados smiled mysteriously and blinked at Chi Tian. Chi Tian understood the meaning of Vados. She wants to eat alone. In other words, coffee will be exclusively for Vados in the future. Of course this is fine. Chi Tian didn't want to make something for the fellow Kampa. Isn't it fragrant to cook beautiful food for Angel? Anyway, no matter how much you eat, I will eat it from you in the end. Vados was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Chi Tian thoughtfully. How do I feel this kid is thinking about me? Do I really look similar to his first love? Isn't this kid running the train with his mouth full? The milk tea is so delicious. Leave him alone. Investigate him slowly later. Drink milk tea first. Hit was also shocked at the time after tasting a sip of milk tea. Me? What is this? This is delicious too. In this endless universe, there are actually such delicious drinks. I feel that my 1,000 years have been in vain. Hit burst into tears. Hit, why are you crying? Kampa was stunned. No. Master Kampa, I just got sand in my eyes. Hit rubbed his eyes and wiped away tears. Kampa. God's eyes got into the sand. This is my planet. Is there sand on this planet I don't know? Is it so delicious? Frost wiped his sweat. It should be delicious. I cried without seeing Hit. Bodemo whispered, he's a killer. What kind of drink did the killer drink, and he cried? Frost was shocked. It's a pity that the two of us are not qualified to taste it. Bodemo sighed. It's not to blame you, who let you provoke that guy? Frost said angrily. Is this to blame? How do I remember that you urged me? Bodemo said with a dark face. Chi Tian said it is indeed correct, you hypocrite. What are you talking about? You actually call me a hypocrite. You want to die, don't you? Frost was furious. It's just that Chi Tian, that fellow, said he is a hypocrite, and now this bear dares to be presumptuous in front of me. See how I break your leg. You two, get out of the fight again. Chi Tian smiled and looked at the two people. The two shivered uncontrollably and hurriedly shook hands to make peace. Ha ha ha, don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. We are just arguing because of different opinions, we are still in a good relationship. Frost laughed. Yes, yes. We have a good relationship, how can we quarrel? Bodemo also responded quickly. Kampa. Why do I feel something is wrong with the weather vane? Chi Tian said this kid, the two of them were so scared. I haven't spoken to gods of destruction. After drinking the milk tea, Kampa briefly trained Bodemo and Frost. However, Kampa found that the aptitudes of these two people are very average, and it is obviously unlikely that they want to improve their strength in just 3 days. Kampa suddenly lost interest, and simply let them practice on their own. In this way, the 3-day agreement soon arrived. On this day, Whis and Beerus descended on the planet Kampa with the 3 human players from the 7th universe. Chi Tian looked at these 3 players immediately. Majin Buu? Frisia? Cooler? Well, Chi Tian knows everyone. In order to win this game, Beerus actually released Majin Buu. It's just that, can Majin Buu be Hit's opponent? I'm afraid it's choking. But it's hard to say. If Majin Bu really can't beat Hit, he might be absorbed by Hit. You can count it. Kampa smiled and looked at Beerus. Hey, these are your 3 players. Beerus also immediately swept toward Hit and the 3 others. Kampa really used Hit. That's the ring, ready to start. Kampa greeted Beerus. It looks like you are confident, Kampa. Beerus smiled. Of course, our universe will definitely win. Kampa said confidently. What about the rules of the game? Beerus asked. The rules are very simple. The game is played one-on-one, and the loser quits until the last person loses the game. Kampa explained, it is not allowed to kill during the game. Surrender or fall out of the ring is a loss. Yes. Beerus nodded and yawned. Let's start, I'm a little bit dozed, let them finish the game quickly so I can go back and get a good night's sleep. Don't worry, you have to be clear. Kampa smiled. Otherwise, some people will have to go back to the bill again later. Who do you mean to Reckless? Beerus stared. Who else can I talk about? Kampa snorted. You can talk about it, what about the lost universe? What else can we do? If our universe loses, that guy named Chi Tien will be yours. Beerus replied, if we win, Chi Tien will follow us back to the 7th universe. We were originally for this. Conditions for the game. Wait a minute. Chi Tien spoke. What do you want to say? Beerus asked. If the 7th universe wins, what shall I do when I go back? Do you continue to stay on the planet of Vanfu to make milk tea? Chi Tien asked. Asterisk. Chapter 31 My life is up to me. If you want, you can come to my planet and become my milk tea supply specialist. Beerus said, of course, in my spare time, I will also teach you a few tricks. The alternate gods of destruction is also okay if you are interested. I will give you my gods of destruction position in the next year. Chi Tien dragged his chin in silent contemplation. The idea of Beerus has changed a little bit. But Chi Tien thinks about it carefully, and it's normal. After all, Beerus hasn't drank milk tea for 3 days. I'm afraid he almost forgot the delicious milk tea, right? Can I have my own choice? Chi Tien asked suddenly. What do you mean? Beerus was taken aback. Kampa also turned his head to look at Chi Tien, wondering what he wanted to do. People also have dignity, I don't want to be exchanged as goods by you. Chi Tien said with a serious expression, my life needs me to lead. Boy, tell me, what do you want to do? Beerus smiled. It's very simple. If I am not satisfied with the final result, I will personally set foot on the ring to challenge. Chi Tien said, if I win, I can reject the final result. Of course, if I lose, I will only if you can appoint, I will cooperate and fulfill your needs well. Yes. Beerus glanced at Chi Tien, but he didn't object. That's the strength of this kid. What if you challenge yourself in the ring? Can you change the final result? These are the elite fighters of our universe. Ahahaha. Frisia let out a weird cry. As expected, Sion, a little guy with a combat power of only 100 has such courage. Frisia smiled and looked at Chi Tien, and then looked at the value on the detector. Yes, this kid's combat power is only 100. If it weren't for the good taste of this milk tea, we wouldn't have to run over to fight the 6th universe. Also, if it weren't for this product, Lord Beerus wouldn't wake up so early, right? Frisia feels mad at thinking about it now. The culprit of all this is Sion's wild monkey. It's not this kid, I still dominate the universe. Now I can only do business in universe. Frisia, don't underestimate him. Beerus glanced at Frisia. If our universe wins, he is going to be the alternate gods of destruction. Now that you offend him, you will have to suffer. Master Beerus, if he can't beat me, do I have to suffer as well? Frisia asked quickly. Of course, no need. Beerus smiled. Alternative gods of destruction speaks by strength, and I won't support him. Ha. Frisia laughed. I'll be relieved then, I'm looking forward to competing with him. Frisia, don't be careless, it feels like that kid is not easy. Cooler leaned over and whispered to Frisia. Cut, Cooler. Are you overly cautious? Frisia snorted. I hope I think too much. Cooler said in a low voice. Majin Buu looked at this and that, and patted his stomach. I'm hungry, I want to eat something. I have no problem. Kampa nodded. Looking at the meaning of this kid now, it seems that he intends to stay in the 6th universe. Vados really has a foresight. Bringing this kid back in advance is definitely a clear choice. Since there is no objection, let's start the game. Beerus urged, which of the three of you will go first? Of course it's me. I can solve all three of them by myself, Frisia. Frisia smiled lightly and stepped forward. Frisia, be careful, there is a guy over there who seems to be of the same race as us. Cooler whispered to Frisia. Humph, I've noticed him a long time ago. Frisia smiled disdainfully. Can that kind of weak guy be the opponent of my genius Frisia? The three of you, who is first? Kampa looked at Hit and the three of them. Let me take the lead. Bodhimo stepped forward. The two stepped onto the ring one after another. 3 seconds, it only takes 3 seconds for me to get rid of you. Frisia looked at Bodhimo with a smile. Humph, brazen guy. Bodhimo snorted, clenching his fist tightly. The game begins. Vados said. Shoo. Shoo. Kampa and Beerus had a burst of energy at the same time. Dang Kang. Dang Kang. The energy of the two was hit on their own gongs. There were also 2 crisp noises on the gong. The first game officially started. That big bear, you have to be careful, I can easily kill you in a flash. Frisia said, a flame shot directly from his hand. The flames whizzed towards Berdamo's body. Snapped. The red flame hit Berdamo's body at that time. Frisia naively thought that the flames he shot would surely penetrate this guy's body. Only the next moment, a scene that surprised Frisia happened. I saw that the red flame shot by me bounced off the opponent's body, and it actually came back. What? Frisia's eyes widened. Boom. Frisia slapped the bounced red flame with a slap, and slapped the red flame into the air. Boom. Bodhimo also took the opportunity to come quickly, and launched a fierce attack on Frisia. A rainy fist hit Frisia's body. Boom. Bodhimo flew and kicked Frisia's chest. Frisia was kicked to the ground, spouting a mouthful of sour water. Hey, 3 seconds have passed. Bodhimo smiled softly. Bear, your level is pretty good. Frisia got up and rubbed his nose. It seems that I'm not really moving. You don't know how powerful I am, King Frisia. Boom. Frisia's body exploded with energy, transformed into a second form. Call out. Frisia rushed in the direction where Bodhimo was. Puff. Frisia used the sharp horns of his head to directly penetrate Berdamo's body. Ah! Bodhimo let out a stern scream, feeling that his whole person is not good. Frisia's large body held Bodhimo so high. I'm really sorry, Bear, I accidentally used too much force. Frisia smiled. Don't die. If you die, I will be punished. Call out. Frisia said, tilting his head and slamming Bodhimo directly. Bodhimo's body bounced back in the ring and fell off the court and was eliminated. Hey, he has been eliminated by me now. If he dies again, I won't blame me. Frisia smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Frisia, I can solve them alone. This guy. Kampa bared his teeth. Vados didn't say much, and stepped forward to treat Bodhimo. Master Kampa, let me meet our people. Frost saluted Kampa. Go. Kampa nodded. Frost stepped forward and stepped onto the ring, facing Frisia. Dang Kang! The gong was struck by Kampa and Beerus. I heard that the 6th universe is the mirrored universe of our 7th universe, so you belong to our family of frozen demons, right? Frisia looked at Frost with a smile. I am a frozen clan, and I don't have the word devil. Frost replied politely. Oh? Really? Frisia chuckled. It looks like you are a hypocrite. What did you say? Frost glared. This is so special. Am I really like a hypocrite? What a shame. Since you and I are of the same race, I won't hide and tuck you with you. Frisia smiled. Let's make all the strongest transformations. And after saying this, the energy in Frisia's body emerged madly. In the blink of an eye, Frisia turned into the 4th form. By the way, what's your name? Frisia smiled slightly. Frost. Very well, Frost, how do you feel about my transformation now? Frisia said with a smile. Humph, this is what a transformation, it's just our basic form. Frost snorted coldly, and the energy burst on his body, which also became the 4th form. Whether Frisia or Frost, the 4th form of the two is actually their true appearance. As for the 1st form to the 3rd form of the two, they were only changed in order not to consume too much of their own energy. You are right, it seems you know yourself well. Frisia smiled slightly. Come on! Frost shouted at Frisia. Hey! Frisia was not very polite, and suddenly appeared directly opposite Frost in a flash. Boom! Frisia flew a kick and hit Frost's chest directly. Frost's eyes widened. This guy is so fast, I didn't even react. Frost was hit, and his body moved backwards quickly. When he retreated to the edge of the ring, Frost finally stabilized his body, gritted his teeth and stopped. Ho-ho! Frost was very tired, and his breathing was clearly visible. How is it? Everyone is of the same race, but I am more talented than you. Frisia chuckled, I thought you were so great, haha, so you are at that level. A hole. I can't spare you. Frost was furious, his breath exploded again. Quickly rushed towards the direction where Frisia is. Frisia calmly responded. Boom. After 10 seconds, Frisia hit Frost in the nose with a punch. Frost's nosebleed came out of his nostrils. Oh, one accidentally used too much force, are you okay? Frisia teased. Wow! I did it with you. Frost threw his teeth at Frisia. Boom! Frisia kicked Frost's chest again. Frost drew an arc on the ring, fell out of the ring on the spot, fell off the court, and was eliminated. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Frisia let out a weird cry. Kampa's face went dark. This is so special. Frost could not beat this fellow of the same race. What a shame to me. Who is the next one? Frisia looked at Hit with a smile. Hit calmly stepped onto the ring. Humph, it seems you are nothing great. Frisia chuckled lightly. Frisia, don't be careless. Beerus said to Frisia, this Hit is the #1 killer in the 6th universe. Understood. Frisia was taken aback. Even Lord Beerus said that, it shows that this person is indeed extraordinary, and I have to be careful. Kong dang! Beerus and Kampa sounded the gong at the same time. Game start. Is the #1 killer in the 6th universe. Frisia snorted, I am still the Emperor of the 7th universe. Hit did not answer, but walked in Frisia's direction step by step. What? Are you taking the initiative to provoke the king? Frisia said that, but he was immediately ready to fight. Boom! At the next moment, Hit made a shot. There was only a muffled noise at the scene, and when everyone reacted, Hit's fist had already hit Frisia's chest. Puff! Frisia's mouth spurted blood and fell to the ground. Flash time! Hit directly used the flash time. What? The speed of this guy! Frisia's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. I can't see how he did it. This guy. Boom. Hit didn't bother with Frisia at all, and kicked Frisia again. Frisia was kicked into the sky. Boom. Hit Frisia in the air is a violent output. Frisia was beaten so much that she cried and cried, feeling that her whole person was not good. Boom. Hit kicked out again, kicking Frisia out of the ring. Frisia fell to the ground, pumping all over. Whis. Beerus looked at Whis. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis knew what Beerus meant, and immediately approached Frisia for treatment. In any case, Frisia can be considered a little bit of credit for the 7th universe. He at least eliminated 2 players from the 6th universe. Hey, the number 1 killer in the 6th universe is amazing. Beerus smiled slightly and glanced at Cooler. Cooler nodded solemnly. You must go all out as soon as you go up, don't hide it, or you won't even know how to lose. Beerus told Cooler. Yes, Lord Beerus. Cooler replied. On the ring. Cooler and Hit stand opposite each other. Beerus and Compa sounded the gong. Wow! Cooler let out a scream, and his body changed quickly. 5th form. This is a change unique to Cooler. Only Cooler will transform into the 5th form. Seeing Cooler's transformation, Hit's expression was still not sad or happy, and plain. Cooler soared directly into the sky after transforming, and flew high into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Cooler condensed an extremely powerful energy in the air. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Hit vs Bu. I know your melee skills are very good, hey, I won't go hand to hand with you. Cooler snorted, let me get rid of you in the air. Cooler said, the huge energy bomb in his hand slammed down in Hit's direction. Seeing the falling energy bomb, Hit's face was still extremely calm. Boom! The next moment, Hit hit the energy bomb released by Cooler with a heavy punch. With a soft sound, the energy bomb directly changed its direction and rushed to the far ground. Boom! There was a big explosion in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. What? Cooler's face changed color. That is equivalent to my full blow. Was it just being beaten by this guy? Cooler's face became increasingly ugly. Hey! At this moment, Hit's figure shook, and he appeared behind Cooler. Boom! Hit kicked Cooler. Cooler beckoned on the spot and fell from the air. Boom! Cooler's body hit the ring heavily, leaving a big hole in the ring. Oh, I lost again. Whis sighed, I'm afraid Cooler is no longer able to fight. Hey, Beerus, hurry up and let your last player play. Compa smiled triumphantly. Hey, Compa, don't be happy too soon. Beerus snorted. Cooler crawled out of the big pit in the ring, and his injury was serious. Beerus didn't want to make this product embarrassing in the ring, so he asked Cooler to surrender. After Cooler got off the ring, Vados stepped forward to repair the ring with Angel's power. Soon, the ring was restored to its original appearance. It's up to you, give me a good fight. Beerus said to Bu, if you perform well, I might consider removing you from the seal completely. Bu nodded vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Bu jumped into the ring. Hit frowned. As a killer, Hit keenly discovered that this fat man didn't seem to have any weaknesses. It should be the type that is difficult to kill. Since it is difficult to kill, if you want to cause serious injury to him, I am afraid it will be a little troublesome. Let's try the temptation first. Game start. Hit took the initiative, and his palm directly penetrated Majin Buu's body. Bu froze for a moment. This guy is so fast. But immediately, Bu felt a sharp pain. The body is penetrated. If it was just an attack by ordinary people, Bu would not feel pain. But this purple-skinned guy seems to hurt my soul. Boom! Bu hit Hit's body with his head at the time. With a muffled noise, Buu's head hit Hit's hand heavily. Hit gently blocked Buu's attack with his hand. Immediately afterwards, Hit quickly retreated and distanced himself from Bala. Shoo! Bu quickly counterattacked, firing energy bombs at Hit. Hit slapped them one by one and slapped these energy bombs away. The tentacles on Bu's head moved slightly, and a purple-red lightning-like energy struck again. Hit frowned and patted with his hands again. However, when Hit felt the extraordinary part of this energy, his face had already changed color. It was too late for Hit to avoid. Snapped! Hit's hand was hit by this strange energy. Suddenly, Hit's body quickly changed. Snapped! The next moment, in full view, Hit's body turned into a chocolate biscuit, just lying on the ring. Kampa! Vados! Vados was speechless for a while and couldn't help covering his forehead. This fat pink man has a good magic attack. Hit him so much. Fat Bu grinned and stepped forward to pick up the chocolate biscuit and start eating. It's just that Bu seemed to be aware of something. He glanced at Beerus with some caution, and quickly dropped the biscuit in his hands from the ring. Boom! The moment the chocolate biscuit fell out of the ring, the tentacles on Majin Bu's head shot a pink flame again and hit the biscuit. Snapped! Suddenly, Hit's body recovered from the biscuit shape to its original shape. Hit was eliminated. So far, the game with the 7th universe is over. The 7th universe won the final victory. The last game was nothing exciting. The dignified Hit was turned into a chocolate chip cookie and eliminated. Hit also was speechless for a while. Hituan never expected this result. If I knew the peculiarity of that energy, I should have avoided it just now. Kampa, what do you say? Beerus smiled. Humph, this guy didn't win the game by his true ability at all. Kampa snorted, if the real contest is up, he may not be Hit's opponent. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to explain. Beerus said with a smile, and then looked in the direction of Chi Tian. Chi Tian, can you go back to the 7th universe with me now? However, after Beerus finished speaking, he discovered that Chi Tian seemed to be missing. No, the person is not there. People? Where are Chi Tian people? Beerus was taken aback for a moment. Others also reacted immediately. Chi Tian is indeed gone. Chi Tian was not there. People? When did you leave? Did you see him during Hit and Cooler's game? Beerus asked. Several players present shook their heads blankly. Did not pay attention. We have not always paid attention to Chi Tian's movements. What did this kid do? Beerus said with a black face, and turned to look at Whis. The crystal ball on the scepter in Whis's hand flickered a few times. Found it, about 3,000 meters over there. Whis pointed to the distance. What did he do? Beerus asked. Sleeping. Whis wiped his sweat. Beerus. Kampa. Vados. Everyone present was more speechless than one. You guys have a big heart. Actually sleeping here. Do you know who we are playing for? Go and wake him up. Beerus told Frisia. Master Beerus, can I go over and beat him up? Frisia was holding his fire. As the king of the universe, I actually lost the game. How shame am I? I have to find someone to vent my anger. This wild monkey making milk tea is you. I want to repair you well. It's time to fix this kid, otherwise I feel he doesn't respect me a bit. Beerus snorted. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Beerus, I'm dozing off. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frisia grinned, without hesitation, and flew quickly in the direction where Chi Tian was. The distance of 3,000 meters was just a flash for Frisia. Sure enough, Frisia saw that on a piece of emerald green grass, Chi Tian just lay there on all fours and fell asleep. Frisia. This kid is too hateful. We are playing there. It's good for you. You actually ran here to sleep. The environment here is really good. Look at how I fix you. Frisia let out a cold snort, stepped forward, and pointed his finger at Qi Tian's body. Qi Tian seemed to have entered a deep sleep. Qi Tian is really a little sleepy. I feel a little uncomfortable after coming to the 6th universe. Wild monkey, let you taste my power first. Frisia hesitated, put away his fingers for a while, kicked towards Qi Tian's body abruptly. If you attack this kid with energy and hurt this kid too badly to make milk tea, maybe I will be implicated. Let's kick him to vent his anger. This kick of Frisia kicked over, when he was about to hit Qi Tian's chest. Qi Tian's body twisted slightly, so he avoided Frisia's attack. Frisia's eyes widened, and he looked at Qi Tian in an incredible way. Wild monkey, are you pretending to sleep? Frisia was taken aback and snorted. Snapped. Qi Tian also sensed that his side was a little dangerous, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Frisia. Oh? You were pretending to be sleeping. Frisia hummed. Frisia, what are you doing here? Do you know the consequences of disturbing my sleep? Qi Tian squinted. Oh? What will happen? Tell me to listen. Frisia rubbed his nose. Snapped. Qi Tian was not very polite, and stepped forward and grabbed Frisia's head. Boom. Qi Tian just pressed Frisia's head and slammed it heavily on the ground of Kampa planet. Woo. Frisia let out a stern cruel cry, feeling that the whole person is not good. However, Frisia feels that the sadness is still to come. Qi Tian just pressed Frisia's head and glide on the ground of Kampa planet. Soon, Qi Tian pushed Frisia's head into the area where Beerus and others were. Boom. Qi Tian kicked Frisia's chest fiercely, embedding Frisia's body deeply into the earth. Is the game over? Qi Tian asked. Everyone was stunned. Frisia, it feels so tragic. Beerus also took a deep look at Qi Tian. Beerus didn't expect this guy named Qi Tian to be quite powerful. Frisia is not his opponent at all. Kampa said nothing. There will be no milk tea to drink in the future. By the way, didn't this kid Qi Tian say it? If he is not satisfied with the final result, he will personally go to the ring to challenge. Who won? Qi Tian asked. Everyone was speechless for a while. We are all for your competition. You actually ran to sleep. Of course it is our 7th universe. Beerus smiled lightly. Qi Tian, you are also a member of the 7th universe, you can follow me back to the 7th universe now. The 7th universe actually won. Qi Tian was taken aback, looking at Hit and asked, Hit, my brother, how did you lose to that fat man? Hit. Hey, it's very simple. Bu turned Hit into a chocolate chip cookie and knocked him out. Beerus smiled. Qi Tian was speechless. Unexpectedly, it would be such a result. Master Beerus, how do you plan to arrange me? Qi Tian asked. I said, what is your treatment here? And what is the treatment you are still receiving when you return to the 7th universe? Beerus yawned. Aren't you internship gods of destruction on the 6th universe? Back to the 7th universe. After 7 universe, you can be my intern gods of destruction. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. Kampa. Is this agreed? Don't you want to be the intern of our 6th universe, gods of destruction? Just squinted for a while, there are a lot of things that I want to understand. Qi Tian raised his chin and muttered, anyway, I am still a member of the 7th universe after all. I am more familiar with the 7th universe, even the 7th universe. No matter how bad it is, that is my home. Kampa. Vados. Master Kampa, Sister Vados, I'm really sorry, I have to return to my own universe. Qi Tian saluted the two. Okay, it's just a pity that I can't drink milk tea. Vados felt sorry for a while. My sister is fine, you can come and play with me, I will make milk tea for my sister. Qi Tian said with a smile. Qi Tian, don't you want to continue practicing with your sister? Vados smiled and said to Qi Tian. I think, but... Qi Tian showed a look of embarrassment. You are all pretty good to me. Who do you think is more appropriate for me to reject? You really embarrass me. Don't you want to be an intern angel? Vados lowered his voice and whispered to Qi Tian, my sister can help you fulfill this wish. Really? Qi Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, angel can't lie. Vados smiled. Okay, don't hesitate here. Beerus yawned again, how about this? Now make me a cup of milk tea immediately, and I can go home to sleep after I drink it. Then, wait until I wake up. After coming, I want to see you appear on my planet Beerus. As for this period of time, if you are willing to stay in the 6th universe, just stay in the 6th universe. Whiz. Lord Beerus, you are too much. You ran to sleep. I want to drink milk tea, but I want to go to the 6th universe. This distance is very long. How is it? I'm already very magnanimous. Beerus felt that both eyelids were fighting. Okay, it just happens that I don't like fighting, so let's do it. Qi Tian nodded, without objection. I think I really want to stay in the 6th universe for a while. Frost. Bodhimo. Hit. You said you don't like fighting? You defeated all three of us before. Kampa thought about it carefully. This method is a good choice. Kampa knew very well that Beerus might have to sleep for several years. It's even possible for more than 10 years. I have drunk enough milk tea for more than 10 years. It's no pity to return this kid to you then. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Whis, everyone is happy? Vados and Kampa have the same idea. If Beerus slept for more than 10 years, I would drink almost all the drinks I wanted. Go wherever this kid likes to go. Save me thinking about me all day. Beerus is so sleepy. Originally, Beerus was already in deep sleep. After being awakened, Beerus was able to hold on for 3 days. But now, Beerus just wants to get a good night's sleep. Let's talk after I wake up. Anyway, when I sleep, I can't do anything to this kid. It's not a good thing to stay around. I know my sleeping posture is not very good. In case I accidentally destroy this product. What's so special? After I wake up, how can I drink milk tea? These are the inner thoughts of Beerus. After Beerus carefully considered it, it was a good thing to let this kid stay in the 6th universe. Whatever you want. Beerus did not object. I still said that, after I wake up, you have to go back to the 7th universe. Now, make us milk tea. After drinking, I can sleep well. Okay, I can make milk tea immediately. Qi Tian had no objection, and started to make milk tea at that time. Soon, 4 cups of milk tea will do just that. Whis, Beerus, Kampa, and Vados, 1 for each of 4. Save them from fighting. Beerus tasted it. Milk tea is still so good. After drinking the milk tea, Beerus yawned again and his upper eyelids drooped. Whis, stamp this kid so that he will be born in the 7th universe and die in the 7th universe. Beerus ordered Whis, and then asked Kampa, Kampa, do you have any opinion? Hey, whatever you want. Kampa had no objection. You go to bed quickly. When you sleep, I drink my milk tea without affecting each other. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, a light flashed from the crystal ball of the scepter in his hand, and he was about to hit Qi Tian's body. Wait a minute. Qi Tian waved his hand quickly and responded, don't worry, I admit that I am a member of the 7th universe, so there is no need to stamp me. Stop it. Give me a stamp? You can think of it even if you lose it. Boy, let me warn you first, if you live here for a year, you will become the person in the 6th universe. Beerus said to Qi Tian. What if you go back one day halfway? Qi Tian asked. Then it's okay. Beerus nodded. Okay, I know, I will return in the middle. Qi Tian responded. It's fine if you know. Too sleepy. Whis, let's go back. Beerus yawned vigorously. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis did not object, and summoned the transparent travel cube. Frisia, Cooler and Majin Buu set foot on the flying cube. Boy, before I leave, you must remember that you are now in internship in the 7th universe, Gods of Destruction. Beerus said to Qi Tian, don't shame me. It's easy to say. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Then, let's go. Whis greeted and waved to Vados again. Call out. Whis took Beerus and the others into a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. Hey, Vados, this kid is now regarded as the internship Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Don't give him more abilities generously. Kompa lowered his voice and whispered to Vados, I always feel this kid the future achievements are limitless. Okay, I see Master Kompa. Vados nodded slightly. You three, really disappointed me. Kompa turned to look at the three Hit. Hit 3 lowered their heads. If you lose, you lose. There is no alternative. Especially that Majin Buu, too shameless. Also bring people into chocolate biscuits. Hit, after you are turned into a chocolate biscuit, do you still have consciousness? Qi Tian asked. Hit. Qi Tian, you are too much. Why don't you open which pot and hold which pot? I'm already very embarrassed. Yes, but I don't think I can react. I was thrown out of the ring by the fat man. Hit said solemnly, I was careless. Qi Tian didn't say anything. Indeed, with Hit's strength, even if Majin Buu turns into a chocolate chip cookie, it should still exist consciously. Can you continue to fight after Veget is turned into a jelly bean by the guy Buu? It's just that this is a ring. Even if you are thrown out of the ring, you lose. If it is really a fight to the end, Buu will definitely be tortured to death by Hit. But this is hard to say. Maybe Hit will be absorbed by Buu in the end. Qi Tian, according to my guess, the guy Beerus will have to sleep for at least 10 years, which is still less. Kompa smiled and said, you stay with me for these 10 years. Give me and how about making Vados milk tea, just to let Vados nurture you? No problem, I think so too. Qi Tian nodded. Kompa didn't say anything, and then he sent Hit and the others back to their respective planets. 7th universe. Whis first sent Frisia and Cooler back to their territory. Then, Beerus glanced at Buu silently. Should I seal this product? How do I feel, keeping this fat man? I have a bad feeling. Correct. It's Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, this idiot. Based on your ability, what are you doing to challenge this fat man? Don't you know your responsibilities? Beerus carefully considered it, and decided to seal Buu. Keep Buu, although you can better destroy the planet. But the guy Supreme Kai may not open one eye and close the other. Maybe Supreme Kai will challenge this fat man. Supreme Kai will die miserably. Although I also sealed the old Supreme Kai guy. Even if Supreme Kai is dead, I will not disappear as long as the old Supreme Kai is still alive. But I always feel a little uneasy. Seal it. This way I can sleep more at ease. Whis, go to the earth. Beerus greeted Whis. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, taking Beerus and Buu to fly quickly towards the earth. Buu. What do you mean? Why go to the earth? Do you still want to seal me? Buu's triangular eyes stared, wishing to turn Beerus into chocolate. Hey, say that after I won the game, you are going to set me free. Buu said. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Put Buu's seal away. I said so, but I changed my mind again. Beerus grinned. Buu's face changed color. But you can rest assured that when I wake up, I can unlock your seal and return you to freedom. Beerus patted Buu on the shoulder. 10,000 grass and mud horses passed by Buu's heart. You wild cat! You liar! EPUB running the train. It's just that Bu doesn't dare to do anything to Beerus now. Bu clearly knew the gap between himself and this cat. If I did it, maybe I would be beaten to death by him. Bu still has this sense of crisis. The Earth will soon arrive. The three of them landed at the place where Majin Bu was previously sealed. The sealed eggshell is still there, lying on the mountain. Snapped. Beerus wasn't very polite either, and released a group of supernatural powers at Majin Bu. Suddenly, Majin Bu was beaten into the eggshell by this supernatural power. Snapped. The eggshell is combined into one. Majin Bu was sealed again. Next, I must have a good night's sleep. Beerus was sleepy. Whis, don't wake me up this time. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. On the way back to the planet Beerus, Beerus really fell asleep, and fell asleep on the way. After returning to the planet Beerus, Whis threw Beerus into the castle, allowing him to sleep peacefully. It's a pity. After a long time tossing, I drank a cup of milk tea. Whis sighed. To drink milk tea in the future, you have to go to the 6th universe. Beerus, you are too bad. Since Chi Tian has become an internship in our 7th universe, gods of destruction, just let him come to our planet. I seem to understand. Beerus was worried that when he was sleeping, someone accidentally destroyed Chi Tian. Do you think I can't protect Chi Tian? Whis shook his head, feeling boring. Supreme Kai World. Master Supreme Kai, am I right? Jebbit rubbed his eyes and looked in the direction of the earth with some surprise. This is just Jebbit's conditioned reflex to look at the earth. Because if everything is fine, whether Supreme Kai or Jebbit, both of them will look at the Bu seal on the earth. Majin Bu is a time bomb. Supreme Kai felt that this guy was too dangerous. Have to guard. What's wrong? Jebbit. Supreme Kai asked. Master Supreme Kai, that's Majin Bu's seal. Jebbit pointed to the direction of the earth. Is Bu sealed again? What? There is such a thing. Supreme Kai also opened his eyes wide, and immediately looked in the direction of the earth. From this look, Supreme Kai is also full of surprises on his face. Sure enough, it was the seal of Majin Bu. Bu was sealed again? That cat speaks for words. Although I don't know what he took Majin Bu to do. But he was able to seal Majin Bu again, and he was an amazing guy. Really sealed. Supreme Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said affirmatively, that is indeed the seal of Majin Bu, and the person in there is indeed Majin Bu. Great, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebbit said happily. Jebbit, don't be too happy for now. Supreme Kai sighed, we still don't know the origin of that cat. That's also. I really don't know who they are. Jebbit shook his head. Since Majin Bu has been sealed, the cat doesn't know where it is going. In a short time, our universe shouldn't have any big problems. Supreme Kai muttered. Master Supreme Kai, I'm still a little uneasy. Jebbit frowned, and then proposed, Master Supreme Kai. Do you think this will work? With that, Jebbit said his thoughts. What? You said you want to bring Majin Bu's seal to the Supreme Kai world. Supreme Kai was stunned. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai, please think about it. Our Supreme Kai world is a sanctuary, and ordinary people can't reach here. Jebbit smiled, it would be better to put the seal of Majin Bu under our noses. Supreme Kai's eyes lit up. Also Master Supreme Kai. Jebbit continued, the Earth today is not the Earth that Majin Bu was just sealed off. Very high technology has been born on the Earth, and it has a strong destructive power. Just in case a missile accidentally hit Majin Bu's seal, Majin Bu will still come out of the seal. Although this probability is small, we have to guard against it. You are right, Jebbit. Why didn't I think of such a good way? Supreme Kai felt that Jebbit was too right. So, shall we leave now? Bring the seal of Majin Buu. Jebite proposed. Okay, just do it. Supreme Kai did not object. The two said that they would do it with their hands, teleport directly to the earth, and successfully found Majin Buu's seal. Hey! The two directly brought Majin Buu's seal back through instant transmission. Looking at the Majin Buu seal that appeared in the Supreme Kai world, Supreme Kai and Jebite looked at each other and smiled. Very good. This product is now under our noses, and the Supreme Kai world is so quiet, will it not come out again this time? You have to find a suitable place to put it. Supreme Kai muttered, and then his eyes lit up, and said, Yes, Jebite, how about we put this seal next to the Excalibur? Next to the Excalibur. Jebite was taken aback for a while. Yes, put it next to the Excalibur, it just happens that the Excalibur can suppress his magic power. Maybe after a few years, Majin Buu will be melted by the Excalibur's magic. Supreme Kai feels so smart. Hey? That's a great idea. Jebite also gave Supreme Kai a thumbs up immediately. Lord Supreme Kai, you are so good. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? The two of them carefully held Majin Buu's seal and came to the top of the mountain where the divine sword was. Supreme Kai put the seal of Majin Buu next to the Excalibur. Well, use the power of the Excalibur to suppress Majin Buu's seal. What a great idea! This way Majin Buu would never wake up again. Moreover, maybe after many years of suppression, Majin Buu will be completely killed. I'm so smart. Supreme Kai feels that his IQ has exploded at this moment. It's a pity that the sword can't be pulled out. If you can pull it out, just insert the divine sword into Majin Buu's seal, Majin Buu will be finished on the spot. But the effect should be good when placed next to the Excalibur. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Supreme Kai, I want to practice. Great, Lord Supreme Kai, so that Majin Buu is watching under our noses and suppressing it under the mighty power of the Excalibur. I have to see how he will run out. Jebite smiled. Even if it comes out, I am afraid it will become a pool of water. Jebite, so we can sit back and relax. Supreme Kai nodded. Master Supreme Kai, what plans do you have next? Jebite asked. Next I want to practice well. Supreme Kai thought for a while and proposed. Cultivation. Jebite was stunned. I want to make myself stronger. Supreme Kai replied, I am the greatest god in the universe. I can't let that cat be left behind. You are right, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite said, I will cooperate with Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite, do your best. Supreme Kai smiled, perhaps in a few years, we can be as strong as that cat. When that happens, we won't be afraid of Majin Buu. Master Supreme Kai is so right. Jebite replied excitedly, we should practice well. Since that cat is so powerful, Master Supreme Kai will definitely surpass him. Let's start with the basic skills first. Supreme Kai said, let's go down, I want to improve my speed first. Okay, I will cooperate with Supreme Kai, Jebite responded. The two came to the bottom of the mountain and stood opposite each other. Jebite, next you release energy bombs to me, I will try to avoid all these energy bombs. Supreme Kai proposed, by this method, I can increase my speed. No problem, I will continue to increase the speed of the energy bombs. Supreme Kai adults should avoid them. Jebite smiled. Come on. Supreme Kai nodded, ready to escape. Shoo. Jebite released energy bombs one by one, greeted Supreme Kai's body. Supreme Kai's speed is also very fast, avoiding the attacks of energy bombs in a thrilling manner. Boom. The Supreme Kai world made a loud noise. About an hour or so passed. Boom. One of Jebite's energy bombs hit the mountain of Excalibur at that time. Boom. The mountain collapsed at that time. Supreme Kai and Jebite were taken aback. Not good. Supreme Kai's face changed again and again. Something has happened. Jebite exclaimed. Wow! The mountain collapsed. The seal and the divine sword rolled down at the same time. Puff! The next moment, under the gaze of Supreme Kai and Jebite, the Excalibur was suddenly inserted into Bu's seal. Supreme Kai. Jebite. Me. Is there such a thing? Now Bu must be dead, right? Excalibur is inserted. The smoke dissipated little by little. Both Supreme Kai and Jebite stared at Majin Bu's seal and the divine sword inserted on the seal without blinking. Jebite, our luck is always so good. Supreme Kai's tears were almost falling. This luck is almost no one. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite nodded vigorously. Not far away. The seal of Majin Bu. Bu felt that he hadn't been sealed for long, and he was sleeping well. Puff! Bu felt something stuck in his body. It's a sword. What is this? Did that cat change his mind and come to kill me again? Can't it? I'm already very obedient. I sleep when you sleep. When you wake up, let me out quickly. I want freedom. But what do you mean by inserting a sword into me? Do you want me to go out and then kill me? Bu's thoughts are relatively simple, and his ideas are also very strange. After all, Bu's current thinking is like a child. However, Bu is not actually a fool. Bu found out at the time that the seal had been broken. It's just that Bu was afraid of the cat and didn't dare to go out easily. Bu got a piece of meat along the gap in the seal to the outside, and looked at it cautiously. Hey? Not that cat. Isn't this Supreme Kai guy? This product is nothing great. Majin Bu looked around carefully again. After confirming that there was no cat at the scene, Bu breathed a sigh of relief. Supreme Kai and Jebite also looked at Majin Bu's seal with some caution. After looking at it for a while, Bu's seal seemed to be quiet. The two also breathed a sigh of relief. Master Supreme Kai, then Majin Bu will be killed directly by the Excalibur, right? Jebite guessed. I think it should be. This is the most powerful sword in our sanctuary. Supreme Kai nodded. Great. Jebite nodded vigorously. Jebite, I should praise you for this matter. Supreme Kai smiled and said, if you hadn't hit the mountain where the Excalibur was on the right side, the Excalibur would not have been inserted in the seal of Majin Bu. This, ha ha ha. Jebite was a little embarrassed. I just killed this terrible monster by accident. Shoo. Just when Supreme Kai's voice fell, layers of pink gas emerged from the seal. What's the situation? Supreme Kai's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. What? This is... Jebite was also pale. The two immediately looked at the layers of pink gas. I saw the pink gas quickly condensed and deformed. Supreme Kai's face became very ugly. Jebite is also like a concubine. Majin Bu. Actually still alive. Snapped. Majin Bu quickly condensed and deformed and turned into a chubby appearance. Immediately afterwards, Majin Bu fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bu laughed loudly. So fun. I actually came out again. Supreme Kai's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling with fright. Jebite was also dumbfounded. This is in trouble. After Bu appeared, he immediately looked in the direction of Nappa's Excalibur. This is the thing that pierced me. I slept soundly. You woke me up. Bu stepped forward and pulled out the Excalibur. This sword is so heavy. This sword hurts me so much. Bu casually threw the Excalibur into the air. Boom! Bu released a powerful energy in his hands, directly turning the divine sword into scum. What? The Excalibur was ruined by this guy. Supreme Kai's face changed color. That's the divine sword, was it destroyed so easily? Jebite also widened his eyes, showing a look of disbelief. This is too speechless, right? Asterisk. Chapter 38 Death of Beerus. I'm hungry. Bu grinned, patted his stomach, and smiled at Supreme Kai and Jibit. Boom! Supreme Kai glared at Bu fiercely. Suddenly, a powerful force hit Bu's body. Bu just raised his head a little later, just like a okay person, squinting at Supreme Kai again. Become chocolate. The tentacles on Bu's head flashed a pink flame. Snapped. Supreme Kai didn't even react, and immediately turned into a piece of chocolate. You become chocolate too. Bu said, and a cloud of pink lightning spurted out of his head again. Snapped. The pink lightning struck Jebet's body. Jebet immediately turned into a piece of chocolate. Bu picked up two people and turned them into chocolates, and ate them beautifully. Unpalatable. There is no cat to entertain me with delicious food. Also, what is this place? This world looks so strange. Planet Beerus. Beerus fell asleep, his body gradually became transparent. Beerus never thought that he had already sealed the old Supreme Kai guy, but he still couldn't escape. Hey, Lord Beerus, you are disappearing. Whis wiped his sweat and hurriedly said to Beerus. Beerus woke up suddenly, his eyes widened. In the next moment, Beerus saw his disappearing body. Whis, what is going on? Beerus asked quickly, is Xeno-sama trying to erase me? Whis. Master Xeno wants to erase you, how can it make you transparent? It seems. Lord Supreme Kai is dead. Whis sighed and shook his head slightly. What? Even if the young Supreme Kai is dead, isn't the old Supreme Kai still alive? Beerus shouted. I'm afraid the old Supreme Kai has also encountered an accident. Whis was speechless for a while. What? Didn't I seal him up? Why did this happen? Beerus asked, hurry up and find a way to save me, Whis. There is no way, it's too late. Whis shook his head, Master Supreme Kai should be dead, Master Beerus has also disappeared, and now only Master Beerus's brief consciousness is left. Beerus. Also, without the Angel of Gods of Destruction, you will also lose the ability to act. Whis sighed. Don't we still have alternate gods of destruction? Beerus' eyes lit up and said to Whis, now I teach him my gods of destruction, and you will follow his orders from now on. Yes, let him find a way to revive me immediately. Oh? That's a good idea. Whis nodded slightly. Snapped. As soon as Whis' voice fell, Beerus turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Whis sighed. Immediately afterwards, Whis took out the Angel Scepter and took a closer look at what happened to Supreme Kai. After that, Whis saw Bu enjoying the chocolate that Supreme Kai had turned into. Bu's mouth was greasy. Whis. This thing is done. But, why did Majin Bu go to the Supreme Kai world again? Whis took a closer look at what happened before. By this look, Whis was even more speechless. It turned out that Master Supreme Kai brought Majin Bu over. Whis clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say for a moment. Fortunately, our seventh universe also has an alternate gods of destruction. Hey? Isn't this a good thing? Now let the alternate gods of destruction turn to the right. He can live on this planet. In this way, can't I drink fresh milk tea every day? Ouch! My luck is so good. Whis' music is broken. Immediately, Whis no longer had the slightest hesitation. And directly turned into a bright flame like a diamond, sinking into the void. Milk tea, here I am. No, Chi Tian, I am here. Come back with me to make milk tea. What a waste of you staying in the sixth universe. In order to prevent any accidents, Whis immediately got in touch with Vados through the Angel Scepter while marching towards the sixth universe. What? Lord Beerus is dead. When Vados heard the news, his eyes widened and he was deeply suspicious. Whis, you are deliberately trying to take Chi Tian back, right? Can you make up a better reason? Don't say that Vados doesn't believe it. Even Qi Tian doesn't believe this fact. Beerus is dead? Stop it. How could he die? Did this provoke Zeno being erased? It shouldn't be. Qi Tian pricked his ears. What happened? Kampa is not there. Kampa went to send hit them. Whis, this kind of joke is not funny at all. Vados sighed, you want Qi Tian to go back and make milk tea for you. I understand your mood, but you can't make a joke with the death of Lord Beerus. Oh, Lord Beerus is really dead? To be precise, he disappeared. Whis sighed, the specific situation is that Supreme Kai of our 7th universe was accidentally turned into chocolate by Majin Buu. Eat it. Sister should know, Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction share the lives, so. Lord Beerus just disappeared. What? Is there such a thing? Vados wiped his sweat. I seriously suspect that you deliberately killed Beerus. This is just the end of the game. Just over 2 hours have passed, right? Back to the 7th universe, your butts are not warm, right? Then Supreme Kai died? How much do you want to drink milk tea? Qi Tian. Beerus disappeared? This thing is. Let me stroke it. Supreme Kai was turned into chocolate by Majin Buu? Sister doesn't doubt me, do you? Whis wiped his sweat. How could I kill Lord Beerus for a cup of milk tea? Vados. This is also. The problem is, Beerus, you are too random. Sister, you can go and check what happened to our universe Supreme Kai. Whis sighed. I'm speechless too, okay? Who knew Supreme Kai would bring Majin Buu seal back to the Supreme Kai world? You just need to take it home. You also put Buu seal with the old Supreme Kai's seal. Do you mean, I want to come over to pick up Qi Tian and go back to serve as the new Gods of Destruction? Vados asked. Yes, please Qi Tian to prepare. Whis nodded. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Vados, I will come and marry you. Qi Tian. I go. Beerus is dead? I am going back to Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe? I haven't had fun with Vados, talk about ideals, and talk about life. I don't want to go. Don't go or go. I want to stay with Sister Vados. Qi Tian shook his head vigorously. Oh, I'm afraid I can't help Master Qi Tian. Whis smiled and said, Master Beerus has disappeared, and the 7th universe cannot be without Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, otherwise the entire 7th universe will be erased by Master Zeno himself. Am I going to disappear too? Qi Tian suddenly reacted. Yes, Master Qi Tian is now the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. Although it has not been fully converted, he is still the person of the 7th universe. Whis explained, if the 7th universe disappears, except for me, all gods and people will disappear together. Qi Tian. He was right. Vados lowered his voice and whispered towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian was speechless. This hurts. And after Master Qi Tian took over as Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, what kind of beautiful girl is there? Whis smiled. What are you talking about? What I like is a beautiful girl like Vados' sister, because she looks a lot like my first love. Qi Tian said. Master Qi Tian has taken over the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, you can find out your first love too. Whis smiled. Qi Tian. Can't chat anymore. Master Qi Tian prepares well, and I will arrive at Kampa planet in about 40 minutes. After Whis finished speaking, he interrupted the call and accelerated the speed of flight. Thinking of having fresh milk tea to drink every day, Whis flew faster. Don't have any more moths. Lord Beerus, the time when you disappeared is amazing. I can finally drink milk tea every day. Well, when my milk tea is almost enough, I will let Qi Tian find a way to revive you. Whis was so happy from ear to ear. Kampa on the planet. Qi Tian looked glum. Vados was speechless for a while. Your kid is going to be a formal gods of destruction, and you are still unhappy. You should be the youngest gods of destruction in this universe. You are only 16 years old. He has never been a human being of gods of destruction when he was 16 years old. It's just a pity, my milk tea, my coffee. But this kind of thing, Vados, is not easy to stop. If you stop it too much, maybe, as Whis said, the 7th universe will be erased. This is what Vados doesn't want to see. After 40 minutes, Whis fell from the sky with a smile on his face, his expression a little excited. Vados. Chi Tian. How much do you want to drink milk tea? No way, who made my milk tea so delicious? Master Beerus just disappeared. Whis, you don't seem to be sad at all. Vados looked at Whis. It's really God's help to me, cough cough, God is jealous of talent. Whis wiped his tears. It's all right, I don't know what you think. Vados rolled his eyes. You have to grab a milk tea with me. Sister, it's not that I'm going to grab you, there's no other way. Whis held back a smile. Chi Tian, before you leave me, can you make me another cup of milk tea? Vados said. Well, I will make you 100 cups of milk tea. You put it in the refrigerator and freeze it. You can drink it when you think about me. Chi Tian proposed. Freeze? How long is the shelf life? Vados was taken aback. Put it in a vacuum environment, the shelf life of 30 to 50 years is no problem. Chi Tian smiled and said, and my sister is Angel. If you want such a cup of milk tea not to break, it can still be done. You are right. Vados nodded, reached Chi Tian's ear, and whispered, what about my coffee? There is no way. Chi Tian shook his head, for coffee, when you miss me, come to my planet, I will make it for you. It seems that this can only be done. Vados sighed. And many more. I always feel something is wrong with what you said. I miss you? You just said that I missed you. Who said I missed you? I think about milk tea and coffee. Forget it, it's not important. Chi Tian does what he says. Making 100 cups of milk tea is still very easy for Chi Tian today. Chi Tian controlled 100 cups to float in the air at the time, and added raw materials to the cups. In less than a minute, 100 cups of milk tea will be done. Chi Tian waved his big hand gently, and these 100 cups of milk tea appeared beside Vados. The scepter in Vados's hand flashed a light, hitting the 100 cups of milk tea. Suddenly, 100 cups of milk tea disappeared. These 100 cups of milk tea were received by Vados in their own special space for storage. In this way, Vados can be enjoyed whenever you want. Whis scratched his head. Why didn't I think of such a good way? What a mistake! However, the stored milk tea should not taste as good as fresh milk tea. I'd better drink fresh milk tea. Then, let's go, Chi Tian. Whis greeted. Sister, I can't bear you. Chi Tian's tears almost fell, and he stretched out his arms to Vados. Vados stepped forward and had a hug with Chi Tian. Boom! Chi Tian took the opportunity to take a bite on Vados' face. Well, it smells so good. As expected to be a fairy. This taste, almost nothing. Vados. Vados wanted to avoid it. But after a brief hesitation, he gave up. In order to be able to drink milk tea in the future, let this kid give it to his face. Sister Vados, I will miss you. Chi Tian reluctantly. I will miss you too, milk tea, Chi Tian. Vados said. Don't you miss me, do you miss my milk tea? Chi Tian's face was black at that time. No, I really miss you. Vados quickly corrected. Then you come on my face. Chi Tian pointed to his face. Vados. Whis. Let's go, Chi Tian. Whis greeted again. Sister, you owe me a kiss. Chi Tian said seriously, when I become an angel one day, I will come and marry you. Vados wiped his sweat. What is your logic? Why did you rise to the height of marrying me? Vados. Whis was also speechless. Put the girl on angel, and you are the only one in the universe. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Compa, what about Chi Tien? Sister, then we're leaving. Whis waved. Work hard, Chi Tien, it is absolutely no problem to become gods of destruction with your talent. Vados encouraged him after all. Chi Tien stopped joking this time, but nodded solemnly. Call out. Whis took Chi Tien and made a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and disappeared in a flash. Not long after Whis left with Chi Tien, Compa also returned from outside. Hey, Chi Tien, I'm thirsty, get me a cup of milk tea. Compa yelled as soon as he came back. No one answered. Vados sighed softly. Hey, Chi Tien, how about you? Compa shouted. Still no one answered. Compa. Your kid is too much. You won't find a place to sleep again, will you? Come out quickly. I want to drink milk tea. I'm thirsty. I hit them back but it was very hard. Chi Tien, come out quickly. Compa said loudly. Still no one. Compa had to go to Vados. Vados, what about Chi Tien people? Compa asked. Master Compa, something big happened. Vados sighed. Big thing? What happened? Compa was stunned and asked. Master Beerus has disappeared. Vados said. What? What? Compa's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. Yes, you heard that right. Vados sighed. Master Supreme Kai of the 7th universe was turned into chocolate by Majin Buu, so the sleeping Master Beerus just disappeared. Compa. Compa couldn't react a little bit. Wait a minute, I remember that Beerus sealed a Supreme Kai long ago. Compa sighed with his chin. He said that he did this to prevent Supreme Kai from being killed while he was sleeping. Because the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe is too righteous, and often does things beyond his power. The seal of the old Supreme Kai was also destroyed by Majin Buu. Vados shook his head. Compa was speechless. There was a short silence. Where is Chi Tien? Where is milk tea? Compa reacted suddenly. Chi Tien was taken back by Whis to serve as the new gods of destruction. Vados said. Compa burst into tears. My milk tea ran away. This thing is. Hey, Vados, isn't it the Whis guy who killed Beerus? The more Compa thought about it, the more it felt wrong. How long is this? Our two universes just finished the game, okay? Only 2 hours or so before Beerus died. Isn't it Whis that pitted it? Vados. Unexpectedly, what do you think? Whis jumped into the yellow river and couldn't clean it. So, what about my milk tea? Compa wanted to cry. There is no way. Vados shook his head. Fortunately, I have a reserve. I still have 100 bottles. I won't give you a drink. I want to enjoy it myself. Snee. Whis, who was marching towards the 7th universe, couldn't help but sneezed. Who is talking about me? How do I feel like I'm back? Whis wiped his sweat. After flying for about 40 minutes. Master Chi Tien, the one in front is the planet Beerus. Whis said to Chi Tien. In other words, from now on, am I a formal gods of destruction? Chi Tien nodded and asked. Not really official gods of destruction. Whis replied. So how can I turn to the right? Chi Tien asked. You need to have a Supreme Kai that matches you before you can become a normal person. Whis smiled. In the next period of time, I will take Mr. Chi Tien to familiarize himself with gods of destruction's work, and understand the responsibilities and duties of gods of destruction. Right. But if you want to achieve the strength of Lord Beerus, you have to practice Lord Qi Tian himself. Trouble you? Qi Tian nodded. Oh, Master Qi Tian don't need to be so polite. Whis smiled slightly. You don't need to be so polite with me, you call me Qi Tian. Qi Tian smiled. What grown UPS are not grown UPS? Qi Tian is not interested in these false claims. When I can beat you, you call me your lord again. I am not your opponent at all. Snapped. The next moment, Whis took Qi Tian and landed on the planet Beerus. First of all, Lord Beerus said before he disappeared, let you come back to take over his gods of destruction. Whis said to Qi Tian, then, think of a way to resurrect him. What do you think? Me? What do you think? Qi Tian was slightly taken aback. Quietly telling you, Lord Beerus is resurrected, and you will become a true gods of destruction, I am afraid it will be indefinitely. Whis lowered his voice. How to say? Qi Tian asked. Because Lord Beerus is in his prime of life, and he doesn't mean to retire. Whis pondered, even if Lord Beerus wants to retire, I am afraid it will be 10 million years later. Qi Tian, do you want to wait 10 million years later? The same goes for Master Kompa, including the 6th universe. In other words, my internship gods of destruction is just a cover. Qi Tian smiled, what you really want is milk tea. Wow, you got it right. Whis grinned, but didn't deny it. If it doesn't work, I will go to other universes to be gods of destruction. Qi Tian muttered, in other universes, don't you have to retreat without gods of destruction? Not every gods of destruction is as delicious and lazy as Master Beerus and Master Kompa. Whis smiled. So, now that Lord Beerus has disappeared, it is a good opportunity, right? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Oh, faux pas. Whis covered his mouth quickly. Qi Tian. This angel, you are too cunning. You said half of the story, and let me understand the rest by myself? I seem to understand. Qi Tian nodded gently. Whis was stunned. How did you understand? I don't have to worry about resurrecting Lord Beerus. I will first become a real gods of destruction. Then, I have to take care of this universe. When I manage this universe in order, I will try to resurrect Lord Beerus. Qi Tian muttered, Whis, what do you think of this? Whis. Damn it. You are still cruel. You can be considered a draw from the bottom of the pot. At that time, even if Lord Beerus is resurrected, you can see that the entire universe is so well managed by you. I am afraid that Lord Beerus will lose face and become the official gods of destruction. It is estimated that Lord Beerus will retire directly. Too ruthless. As angel, I'll give you some suggestions. You still need to do the specific things you want to make up your mind. Whis smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 41 I also served as Supreme Kai. Then, I will ask Whis to teach me the destructive ability of gods of destruction. Qi Tian said. Okay, no problem. Whis nodded, without objection. Actually, destroying this skill is very simple. It is nothing more than changing the molecular structure of the object, because the molecular structure changes will generate a lot of energy. This is the destruction. The basic principle, but if you want to fully understand the essence of destruction, you still need to slowly ponder it yourself. By the way, Whis, Vados said, as long as I can comprehend the true self-consciousness, I can step into the team of intern angel, right? Qi Tian asked. Yes, Sister Vados is right. Whis was taken aback for a moment and nodded. But to realize the true self-consciousness is only the first step. To become an intern angel, you need to have a peaceful heart. I lack everything, the only thing I don't lack is the peace of mind. Qi Tian grinned. Whis said nothing. It seems that this kid has ambitious goals. Are you trying to take over from my angel? Well, I will come on. Qi Tian clenched his fists. After 10 minutes. Destroy. The destructive energy in Qi Tian's hands bloomed and hit Beerus Castle all at once. Snapped. Immediately, Beerus Castle was turned into scum. Whis. Don't experiment with Lord Beerus Castle. Whis clutched his forehead, his head big for a while. That's it, Lord Beerus's castle disappeared. But let alone, this kid's talent is absolutely amazing. Just one click. I just talked to him about the principle of destruction, and he understood it in only 10 minutes. Although with his current destructive ability, destroying a planet seems to be a little difficult. But it is very easy to destroy a city easily. Hey? Something's wrong. I feel that what he just used did not look like Gods of Destruction technique. Although very similar. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Qi Tian thoughtfully, it's a bit similar to my compressed combat power. Compress combat power. Whis was stunned. Simply put, I practiced by compressing combat power. Qi Tian said his own practice method, I found that these energies can be compressed, and the compressed energy will be more refined and more powerful. So that's the way it is. Whis nodded, and soon understood, but your practice method will put a serious load on your body in the future. Vados also said something similar, let's talk about it later. Qi Tian smiled. Then what you just destroyed? Whis widened his eyes. I see, you didn't use the destruction just now, but you were compressing the castle so that its molecular structure reached a critical point, and appeared. The phenomenon of destruction. Yes. Qi Tian nodded, destruction is to destroy the molecular structure of the object. I destroy the molecular structure by compressing the molecular structure. In fact, the truth is the same. Whis didn't say a word. I feel that this kid is really talented. Actually destroy the object through this method. Oh, Lord Beerus's castle is destroyed. Qi Tian, where do you want to rest in the future? Whis smiled, we angels don't need sleep, but Gods of Destruction is different. We still need sleep to supplement it. Physically. The old will not go and the new will not come. Qi Tian smiled and said, the cat smell on Beerus Castle is too strong. I want to build a castle for myself. Whis. I have mastered the destruction. Next, I will choose a Supreme Kai, so I can become a true Gods of Destruction, right? Qi Tian asked. That would have to wait for Lord Supreme Kai to realize the true meaning of Supreme Kai. Whis said. Isn't the inheritance of Supreme Kai broken? Qi Tian asked, who will teach the new Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai is not so much about creating new planets as it provides an opportunity to create planets. In addition, it can also divide a planet into several planets to increase the number of planets. Although sometimes it will also create new planets. Life or transfer life from other planets, but the basic job is to watch the state of the planet. Whis explained, because there are too many planets, the king will help them. If the balance of the universe is disrupted, they will also intervene, usually only as a reference for new life forms, instead of directly shooting. The planet has increased too much, so Gods of Destruction will take damage in order to maintain balance. Gods of Destruction is not a matter of commanding Supreme Kai, but rely on independent judgment. However, most Gods of Destruction have a rather impetuous personality, and even important planets can sometimes be destroyed. Qi Tian. Whis, why do I sound familiar to you? You will not come out of Beidu, right? And if Gods of Destruction accidentally destroys a planet that shouldn't be destroyed, as an angel, you can use time backwards to recover. Whis continued. So, after choosing a suitable Supreme Kai, it's okay to find a few realm kings to teach him well, right? Qi Tian asked. Yes, that's what it means. Whis nodded. Who is the right person to choose as Supreme Kai? Qi Tian propped his chin in thought. Generally speaking, Supreme Kai chooses from the 4 kings. Whis replied, of course we can also find more suitable candidates. No, if I am Gods of Destruction, I must choose a stronger Supreme Kai. Qi Tian shook his head. I don't want to disappear because of Supreme Kai's death while I sleep. Whiz. What you said makes sense. Regarding the choice of Supreme Kai, we must be cautious. Qi Tian sighed. At least I have to find someone with similar strength to me. A person of the same strength as you. Whis sighed slightly. A person of the same strength as you currently does not exist in the 7th universe. Whis, can you say that I can serve both gods of destruction and Supreme Kai's duties at the same time? Qi Tian suddenly thought. Whis. What do you think? I'm afraid this won't work. Whis sighed. You really dare to think about it? Do you want to serve both gods of destruction and Supreme Kai? Why? Qi Tian asked. Supreme Kai and gods of destruction must be two people. Whis replied. Then, if I practice a clone to become Supreme Kai, what do you think? Qi Tian asked again. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. These ideas of you are so strange. I don't know how to answer you. If you don't speak, you can just do it like this. Qi Tian nodded thoughtfully. Whis. What do you mean by acquiescence without speaking? I didn't agree, okay? Asterisk. Chapter 42 I want to be gods of destruction again, and I want to be Supreme Kai. Next, I will try to practice a clone first. Qi Tian said in deep thought. Whis thought about it carefully, but didn't object. Although Supreme Kai and gods of destruction have never been a precedent. But this kind of dual roles for gods of destruction and Supreme Kai seems to work to some extent. Of course, the premise is that you have to take care of this universe. If you make a mess of this universe, you will be severely punished at that time. Alright, but let me state in advance. If you really want your clone to be Supreme Kai, you need to take care of this universe. Whis persuaded. Currently our universe's overall rating it is the bottom of the universe. We now have a total of 12 universes. If through your efforts, we can make our universe score into the top 5, then you have 2 roles, even Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. If I know it, I will only praise you. Understand? Qi Tian nodded solemnly. In fact, if you want to take care of this universe, it's nothing more than to allow the humans of this universe to develop better and not to overpopulate. What did the previous Supreme Kai do? Sample. I'm sorry, the former Supreme Kai Master only knew to follow Majin Buu all day long. Whis sighed. So there are not many planets where humans are born in our universe, and this alone cannot be compared with other universes. Then. This is why Beerus-sama sleeps all day long. After all, there are not many unbalanced planets that need to be destroyed. So what I need to do most now is to develop more planets where humans can survive. Qi Tian thought for a while and asked. That's what it means. Whis nodded. This is what Supreme Kai should do. Qi Tian sighed. It's so difficult for me. I want to be gods of destruction again, and I also want to be Supreme Kai. Whis. You don't need to sigh. Isn't this the result you want? First of all, I need to practice a clone for myself. Qi Tian meditated, and looked up at Whis. Whis, do you have a suitable clone practice method here? There are 2 kinds of clones in simple terms. Whis replied, the first is to clone the body through regeneration. 2 you grow out. They are a bit similar to twins. You can also be understood as clones. You will all have different thoughts. The second is that you differentiate into a body, which is controlled by you, but doing so will consume a lot of your energy, which is far inferior to the first in terms of energy consumption. After all, the first one way is equivalent to 2 different individuals. Choose the second one. Qi Tian chose the second one without even thinking about it. The first kind of clone? Separate another me? Isn't that schizophrenia? Don't have to compete with the clone at the end. Or when I arrived, the clone would steal a woman from me. This is a bit painful. In the second way of avatar, the avatar is controlled by oneself. There is no question of robbing women. The second way of avatar cultivation is actually not difficult. Whis explained, as long as you differentiate and condense the breadth of your body, you can achieve the effect of avatar. Okay, I'll give it a try. Qi Tian nodded. Snapped. Qi Tian's hands released a mass of aura. Immediately afterwards, this group of breath condensed and deformed. However, it is still a bit difficult for Qi Tian to make this group of breath look like himself. Hard work pays off. After about half an hour. Snapped. This group of aura finally condensed into Qi Tian's appearance. Qi Tian can also clearly feel the connection he has established with this clone. The clone is like a game played by Qi Tian, and you can do whatever you want from the perspective of the clone. Of course, all of this is controlled by yourself. At present, the strength of this clone looks a bit weak. Qi Tian looked at this clone who was exactly the same as himself, and muttered in a low voice. After all, the clone is formed by your breath, it will definitely be weaker than your own body. Whis nodded. What if I control my clone to continue practicing? Qi Tian asked. The clone is originally formed by your own energy, how do you still practice? Whis wiped his sweat. Continue to compress. Qi Tian smiled, by continuously compressing one's own energy, perhaps the effect of cultivation can be achieved. Whis didn't want to say anything. If you say that, I don't know how to refute it. I suddenly felt that my angel seemed to have shortcomings in front of you. If you are a clone, don't need the tail. Qi Tian said, controlling the clone, letting his tail disappear all at once. The clone is just a special group of energy. Even if it has a tail, it won't become a gorilla. Of course it won't become Super Saiyan. Because the clone exists only in the form of energy. The only way to practice is to continuously compress combat effectiveness. The strength of my clone seems to be not as strong as the previous Supreme Kai, right? Qi Tian pondered. Yes, at most the level of Frisia's first floor. Whis nodded. I still control the clone, let this guy practice. Qi Tian smiled, after his strength reaches a certain level, I will let him and me become one again. 2 into 1. Whis was stunned. Whis, you said that when my clone reaches a certain level of strength, my own strength will continue to grow. After the two of us become one, can I step into Angel's door? Qi Tian asked Road. Whis clutched his forehead, speechless for a moment. What is your logic? Is this yarn related to Angel? Understood, I will cheer. Qi Tian clenched his fists. Whis. What do you understand? Are you asking yourself, okay? Call out. Qi Tian pointed at the clone lightly, and then controlled the clone and rushed into the sky. Before long, the clone disappeared. What did you let the clone do? Whis was stunned and couldn't help asking. Of course, let the clone practice go. Qi Tian grinned. Whis tired. Are you letting the clone to practice? Are you not good at cultivating here? Anyway, it just compresses combat power. Where is the practice different? Next, I will set a small goal for myself first. Qi Tian muttered, I want to make my strength reach the level of Beerus in the shortest time. Whis. Is this a small goal? Your goal is big, okay? Reach the strength of Beerus? Just when Whis thought about it. Boom. However, Qi Tian burst into extremely powerful energy. The endless aura is centered on Qi Tian, spreading crazily around. What's the situation? Whis was taken aback. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Universe Overall Score Improvement. You don't need to care about these details. Qi Tian grinned, I just broke through accidentally. Whis. The current me has reached 100 trillion combat power, which is 100 times higher than before. Qi Tian said with a smile. Whis didn't say a word. How can the increase in your strength be calculated by 100 times and 100 times? Yes, just now, Qi Tian broke through again. Qi Tian made his combat effectiveness reach the 7th power of 100 by compressing his combat effectiveness. The 7th power of 100 is 100 trillion, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter. By the way, did we forget something? Whis muttered. What? Qi Tian asked. I can't remember it for a while, it shouldn't be a major event. Whis shook his head. Since it is not a major event, then forget it. Qi Tian nodded. Supreme Kai World. Majin Bu is rampant in this world. For a while, the creatures in the Supreme Kai world suffered. Some small animals were turned into snacks and eaten by Majin Bu. There are creatures in the Supreme Kai world. These creatures are used by Supreme Kai to build the planet. However, in just 1 hour, 1/10 of the creatures have been eaten by Majin Bu. It's not tasty, it's not tasty. Majin Bu said it was not tasty while eating. Nothing that cat takes me to eat is delicious. But how do I leave this place? Bu made a big circle around the Supreme Kai world, but he couldn't find a way out. If it doesn't work, let's finish eating the things on this planet first. Bu continued to do damage, turning creatures into food when he was hungry, and lying down on the ground to sleep when he was sleepy. Bu suddenly felt that being in this world is actually quite interesting. Time flies, time flies. 10 years passed in a flash. 7th universe, a certain planet. Qi Tian tilted Erlang's legs and sat on the throne of this planet. And below Qi Tian, there is a row of strange-looking aliens kneeling. These aliens look like black bears. Destroy. Destructive energy emerged in Qi Tian's hands and hit the planet. Snapped. Suddenly, the whole planet was like soap bubbles, turning into scum on the spot. Everyone on the planet also disappeared with the planet. At the next moment, Qi Tian and Whis were suspended in the starry sky. It's so boring. Qi Tian shook his head and sighed. It's no wonder that Beerus is so lazy. Although destroying the planet is just a matter of effort for me now, but I repeat the same work every day. It doesn't make much sense. Whis. After 10 years, have I cultivated a second Beerus? There was a short silence. Qi Tian, don't you still have a clone? The clone is creating a planet and creating life. Does that seem more meaningful? Whis smiled. Whis, you are right. Qi Tian nodded. In comparison, Supreme Kai's work is more interesting. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. Through my efforts over the years, what is the current comprehensive level of our 7th universe? Qi Tian asked. Efforts will be rewarded. After these 10 years of development, our 7th universe has changed from the last to the 3rd. Whis smiled. It's still the countdown. Qi Tian sighed. I have worked so seriously, and I still have the bottom. If we change to Lord Beerus, I am afraid we will still be the last existence. Whis comforted. Qi Tian, really? It's already very good. If you want to increase the comprehensive index of universe, how can you? How easy is it? Don't forget, you are improving, and other universes are also improving. You are right. Qi Tian nodded. We should be the second to last, but there was a small situation on the 9th universe, and the composite index fell rapidly and became the first to last. Whis smiled. Qi Tian. Unexpectedly, there are still people vying to be the last one. Qi Tian grinned. Whis didn't say a word. You can always kill God. But over the years, Qi Tian, your clone has created many habitable planets, and it has also revived many dead stars. This is definitely not what the previous Supreme Kai could do. Whis praised. If we continue to develop like this, and in another 20 years or so, the comprehensive level of our universe will definitely rank among the top 3 in the universe. Qi Tian, you are amazing. This is just something for me. Qi Tian nodded, feeling that there is nothing worth showing off. In the ranking of the entire universe, the composite index is still 3rd from the bottom. What can I be proud of? Will it take another 20 years to reach the top 3 in the universe? Too tired. You just said. 10 years have passed. Qi Tian suddenly thought of something, and said to Whis. Yes. Whis nodded. This time is calculated according to your Scion calculation method. 10 years. Flies so fast. Qi Tian thoughtfully. Yes, as a god, 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years, but it's just that the white horse has passed the gap. Whis smiled slightly. Whis, do you say I am immortal now? Qi Tian asked. Yes. Whis nodded. The moment you become gods of destruction, your lifespan will be extended indefinitely. At least 10,000 years of life is not a big problem. Qi Tian nodded with satisfaction. This thing is much more convenient than Shenren's wish. 10 years have passed in a flash, time flies so fast. Qi Tian sighed. During this period, Bulma started looking for Dragon Ball, right? Well, it's time to take a trip to the Earth. Let my clone go to Earth. Also, it's time to resurrect Beerus. I feel so tired to take care of this universe. In contrast, Angel is more comfortable. Except for eating and drinking every day, he didn't seem to be doing anything serious. I must find a way to become an angel. Instead of the toiling Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. Moreover, I have improved our universe's comprehensive index by 3 places. Also, I don't know if the Earth's Dragon Ball can revive Beerus. Go check it out. The Earth doesn't work, isn't there still Namek? Namek doesn't work, isn't there a Cyrillic star? Not even Cyril star, there is also a Super Dragon Ball. Call out. In the starry sky, a light blue flame flew quickly in the direction of the Earth. It is Qi Tian who is Supreme Kai. As a gods of destruction Qi Tian, he feels like he is playing a game, controlling such a mass of aura and raising his speed to the extreme. Over the years, Qi Tian has controlled this like a character in the game to complete many tasks. Playing games can also increase the universe comprehensive index. How cool! Asterisk. Chapter 44 Bulma, long time no see. Earth. Baizai Mountain. Outside a small house. Son Goku is chopping wood. Seeing Son Goku's fists and feet, Chai was quickly chopped by him. Grandpa, I'm going to find something to eat. Son Goku entered the room and said to the 4-star Dragon Ball on the table. Just when Son Goku was about to go out, he suddenly saw an extra person outside. Hey? This big brother, who are you? Son Goku looked at Qi Tian and asked. My name is Qi Tian, I will wait for someone. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Waiting for someone. Son Goku was stunned, then grinned, and pointed to his nose. Hehe, my name is Son Goku. It didn't take long before Son Goku heard the sound of cars coming from down the mountain. Son Goku scratched his head. What is this sound? She is here. Qi Tian said with a smile. Who? Son Goku looked confused. Qi Tian walked halfway up the mountain and soon found Bulma's car. Qi Tian stepped forward and stopped Bulma's car. Bulma came to a hard brake. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you stopping my car? Are you trying to hitchhike and strike up a conversation with beautiful women? Bulma stuck his head out and shouted to Qi Tian. However, after Bulma finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was so familiar. Bulma's body trembled slightly. You are you Qi Tian big brother? Bulma asked excitedly. Finally recognized by you. Qi Tian smiled. Is it really big brother Qi Tian? Bulma got out of the car quickly and stepped forward and looked at Qi Tian carefully. Replace it like a fake. Qi Tian smiled. Bulma was a little shy, her face flushed. Gone for so many years. Big brother Qi Tian, you are still so handsome. Bulma, you are like this, how do you feel that you have become a nymphomaniac girl? Qi Tian smiled and hooked Bulma's nose. Bulma's cheeks became more rosy. There was a short silence. Hey? Big brother Qi Tian, where is your tail? Bulma hurriedly changed the subject and asked. Qi Tian just prepared to answer, but Bulma saw Son Goku at a glance. No? Big brother Qi Tian, have you given the tail to this little guy? Bulma widened his eyes. Qi Tian. Bulma, you are so imaginative. If you say that, I don't know how to answer. Big brother, that green thing is a monster, right? Son Goku is still shocked now. A fairy came down from the monster. What's the mess? Whose kid is this? Don't understand what he's talking about. Bulma silently looked at Son Goku. She is not a fairy, she is a human, she is a girl. Qi Tian said to Son Goku. Girl? She's a girl. Son Goku thoughtfully, Grandpa told me when he was alive, you must be gentle with a girl when you meet him. This hillbilly, won't you see a girl for the first time? Bulma was speechless, and said to Qi Tian. Girl without a tail. Son Goku scratched his head. Bulma. It doesn't have a long tail, and you despise it. What is that? It looks amazing. Son Goku asked, pointing to the car again. You hillbilly, this is a car. Bulma was speechless and ignored Son Goku, and stepped forward to hold Qi Tian. Big brother Qi Tian, why are you here? I am waiting for you here specially. Qi Tian said with a smile. Wait for me? How did you know that I would appear in this place? Bulma asked in surprise. Qi Tian smiled mysteriously, without explaining too much. Then do you know what I am doing here? Bulma asked again. Are you looking for Dragon Ball? Qi Tian smiled. It's amazing, you guessed it all. Bulma exclaimed. What is Dragon Ball? Son Goku scratched his head. Look, big brother Qi Tian, this is the Dragon Ball radar I developed the latest. Bulma said, taking out his Dragon Ball radar, it's more convenient than my dad's, right? I think my dad does it. The Dragon Ball radar is a bit big, and not as strong as mine. Qi Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma. Well, this is the Dragon Ball radar I know. I have been looking forward to growing up quickly so I can find Dragon Ball over the years. Bulma chuckled, I also want to travel the entire universe like big brother Qi Tian. What is your wish? Qi Tian asked. My wish, keep it secret. Bulma said mysteriously. Qi Tian read Bulma's inner world a little bit. The wish of Bulma is. Let Shenron teleport her to his side. What a mess. If I were in the universe space, wouldn't you send it over and I would die immediately? However, it seems that Shenron should tell her the danger of this wish. Well, don't worry about it. After finding Dragon Ball this time, my wish is mine. My wish is simple, to resurrect Beerus. In the next few days, Qi Tian and Bulma took Son Goku to start the journey of searching for Dragon Ball. From Master Roshi to Oolong, from Oolong to Leaping and Pool. This way, it is almost not much different from the Dragon Ball world that Qi Tian knows. The only difference is that with Qi Tian present, Master Roshi is honest and did not act on Bulma. Of course, Bulma hasn't become so casual either. As for leaping, it was indeed love at first sight for Bulma. But Bulma didn't have any feelings for leaping. In this way, the 7 Dragon Balls finally got together gradually. As for the Pilaf trio, Qi Tian just released a little bit of supernatural power, and suppressed the 3 of them. Qi Tian locked the 3 of them in their own cell. All 3 of Pilaf cried. We are tying ourselves into a cocoon, right? At this moment, 7 Dragon Balls were lying on the ground. Finally got it together, it's not easy. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. This time the wish is mine. Don't grab it, do you understand? Qi Tian greeted the people present. Leaping didn't say a word, Why is it yours? At that time, I will express my wish as soon as possible. It is my ability to make a wish with my own ability. Bulma nodded slightly. Being able to be with Big Brother Chi Tian is my wish. I have fulfilled my wish. Well, I just want to see what Shenron looks like. I have no wish. Son Goku nodded vigorously. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Shenron seems scared of you. Come out, Shenron, fulfill my wish. Chi Tian said to the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, golden flames gleamed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Immediately afterwards, a golden beam of light rushed into the sky, making it particularly eye-catching under the night. The golden beam of light quickly turned into a blue dragon. The blue dragon winds in the night sky, full of endless majesty. Speak your wish, and I will fulfill one wish for you as much as possible. Shenron's voice rang. It's just that after Shenron saw Chi Tian, he suddenly felt a little bit wrong. I know him. It was this guy who made a wish last time. However, after 10 years, how do I feel that he has changed a lot? He seems to be a god. A very great god. How is this going? What am I missing? Li Ping just wanted to open his mouth to make a wish. Chi Tian's divine power was slightly released, and he directly sealed Li Ping's mouth with divine power. Sample, just be careful with you. Can I know? Is this Shenron? Little Goku felt like he had gained a lot of knowledge. My wish is very simple. The former gods of destruction Beerus disappeared. No, to be precise, the former Supreme Kai was killed by Majin Buu, and Beerus also disappeared. I want to bring them back to life. This wish can be realized. Right. Chi Tian looked at Shenron and said. Are you the current Supreme Kai and gods of destruction? Shenron's eyes widened and a cold sweat broke out on his face. Chi Tian smiled slightly and nodded gently. Son Goku looked confused. What are Supreme Kai and gods of destruction? Bulma was even more at a loss. God? Big Brother Chi Tian is a god? Li Ping was also Zhang Er's monk and couldn't touch his head. What's the meaning? How do I feel that Shenron seems to be scared of him? What's happening here? What do Supreme Kai and gods of destruction mean? Do you mean, resurrect the people who were killed by Majin Buu in the Supreme Kai world? Shenron understood, and said his wish for Chi Tian. Yes, if the 2 Supreme Kais are resurrected, can Beerus also be resurrected? Chi Tian asked. Yes, no problem. Shenron nodded, but I can only resurrect the old Lord Supreme Kai into the seal. I don't have the ability to unlock his seal. Yes. Chi Tian smiled slightly, then please realize this wish. Okay. Shenron replied, the red flame in his eyes flickering. Suddenly, an invisible divine power swiftly flew towards the Supreme Kai world. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenron finished speaking, he turned into 7 golden glows and scattered to the rest of the world. The Dragon Ball has dispersed in all directions. Son Goku said in surprise. Once the wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Ball will be scattered all over the world. Bulma nodded. Is the Dragon Ball left by my grandfather disappeared? Son Goku exclaimed. Don't worry, Dragon Ball will be resurrected in a year. You can find your grandpa's Dragon Ball again. Bulma suggested. You really have an idea. Son Goku nodded and said excitedly, okay, just do it. Chi Tian, what is your wish? Who is Beerus? What is Supreme Kai? Bulma asked. Let's talk to you about this kind of thing later. Chi Tian smiled. Now explaining Supreme Kai or gods of destruction, it's a bit early to recognize them. Li Ping. Oops. I don't know why, I suddenly couldn't speak. What is the problem? The search for Dragon Ball is over. And we should go back. Bulma suggested. Hey, Pool, what are you looking at? Oolong asked Pool from the side. I'm watching the moon, you see the moon is so round tonight. Pool pointed to the full moon in the sky. Today is a full moon. Oolong sighed, so many girls in my castle, I want to go home. You be honest with me. Bulma knocked the oolong to the ground with a punch. Oolong. Oolong clutched the bulging bag on his head, speechless for a while. If your boyfriend is not so good, do you think I would be afraid of you? The night of the full moon. A terrible monster will appear. Son Goku said suddenly. You mean Grandma Wolf? Bulma smiled. I won't lie to you, my grandpa was trampled to death by that monster. Son Goku said seriously. What? Is that monster scary? Li Ping was stunned. Hey? I can talk. I was shocked. I thought there was something wrong with my voice. Sound channel. Bulma wiped his sweat. Are you a computer? Li Ping was stunned. This kid's grandfather is Son Gohan. That is a martial arts wizard. Was trampled to death by a monster like this? Yeah, that monster is terrible and destroyed our home and trees. Son Goku nodded. What kind of thing is it? Oolong asked. I fell asleep at the time and didn't see it. Son Goku said. Didn't you say that the house collapsed? How can you still fall asleep? Oolong asked puzzledly, why are you so stupid? Grandpa often tells me that you must never stare at the full moon for a long time. Son Goku said, holding his head, I thought it didn't matter to look at the moon. I don't know if it will be a full moon night here. A monster appears. Bulma was startled, and hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Chi Tian. How do I feel that this kid gets scarier as he talks about it? Leaping, Oolong and Pool hugged each other and looked at Son Goku with horror. What are you doing? What's the matter? Son Goku looked confused. Could it be that? Li Ping was trembling all over. Hey, can I ask a question? Bulma seemed to realize something. The night your grandfather was trampled to death, did you look at the moon? Hehe, Grandpa said he wouldn't let it look, but I accidentally glanced at it when I was peeing. Son Goku grinned. Bulma. Chi Tian, how do I feel that this kid is a bit unusual? Bulma exclaimed. Let him look at the moon. Chi Tian smiled. Don't be kidding, we'll be in trouble if he becomes a monster. Bulma said. It's okay, I can fly. Chi Tian whispered to Bulma. Hey? That's right. If he becomes a monster, he can't fly, right? Bulma thoughtfully, forget it, let's go home quickly, more is worse than less. Whatever. Chi Tian didn't care. Goku, don't look at the moon anymore. Bulma pointed in the direction of the moon. Son Goku couldn't help looking at the full moon in the sky. This is what you mean. I didn't want to see it. Son Goku looked at the full moon carefully. Snapped. The next moment I saw Son Goku, who transformed into a black gorilla. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Beerus is resurrected. Roar. Son Goku let out a roar. Call out. Chi Tian had nothing to hesitate, and rushed to the sky with Bulma in his arms. Leaping. Oolong. Pool. Boom. The great ape stepped on the prison of Pilaf and the others. All three of Pilaf peed in terror. What's the matter with this monster? This is really misfortune that does not come singly. Supreme Kai whirled. Supreme Kai looked at his body in surprise. Jebit is also dumbfounded. Then Supreme Kai and Jebite looked at each other. Confused again. After a brief silence, the two of them. Jebet, didn't I remember that I was turned into a chocolate chip cookie by Majin View? Supreme Kai asked. Yes. I was also turned into a chocolate chip cookie. Jebit wiped his sweat. How did we come back to life? Supreme Kai asked strangely. Hey? That's the Excalibur? The Excalibur has recovered. Jebite saw the Excalibur lying on the ground at a glance. It's really an Excalibur. It's great. Supreme Kai was surprised and happy. I didn't expect the Excalibur was still there. It's just, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite scratched his head. We used the Excalibur to suppress Majin Buu, but it didn't affect him at all. I really don't know how to destroy him. How is Majin Buu now? Supreme Kai's expression became serious. In a location about tens of thousands of kilometers away from Supreme Kai and Jobit, Majin Buu was slumbering. This world is so boring. It is difficult to destroy. If it is not destroyed, it can only be eaten by some small animals to fill the stomach. Majin Buu has not only eaten but slept during the past 10 years. Sleeping most of the time. Jabit, how did I feel that Majin Buu's breath is in our Supreme Kai world? Supreme Kai felt a little, and his face changed color again. In that direction, it's more than 30,000 kilometers away from us. Jabit said solemnly. What the hell happened? Supreme Kai shook his head, and went forward to get the divine sword. However, when Supreme Kai held the hilt of the sword and planned to lift the sword, he was surprised to find that this sword was incredibly heavy. How did this happen? We have been unable to draw out this divine sword. Is it because this sword is so heavy? Master Supreme Kai, what's the matter with this sword? Jabit asked. Jabit, come and take a look, this sword is very heavy. Supreme Kai said. Heavy? Jabite murmured, I remember clearly that Majin Buu lifted this sword easily, even thrown it into the air. Jabite said so, and went to get the divine sword. It was just that when Jabit and the Excalibur came into contact, he was surprised to discover how weird the weight of this sword is. Is it so heavy? Jabit was stunned. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Supreme Kai clenched his fist tightly. Far away. Majin Buu stretched out and woke up. Majin Buu rested his chin in thought. I just had a dream. I dreamt that Supreme Kai was turned into chocolate by me, and you are resurrected. Do you want me to see it again? Go check it out. Call out. Majin Buu turned into a flame, and flew quickly in the direction of Supreme Kai and Jabit. Supreme Kai and Jabite also reacted immediately. The faces of the two became increasingly ugly. It's Majin Buu. Did he spot us? Supreme Kai said solemnly. It's so fast, you can reach us in at most 20 seconds. Jabite's face was pale. Planet Beerus. Hey? Isn't this Lord Beerus? Whis was taken aback, but never expected that Chi Tian would bring Lord Beerus back to life at this time. Whis. Beerus was also stunned, looking at his resurrected body with some surprise. Beerus's tears were almost falling. I am resurrected. Whis, I really don't know how to thank you for bringing me back to life so soon. Beerus quickly thanked. Whis. It's been 10 years before you were resurrected. You don't need to thank me. Besides, I did not bring you back to life. Yes, Chi Tian brought you back to life. Now I'm going to take a good stroke. How did I die? Beerus held his chin in thought, and then his eyes lit up. I remember. It was Supreme Kai that died. I followed. Disappeared. Yes. Whis nodded. It was Supreme Kai who brought Majin Buu's seal to the Supreme Kai world, and used the old Supreme Kai's sword sealed by Beerus to suppress it. However, they accidentally took the old man Lord Supreme Kai's magic sword was knocked down from the mountain, and the magic sword penetrated Majin Buu's seal on the spot and released Majin Buu. Ouch, that's how it happened. Beerus. Beerus felt a bout of egg pain. This is so embarrassing. Supreme Kai is an idiot. You take a look at the good things you have done. If it weren't for you, could I die in such a tragedy? My time for a nap disappeared. Do you think I was wronged? Where is that BD Supreme Kai? I want him to settle the bill. Beerus bared his teeth. Master Supreme Kai is naturally in the Supreme Kai world. Whis replied, and Majin Buu is also. What are you talking about? They won't be killed again, will they? Beerus muttered. Let me see. Whis said, the scepter in his hand flickered, and he checked the Supreme Kai world information through the crystal ball on the scepter. By this look, Whis was covering his forehead at the time. Master Beerus is right, they will indeed be killed soon. Whis sighed. What are you doing in a daze? Go and save them. Beerus felt that one head was too big at the time. This is so special. I just resurrected. Am I going to disappear again? It's too late. Let's fly to the Supreme Kai area. It will take 20 minutes. Whis sighed. With the strength of Lord Supreme Kai, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for 20 minutes. Hurry up and let the idiot Supreme Kai escape with instant transmission. Beerus shouted. Wow, that's a good idea. Whis nodded. You didn't think of this way, did you? Beerus stared. No. Whis denied, and without delay, he immediately contacted Supreme Kai from the Supreme Kai world. Who? Supreme Kai was taken aback after hearing this strange voice. Master Supreme Kai, I won't say much. You can leave with instant transmission as soon as possible. Whis suggested, leave the Supreme Kai world first. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Beerus, Supreme Kai, you scam. Instant transmission? Don't you say that I have forgotten that I can use instant transmission. Supreme Kai suddenly realized, and hurriedly reached out to Jobit, quick. Jobit takes my hand, let's leave with instant transmission. Instant transmission? What a misstep. Jobit also slapped his forehead. The hands of the two were joined together. Hey! The next moment, Supreme Kai used instant transmission, and in a flash, he and Jobit left the Supreme Kai world. Just when Supreme Kai and Jebite left, Majin Buu also came quickly toward this side. Majin Buu rubbed his eyes. Was I dazzled just now? I seem to see Supreme Kai who was killed by me. And the red-faced guy. Then they disappeared in an instant. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I want to go back to sleep. Buu yawned and flew over the Excalibur. Buu didn't realize that the Excalibur had recovered. The Excalibur was originally placed in the ruins and rocks, so it is difficult to find it if you don't look carefully. It's finally safe. Whis sighed. This idiot Supreme Kai. Beerus bared his teeth. Whis, let the two of them come to our place immediately, I will teach him a lesson. Okay. Whis contacted Supreme Kai again, and told Supreme Kai where he was, and by the way told him how to teleport to the planet Beerus. Who are you? Why should I believe you? Supreme Kai was undecided. I managed to escape from Majin Buu's hands, I didn't want to go into the tiger's den anymore. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. Beerus was shaking with anger. You idiot! Don't you know who we are? Beerus grabbed the scepter and shouted, I am gods of destruction. You are Supreme Kai. The lives of the two of us are shared. You want to die for me. Don't stop. But you are so special, don't pit me to death. Also, if you want to die, what are you doing with that divine sword? Supreme Kai is a little confused. You have a lot of information. What do I share with your life? What is gods of destruction? What does the Excalibur have to do with you? Come here, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will disappear after you die. Beerus angered. Master Supreme Kai should think about it, we are not malicious. Whis also sighed, and then terminated the call. A certain planet. Supreme Kai and Jebit are silently discussing whether to go to the planet Beerus. Let's go. Maybe they are really not malicious. Supreme Kai said. Master Supreme Kai, if they were not malicious, would they release Majin Buu? Jebit had a different opinion, I can tell who they are here. Are they the cat and that the guy with the scepter? It was they who released Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu was sealed by them later, it must have been sealed incorrectly. Otherwise, Majin Buu could definitely be destroyed by the power of that divine sword. Destroyed. He said that gods of destruction shares my life. Supreme Kai sighed. Never heard of gods of destruction. Jebite shook his head. Forget it, go take a look. Supreme Kai hesitated again and again, and finally decided to take a look at the planet Beerus. Master Supreme Kai, if you must go, then we are also ready to evacuate at any time. Jebite proposed. Okay, I'll be careful. Supreme Kai nodded. If we are in danger, we will use instant transmission to get out of there immediately. Planet Beerus. This BD Supreme Kai. Why is he such an idiot? Beerus was shaking with anger. How did such an idiot become Supreme Kai? There was a grumble. Whis, how has my palace changed? Beerus rubbed his eyes and turned to look at a building he had never seen before. Whis didn't say a word. Whis, I see, is this the new palace you prepared for me? Beerus asked again, you prepared this for my rebirth? You are really interesting. Ahem, no, Lord Beerus thinks too much. Whis sighed softly. But it's back again, Whis. Beerus groaned. Where is the guy who makes milk tea? Where is he? Is he still in the 6th universe? It's not, he has returned to our 7th universe. Whis replied. By the way, how long have I been dead? Beerus asked. It's been about 10 years, right? Whis replied. What are you talking about? 10 years? What's a joke? Beerus lost his voice. I'm not kidding, it's really been 10 years. Whis smiled. Beerus. Isn't it the me you resurrected back in time? Beerus asked quickly. No, I forgot to use it. Whis sighed. Master Beerus told me to find Qi Tian before he disappeared. I really neglected to turn back time. Beerus. You scam. So, how did I come back to life? Beerus asked again. Yes. Whis was just about to speak, but suddenly saw two figures swaying not far away. It was Supreme Kai and Jabit that came to Beerus planet through instant transmission. Master Supreme Kai is here. Whis smiled. This BD. I can't spare this guy. Beerus was so angry that white gas was sprayed from his nostrils, and he stepped forward and grabbed Supreme Kai by the collar. Hey, what are you doing? Jebite's face changed color. Let go of Lord Supreme Kai. Boom. Beerus slapped Jebite into the air with a slap. Supreme Kai is so stupid, and it has something to do with you. You running dog beside Supreme Kai. I didn't beat you to death, I already gave you a lot of face. Jebite. Supreme Kai's face changed color. Jebite was right, and sure enough, there would be danger after coming over. This is so special. Even if I use instant transmission now, I will bring this cat over. Hateful. Boom. Beerus was so angry that he was violently beaten at Supreme Kai. It didn't take long before Supreme Kai was beaten to a bruised face. I'll say it again. I don't care if you want to die. Don't pit me to death. Beerus shouted angrily, listen to me, then you give me. Hey. Before Beerus finished speaking, Supreme Kai disappeared immediately through instant transmission. Hey. Not far away, Jebite also drove off via instant transmission. Beerus. You are so special. When you face Majin Buu, you can stray so fast. Wrong. This is not the point. The point is that I haven't made it clear to you yet. Why did you run away? Asterisk. Chapter 48 Beerus, did you resurrect me? It was Mr. Beerus who was going to beat Mr. Supreme Kai as soon as he came up. I am afraid that there is no chance to explain it. Whis sighed. Forget it, I will always pay attention to their movements this period of time. Beerus took a deep breath. Also, shouldn't I bring the seal of the old Supreme Kai guy to me? It will be safe. Right. Whis didn't say a word. No, I don't have good sleeping habits. I'm afraid someone accidentally ruined him. Beerus shook his head vigorously again. Ahem. Actually, Lord Beerus doesn't have to worry about this. Whis spoke. What? Do you have a better way? Beerus asked. Master Beerus has now released Supreme Kai and the others from sharing their lives. Whis replied. What did you say? Beerus froze for a moment, thinking he had heard it wrong. Yes, because the current Lord Beerus or Supreme Kai have already retired. Whis smiled and said, so your lives are not shared. Retire? What do you mean? When did I say I was retiring? Beerus' eyes widened. It's so noisy, can you speak quietly? While talking, I saw a person walking out of the castle not far away. It is Qi Tian. Qi Tian was taking a nap just now. Master Qi Tian, are you awake? Whis greeted. I really have enough of this Gods of Destruction, let Beerus continue to take over the position of Gods of Destruction. Qi Tian said to Whis. Whis was stunned. You actually said that you consider Gods of Destruction enough. This is the first time I heard Gods of Destruction say such a thing. What are you talking about? Do you mean that you have become a true Gods of Destruction? Beerus's eyes widened, and he looked at Qi Tian in surprise. Yes, I have worked for you these years, and I feel so boring. Qi Tian sighed. You mean, are you willing to give up the position of Gods of Destruction and return it to me? Beerus was surprised and delighted. This kid is definitely interesting. I do have plans to retire. Qi Tian nodded. My goal is to be an angel. This Gods of Destruction is too tired. And Supreme Kai. Although it is fun, after playing the same game for 10 years, Qi Tian is also a little tired. What game is not enough to play for 10 years? Master Qi Tian, please consider carefully. Whis sighed and looked at Qi Tian reluctantly. I have made up my mind. Qi Tian responded. Whis finally found an excellent Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai for our 7th universe. As a result, you have only worked for 10 years, and you are about to retire. Beerus scratched his head. How do you feel that the weather vane is a bit wrong? What's happening here? I found that Whis seemed to like to make Qi Tian the Gods of Destruction. How do you want to see me? Hey, Whis, what do you mean? Beerus asked with a black face. It seems that Gods of Destruction is not as good as him, or did you let milk tea be filled with ecstasy? Master Beerus doesn't know anything. Master Qi Tian has allowed our universe's comprehensive index to rise 2 levels from the original bottom to last in just 10 years. Whis shook his head and looked at Beerus. What composite index? Beerus was taken aback. I told Master Beerus before. This is a comprehensive score for the entire universe. It is mainly used to consider the performance of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. Whis was speechless for a while, so he had to explain it again. In short, it is US. Universe's comprehensive human level and quality rating. Whis was a little helpless. Lord Beerus, you also said that they are Supreme Kai. In fact, you are also a half-hearted person. Do I need to repeat such an important matter? Is it not important? Beerus was stunned. Important? Qi Tian said, if the overall rating of our universe is too low, Master Zeno may erase our universe. What are you talking about? You said Zeno-sama will erase our universe. Beerus's eyes widened. Boy, who did you listen to? I guessed it. Qi Tian smiled. Beerus, can you not scare people so much? Beerus shouted. You should work hard after taking office. Qi Tian sighed. Hey, of course, I must work hard. You don't need to teach me about this. Beerus snorted. So, from now on, I announce my retirement. Qi Tian smiled. The 7th universe continues to be replaced by Beerus as Gods of Destruction. Qi Tian, I owe you a favor. Beerus laughed and patted Qi Tian on the shoulder. It's okay, remember to work hard. Qi Tian smiled. I have to work hard too. I want to strive to become an angel as soon as possible in these years. Even angel as an intern will do. If it weren't for angel, with Beerus's character, maybe the 7th universe would be erased sooner or later. Even if the 7th universe is not erased, becoming an angel is my next goal. Qi Tian, what are your plans next? Whis sighed and saw Qi Tian insisted on leaving, so he could not continue to persuade, so he had to ask. I'm going to the 6th universe. I want to practice with my Vedos. Maybe through her I can become an intern angel as soon as possible. Qi Tian smiled. Whis. Ahem. So you still want to be an angel? Whis wiped his sweat. Yes, this is the ideal I have always wanted to achieve. Qi Tian nodded. Boy, you really have ideas. Beerus looked at Qi Tian. Do you know how complicated it is for an ordinary person to be an angel? Forget it, since this is your ideal, I've hit you, so you should do your best. Then, goodbye. Qi Tian floated into the air, waved at the two of them, and glanced at the prophetic fish. Prophetic fish, goodbye. Well, I will miss you. The prophecy fish waved. Hey, don't leave in a hurry. You can get me a cup of milk tea first. Beerus said quickly. Beerus, I brought you back to life. If you don't repay your favor, would you still let me make milk tea for you? Qi Tian smiled, and immediately stopped saying anything, turned into a bright flame, and disappeared quickly. Ns. Beerus was stunned. Did you bring me back to life? Real or fake? How did you do it? Whis, is, really this kid who brought me back to life? Beerus asked quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Vedos, I miss you. Yes, it was Qi Tian who brought Master Beerus back to life. Whis nodded. Does he have this ability? Beerus asked in surprise. Not really. There is something called a wishing bead on the earth. A wish can be realized through the wishing bead. Whis explained, it is through this wishing bead that Qi Tian resurrected Supreme Kai, so Master Beerus can also correspondingly, it was resurrected. Thanks to the death of Supreme Kai-sama, if Beerus-sama were killed directly, the earth's wishing beads would be difficult to resurrect Beerus-sama. There is still such a strange thing on earth. Beerus thoughtfully. Yes. Whis nodded. That said, I seem to owe this kid a big favor. Beerus said solemnly. There is no way. If he meets someone who can't beat him in the future, I will help him. Beerus thought for a while, and felt that the only way to repay the favor. Whis, what do you mean by not talking? Beerus had a bad feeling. I'm afraid the current Qi Tian has surpassed Master Beerus. Whis pondered. What are you talking about? Did you say that his strength surpassed me? Beerus widened his eyes. How is this possible? This is only 10 years ago. How could he surpass me in just 10 years? I just estimate. I don't know the true strength of Qi Tian either. Whis smiled. Beerus stopped talking. Just 10 years. For the entire universe, it is just a momentary matter. However, in the 10 years when I was absent, I feel that this universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's terrible. Qi Tian flew quickly in the direction of the 6th universe. About 40 minutes later, Qi Tian had already seen the planet Kampa. Hey! Qi Tian descended from the sky, landed on the planet Kampa, and appeared on the opposite side of Vedos. Vedos, long time no see. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qi Tian? Why do you have time to come to the 6th universe? Vedos was stunned. I miss you, come and take a look. Qi Tian smiled. How's that? It's pretty accustomed to being gods of destruction these years, right? Vados asked. It's okay. With my efforts, the comprehensive index of our universe has been greatly improved. Qi Tian smiled. Really? So you really have the potential to be gods of destruction? Vados smiled. No. I am also here for Supreme Kai. Qi Tian replied. Vados. There was a short silence. Do you mean? You used the doppelganger to serve as Supreme Kai? Vados quickly understood. Yes, otherwise it is a very troublesome thing to improve the universe comprehensive score. Qi Tian sighed. You really have an idea. Vados nodded and asked with a smile, then you came to me, did you just miss me? I'm tired, so I returned the position of gods of destruction to Beerus. Qi Tian smiled. Is Lord Beerus resurrected? Vados was taken aback for a moment. Yes, it has been resurrected. Qi Tian nodded. The reason why you returned the position of gods of destruction to Lord Beerus is because you want to cultivate to become an angel, right? Vados smiled. It's still Vados, you know me. Qi Tian did not deny. You are not satisfied when gods of destruction? Vados sighed. Only when I become an angel can I be qualified to marry you. Qi Tian asked. Ahem. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with angel. Vados wiped his sweat. You still want to marry me? Vados, so many years have passed, have you finished drinking your milk tea? Qi Tian asked. Yes, you made another 1,000 cups for me 5 years ago. I just finished drinking it yesterday. Vados smiled. It's really time for you to come. Very well, I will follow you from today. Qi Tian said with a serious expression, I will never leave you unless I become an angel. Vados. You marry me when you become angel. The truth is the same. You are so talented. By the way, how are you practicing now? Are you still reducing your combat effectiveness? Vados asked. Yes, I have now compressed the combat power to the 18th power of 100. Qi Tian smiled. There are 18 00s behind 100. This number is just huge enough. Vados sighed. But you are also amazing. You have suppressed the fighting power like this, and the body can withstand it. That is, I am a genius. Qi Tian grinned. In the past few years, haven't you learned from Whis at ease? Vados asked again. I don't have much time to study freedom. Qi Tian shook his head. I have been working most of the time in the past 10 years. I really can't spare time to study freedom. What I master is you. The hour taught me 10 years ago. Okay, you can stay. Vados nodded, without objection. I'm almost drinking enough milk tea. I'm just about to drink your coffee. Deal. Qi Tian smiled slightly, looked around, but didn't see Kampa, and couldn't help asking, right, what about Kampa? Master Kampa has gone to work and should be back soon. Vados smiled. Qi Tian knows what Kampa's so-called work means? It is nothing more than destroying the planet. Well, I'll wait for him to come back. Qi Tian grinned. You don't want to challenge Master Kampa? Vados was stunned and reacted immediately. Yes, so many years have passed, I think my strength has surpassed him. Qi Tian nodded. Although you have retired now, it is gods of destruction after all. In the past few years, the ability to destroy has also been greatly improved. Vados replied, forget it. If you fight here, the entire 6th universe will not be able to stand it. I will control my strength. Qi Tian said in deep thought. Vados. Well, you can explode your strength for me to see, let me simply estimate the gap between you. Vados thought for a while, and said to Qi Tian. Okay. Qi Tian did not object. Boom. Extremely powerful energy emerged from Qi Tian's body. The endless aura, centered on Qi Tian, spreads around. Okay. Qi Tian said to Vados. It does have very powerful energy. Vados nodded slightly. In terms of energy intensity, it is already on par with Master Kampa. Asterisk. Chapter 50. You have surpassed Kampa. What if I become Super Saiyan again? Qi Tian said, with golden flames blooming on his body, becoming Super Saiyan. Vados. I have forgotten about your transformation. That will be fine, I can say for sure, you have surpassed Master Kampa. Vados wiped his sweat. This has only been 10 years, and this kid has made rapid progress. Let him continue to cultivate like this. I'm afraid it will surpass me sooner or later. Then forget it, since you said that you have surpassed him, then wait for the opportunity to discuss with him again. Qi Tian smiled. How strong are you going to be satisfied? Vados asked. I want my strength to reach the 100th power of 100. Qi Tian said. Vados. Vados didn't want to talk anymore. The 18th power of 100 has caught up with Lord Kampa. If you reach the 100th power of 100, you still have to go against this guy. I don't know how many powers of 100 can he surpass me? Not long after, Kampa returned from the outside. Isn't this the gods of destruction Qi Tian of the 7th universe? Why did you have time to get to the 6th universe? Kampa greeted with a smile. I have retired. Qi Tian smiled and said, by the way, Beerus was resurrected. What? You retired? Kampa's eyes widened. Why retreat? As for the resurrection of Beerus, Kampa was not surprised. Originally, Kampa thought Beerus was not that easy to die. Whis will resurrect him sooner or later. When gods of destruction is enough, so I retired. There is nothing strange. Qi Tian smiled. Kampa. You can still regard gods of destruction as enough. You are also a talent. Is Beerus okay now? Kampa asked. Very good. Qi Tian nodded. From today I will live here and stay with Vados at all times. Are you against it? As long as you make milk tea for me, you can live as long as you want. Kampa snorted. I haven't drank milk tea for a long time. Your kid is not interesting. Make so much milk tea storage for Vados, don't make me a few cups. In the future you want to drink and I will care about you. Qi Tian grinned. That's good. Kampa nodded in satisfaction. In this way, Qi Tian settled down on the planet Kampa and began to follow Vados to practice his freedom and extreme intentions. At the same time, the mass of energy formed by Qi Tian stayed on the earth, and when it was idle, it continued to compress combat power. Time passed day by day. 7th Universe. Earth. Qi Tian, who lives on the Earth, has seen the growth of Son Goku like a movie. From the world's #1 martial arts conference to the Red Ribbon Legion, to Piccolo Daimao. Along the way, Son Goku has gradually grown up. Over the years, Qi Tian did not make a move. There is really no need to shoot. Because Qi Tian knows very well that everything Son Goku can easily solve. And after Son Goku and the newborn Piccolo had a desperate contest. Another 5 years have passed. Gaixian Island. An airship landed on this small island. Qi Tian and Bulma got off the plane together. Everyone, it's been a long time. Bulma waved to Master Roshi and Klin inside the house. Yes. Miss Bulma. Klin said in surprise. And Qi Tian, are you all here? Master Roshi greeted enthusiastically. It's been a long time since I saw you, you are so ruthless. I asked you to play, but you have never come. Hey, isn't this busy? Bulma chuckled. Are you married? Klin asked. Not yet. Bulma stared. Klin, you really don't open which pot or mention which pot. No? Goku is married. Qi Tian and Bulma have known each other for so long, don't you still get married? Klin asked. Bulma also looked at Qi Tian immediately. I also want to ask. Qi Tian, what do you mean? This, how do you put it? My existence is just a mass of energy, I am not in this universe. So if we get married, I'm afraid it will be delayed for a while. Qi Tian sighed. It's just a bunch of energy, and a hairy marriage. Am I going to control this group of energy and Bulma into the bridal chamber? What do you mean? Klin looked confused. I don't understand at all. Master Roshi also scratched his head. Hey, Qi Tian is like this, always saying some inexplicable things, I don't understand. Bulma pouted, a little unhappy. Bulma, I will definitely give you an explanation, but not now. Qi Tian said seriously to Bulma, when I become angel, I can marry you. What angel? Is that angel with wings on the back? Klin asked curiously. Although I don't understand, but I know you have your own difficulties, Qi Tian, I believe you. Bulma nodded gently. Such a smart girl, I always feel stupid at this critical moment. Master Roshi whispered to Klin. Klin nodded vigorously. Teacher Wu Tian, you are too right. Over the years, Qi Tian has been practicing hard at Vados. But this time, Qi Tian also felt the truth that what is called haste is not enough. To become an angel, even if it's just a trainee angel, it's not as easy as you think. Although Qi Tian has realized a little bit of self-consciousness. But as Vados said, it takes a certain amount of opportunity to fully understand the self-consciousness. As for the chance, Vados did not say. Qi Tian had to let the clone continue to look for opportunities on the earth. Maybe you can find it. By the way, why isn't Lan Kai here? Bulma asked. I eloped with Tian Xinyan 5 years ago. Klin wiped his sweat. Master Roshi wanted to cry. Finally found a beauty. In the end, the kid Tian Xinyan was pried away. I pried Hexianran's apprentice away, but that guy's apprentice pried my woman away. I feel that I am a bit uneconomical. I can't actually count as my woman. But it's okay to have her at home to be seductive. Master Roshi looked at Qi Tian again. This kid is really good. Bulma was such a good-looking girl and he let him go. Hey, hello. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hey? It's Goku's voice. Bulma was taken aback and turned to look outside the window. It's Goku. It's Goku. Klin also said excitedly. A few people came outside the house together. The one outside the house is Son Goku. In addition to Son Goku, he also held a child in his hands. There is a fluffy tail behind the child's buttocks. Asterisk.